Finesse and in Chet that they can do it again. They were the best team of the pre-partnership era, and now they have to almost start over from not quite scratch, but just like a little pancake mix.
I mean, if they can do it again, I think it really goes to how good the core of Crashies, Victor, and Finesse really are. But before the break, we asked you guys at home which region you think will secure a spot at Masters Tokyo, an extra spot even, with a win here at the lock-in. And the results are in, and you guys picked, drumroll. Oh, it was Americas.
So
but just, wait, EMEA came third?
Hey, look, we got a lot of countries now from Pacific that are joining in. There's a lot of fans out there from regions like Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, etc. So they're coming out, they're representing, that's good, but as we anticipated, the LATAM, the Brazilians, the Americas, it was just too much.
That's kind of what's exciting for me about like this new league format in general, is that all of these teams, all these kind of regions that were so fractured before are now like very much together into like one set of teams to cheer for. So it's going to be really exciting to see that, especially with that big Pacific fan base.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the 1.8% of the people that voted China, because they're going to look really big-brained if it does happen.
Do a poll on Weibo and see what the results look like.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very different there. But just before we get into everything else, I want to quickly talk about this NRG versus Koi matchup again, because do you see it as of like a team that we know exactly what could happen versus a team that we literally don't have any opinions on? Or is there somewhere in between?
I think there's about an equal amount of information on both these teams. They're both coming in with a core, with leaders from a previous roster, but they've brought in a lot of new players that I think will fundamentally change the way that they are playing Valorant. On top of that, it is a brand new meta. I think anyone that is looking at that event, looking at these teams and being like, hey, I know exactly how this is going to go. I know what's happening. Like, it's just foolish. These guys could all pull out anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I give a bit more credit to the foundation that is there. You know, coming over from Optic for NRG, slotting in the firepower of Artis. But at the same time, when you're going up against a team that you don't know much about, that you see these players, you know what they're capable of, you see the accolades they have accumulated for themselves in the past, and then you don't really have that much of an info read as far as what they're going to be playing, what maps they want to go to. That can always catch you off guard, and that can be enough to lose a series.
More importantly, though, will NRG be able to get over that European team curse? Now they joined the European player.
I mean, there's a lot of curses working against them in this one. Not only with the European teams that they've very much struggled against, but also first matches. This is a team that tends to struggle early, and also a team that normally has to put a lot of prep in. They've talked about that. They have minimal information, and that kind of makes them nervous.
Well, it's time to wrap this up. Of course, we have a massive game coming up for you guys. It is NRG versus Koi. It's going to be kicking off the first event of VCT 2023. Of course, the last.
Hey, yo, what up, what up, what up, what I do, what I do. Hope everyone's doing good, feeling good.
And only one team can make a perfect run. Lock-in starts
Let's get down to it.
Here, right now. Let's go, baby.
All right. Welcome on in, everyone. Hopefully everyone's doing good. Oh, no. There we go. Hope everyone's ready for some lock-in action. I know, I'm excited. All right. We're going to be starting off NRG versus Koi. They were interviewing some Koi players first. I know they got some experience to them, but I still think NRG comes out on top here. Yes! Why does it sound like so? It sounds like my headphones aren't turned up, but I know my headphones are turned up. It's very weird. Oh man, oh man. All right. So our first 2 games today. I want to open up this on my other tab real quick.
Salve, salve São Paulo! Bom dia, meus amigos! Hoje começa o Lockinho aqui em São Paulo. A paixão pelo Valorant Lockinho nessa cidade é irada.
Yo, when they showed the overheads earlier,
Todos nós brasileiros
Sao Paulo looks lit.
por sermos competitivos e apaixonados especialmente em esportes. Nós trazemos o mesmo espírito dos campos para os servers. Nós estamos super felizes de receber aqui o herói brasileiro Hit do MIBR no estúdio para falar um pouquinho sobre isso.
Fala, Tichinha, mano, beleza? Tranquilão?
Ô Hit, você deve estar muito empolgado para jogar na frente de toda essa torcida, não é não?
Pô, os fãs vão ir à loucura e eu tenho certeza que a gente não vai desapontá-las.
Alright.
Então esse ano, Lockinho Heat.
Yo, I'm really excited to see a lot of these new teams with the moving, with some of the roster changes with the franchises and stuff. I kind of wish it was double elimination, but I understand why it's not, you know?
Em seguida, nós teremos um competidor do Pacífico, o mestre do disfarce em pessoa. Vem cá.
Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have made some ramen for lunch. Well, I should have.
Yes, hello, it's me, it's Benkai. Hi, thanks for having me.
I've got to ask you, any walkouts planned for this event?
We are gonna have to watch to find out.
Valorant always does their promo so good, man. Like, Valorant's promo game is honestly, like, second to none.
A região da China emerge aqui no Lockinho, mirando o trono. Eu tô aqui com Ei. E aí, cara, como é que você se sente fazendo parte do VCT?
就直接我就说 Bumlas 这次是有备而来的，你们都小心一点吧。
I like this, though. I mean, to be fair, they always kill it.
Produziu nosso primeiro campeonato do VCT. Eles são uma região com legado.
What do you guys think, chat? What region's taking it?
E o meu próximo convidado está bem acostumado com isso. Starkso, so you came out on top in 2021. What do you want to say to your opponents, new and old?
In 2022, I didn't do as good as I expected. So in 2023, I'm really happy to get my revenge with our team.
I don't see how you can bet against the Americas, personally. Like, the amount of giants in that region is pretty redonkulous. Right? I see that Moon is telling me in Discord that there might be a Lotus ban. I hope not, man. I would love to see some Lotus to start off this season. I can totally get with it. Yo, they're doing it up for the first one, man. Yeah, I think NRG takes this personally. I think it's gonna be a good one though. I think it's gonna be really good. Yo, NRG is nasty. It's like Optic 2.0 with artists.
Now, they might be new teams.
It's kind of nasty. What do you think about it?
The experience and the talent we have today, Mimi.
And what's
like Koi's been together longer, I guess, at its core, but
going home. The format of this tournament is brutal, and for these two squads, neither of them has any tape on their opponent. Neither of them can really expect what they're about to face in that server.
And I mean, that's just going to be a recurring issue for pretty much all of the teams here. There's so few that have tape that you can really trust because there's been so many roster moves. But I love that. I love everything about this. The stage design, the wire frame, everybody's walking out together. It's absolutely wild. It's also great to see artists get a really big cheer from the Brazilian fans. So clearly has been turning heads across the world with his performances, and he's going to be looking to do that again here today for NRG.
Yeah, I think a lot of the onus falls on artists. He is the guy they're looking for. You are replacing the guy that is considered the GOAT. Stepping into Ye's shoes is not an easy task.
Yeah, it is not indeed. And of course, we already heard a little bit
I
from
mean,
that NRG,
while it's big shoes to fill, I think
the preparation.
artists will be alright.
I wonder how this map veto is going to go when they have no idea what Koi could be pulling out.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see. Both these teams, we have cores, they have maps they used to ban, but that wasn't really common for
so
that old Optic core. Ascent will be gone first.
Taken out. It's going to be a split. Okay.
Wait, I'm surprised about that. Yeah.
Lotus is in. I don't think
so.
anyone's
Lotus is in.
At least not for the opening match, but it would be wild if that does happen. I'm anticipating a second round ban.
I'm getting Lotus will probably be the decider, right?
What is going on?
Yeah.
That's not expected.
No, back in the Optic times, they were not very good at this map, so they're kind of throwing a loop into this one. However, old NRG, the Som era NRG, actually really loved this map, and I think Som traditionally as a player has always performed really well.
What up, Boogie?
He's got a lot of influence.
How you doing, buddy?
Swing them into Icebox just alone. They haven't played this since July against FPX. So the last time they did play it, they were playing against Artis, and that's when Victor was trying to play Neon on Icebox.
And it was never good. Yeah, it never went well. And Lotus is out.
So we get Pearl.
We're going to get Pearl, yeah.
Yeah, I think that we will see a lot of teams taking the veto like Koi, where you're just
Pearl for the decider.
I guess Split's not new, but the newly added maps into the pool.
I saw, who was it? Bala had posted that people should just be auto banning Split and Pearl, or Split and.
I mean, with single elimination, you don't need a 7-map pool here, really, because you might not end up even playing that many
Split
maps.
And,
smart, they're avoiding the Lotus and Split here, but
Lotus, thank you.
Prime Gaming Agent Select. As you guys mentioned, Optic, they tried everything on Icebox and nothing ever worked.
I'm curious to see what they have to put together here, and also just, you know, what is Artis going to be playing? Eyes on Artis.
Like, I don't want to say that NRG takes it in two,
we'll have to just wait
but I think NRG controls a lot of this series.
They put Wolfen on
Thoughts,
the
chat?
list.
That is an interesting one to me. I think with this map, you're
Boom,
also expecting
you give me
Killjoy,
lip.
Sova, Viper,
Why you coming in here with an
like
attitude?
the required agents. That fifth, you
What
can
up,
kind of
bro?
play whoever you want, whoever you're comfortable with. For Wolfen, that's the Jet with players like Starkso and Trex on the team. I don't think most of us saw that coming. And on the other side as well, it's actually going to be Artis playing on that stage. It makes sense. He'll have the option to opt there on the defense if he wants. It's kind of a role you can do whatever you want on, as long as you're getting those plans down.
But yeah, I mean, we're saying is Artis.
Bro, this NRG roster is nasty.
It's going to be nobody. So it's crazy to see, but there's a lot of control. There's a lot of tempo control.
It's just one of those classic examples, though, of
Yeah, for
do
NRG,
great
their
players
opening match in
individually
Copenhagen, when they were Optic, they lost to the core of this
still
squad. It could happen again, and that would mean they go home.
Oh, some new stuff here, guys. I am so excited, and also
like
very
gel
excited to bring
together
some
well.
familiar faces back to you guys. It is, of course, Pansy and Hypox to take us through map 1.
Yeah, it feels like it has been way too long since we've seen this caliber of game. And right off the bat, Mike, I mean, this is going to be a single limb for one.
Chat, let me know when we get into it, how volumes are.
Let's go right into it, right? Let's talk
But it
about
looks
core
like
three,
on my
right?
screen
let's just get into
that they
it.
should be
But
pretty
look at
balanced
these two
right now.
teams, it's hard to not
They should be pretty
touch
good.
on NRG's core coming back into this, right?
Yeah, I think you can't really ignore that at all. Just to touch on the veto as well, I'm glad actually
please, go ahead.
there was some reaction to the Icebox coming through. FNS, bit of a love-hate relationship with this map, but coming in with a super safe comp as well. So curious about the application of artists coming into this, and we can kind of delve into that a little later on if we do see a composition change.
I love this duo on the desk,
feels
man.
like a little bit of a safe start here for NRG. Maybe anticipating Koi pulling out some sort of, wizardry to get things started in this series.
And I think coming into this tournament, there's two ways to go about it. You play safe, you play to your strengths, you have the core three there, you play a safe composition, you run the maps you know, which I think NRG is the best bet to go for, or you go for curveballs, you go for surprises, you play cheese.
I mean, on the flip side of that, we've got
Like, I think this is probably my favorite duo.
There's not really a massive support system in place for him. So this is, I mean, you're thrown in at the deep end against a team like NRG.
Huge.
And you've got to step up here to be the Jet here.
Well,
we're starting 2023 off right.
You know what? I missed you guys too. You put that up for us. Appreciate it. Let's get it right, though. We don't want any issues when it's single limb, right? You don't want anything going wrong. So let's then kind of flip the scope, right? We kind of started with NRG, which I think is a fair assessment.
Starting it off right,
Some of
boys.
them, of course, walking away in that podium position.
Technical pause before the game starts.
I mean, most people are going to look at this on paper as, this is NRG's game to win, right?
I think it's theirs to lose.
All right, we're good. We're good.
I was about to get to there, really. Koi have the potential to cause a real upset here.
But proactive beginnings. I love this mid-walk coming out. The knife did connect as well, so a little bit of information, but do they expect an actual bit of presence off the back? They will be warded away for now, so they are going to have to somewhat reset here.
Yeah, interesting that they don't follow through on that.
Honestly, I wasn't sure if you'd be able to do it, or did you take off today because of or because of the Super Bowl?
Heavy lean towards B here for NRG.
Full faith in the singular player of FNS to kind of lock down that A site. Feels no pressure yet, so he's just fine. And they're going looking. Crash, he's getting curious, and the swing on the corner. Perfect. Wolfen wants one, trade down, back and forth. Trek stands
Working
for two,
from
but
home.
quickly
I feel
goes
it.
down.
I feel it.
And it looks like NRG want to send a message early.
And the timing on that was perfect. The flash comes through just as the orb drops from Som. Victor got to be careful here. The wide swing. Coldamentor isolates the first, but Som good for the trade.
Shados, come on.
Find the response. That's a Killjoy 1v1 here.
It's your dream come true, Mike. Old Tommy the Turmeric going to be coming up now. Spike is safe to get back in hand. That's fine. 35 seconds. Going to secure the flank, make sure nothing's there. He has no idea where FNS is for now. So he's going to try and play it smart and play it safe, but a fight is inevitable. And the angle for FNS...
How deep does he clear on site here, though?
That's the question, isn't it? A quick...
Oh, and Shados
a slap back
starts
to
it
NRG.
off.
And a reminder that as much
Wins
as
the first pistol.
core of NRG has got champions, so does Koi.
Yeah. A fantastic round from NRG. Honestly, the early exploration towards mid. They don't
like
overstep the mark there, but it's the timing for me. That poison orb up, just draining time, forcing Koi to sit there, really. And it would be a massive overextension to force their way past that. But immediately, as soon as that poison orb cooldown is coming in, there's 3 people to come through. Swing on the back of that flash. Perfectly executed, but unfortunately, Koi good for the trades.
Who better be
Trex
cooking?
was a bit of a superstar in that as well, kind of keeping them relevant in that fight that was happening on that 4-play stack towards B. So right back into the round, we're looking at the purchase coming out from NRG. It's very limited. So again, looking at the silver linings, we're looking at orbs, we're looking at any kills, anything they can build up into this. It won't be too much to write home about. And the stack slowly working its way back around towards this.
Yeah, Shados is nice though.
Koi, keeping them cool. A player like Wolfen needs to get comfortable on the stage. We haven't seen much from him in the past to this caliber. This is going to be a very big game to start on, but he's surrounded by
make sure they're patient on this push here, on this corner.
That would be the start he'll be looking for, but Koi once again looking to plant
They'll be expecting them to be like bunched up since they're all on pistols.
Towards the B site. Obviously with Sages on both sides of this map here. Nothing spotted out with the Aldrin here. I'm not sure actually if...
Kind of surprised you didn't push somebody back yellow, honestly. At least just one.
The wall's going to go up. We're going to try and get a bit of a deeper plant here, but it's dealt with immediately.
Yeah, very quickly now. Trex again, still going to be good for it, finding crashes. Second bite of the cherry for the plant. That's going to go down uncontested. So safe plant here, and now into the post plant. A little bit of chip damage on Victor.
And of course, in post plant, they're a lot better.
No flank coming into play. Still going to have the turret.
They have the range.
Of that, so no worries there. They just need to try and keep this one as safe as they can. Have the rifles. This shouldn't be a problem here, Mike.
No, definitely not. Should be a
too easy.
Shados to find 3. Trex.
Nice little trip.
Final kill for the Prime
We take
Gaming
those.
Flawless here in round 2. And coming to this round, whether or not Koi will try and throw something, a little bit of a pace change here. Try and enable Wolfen early on in this half. But things I'm looking forward to really is how they're going to test this Killjoy setup.
So if this is essentially the Optic team, does that mean that they're going to do the Optic comeback thing? Where they come out of the gate slow and then
these B hits coming through. They've been relatively all in. There hasn't been that
bounce back and remind us exactly who they are.
First bite round's too early to force the adjustment for NRG just yet.
Is that what happens here?
That will be in the back of their mind, though, I'm certain. And let's see what Wolfen can get up to here. Proactive beginnings and a quick
Turret
start.
dealt with immediately. That's literally big tick in the box for me at the start of this round. Flash does actually catch Ardis, but look how aggressive this is. Look at the flash.
Why can I not remember what team Ardis was on?
On the back of that information, Ardis will throw the wall up.
Yeah, talk about trying to bring Ardis into play. That is something I want to keep my eye on, is how well do they make this man work. As I said, still sticking around here, not going to back away from this. He does have Victor not far behind. He's actually got the rotate coming through from Crashies as well.
Oh, it's finesse.
Gotcha.
Chomping at the bit. There's 3 people here for
They're willing to brawl. This is ridiculous, considering 0-2 down in this. Not a terrible start, but, you know, still willing to battle this out. And they did great chip damage on towards Cold Mentor, so that could be something to note in the future. But again, you still have Sage there, so should be brought back up nice and quick.
Well, I'm just a moron then.
Ardis gets punished by Wolfen, exploring on his own. No utility to set the motion, but it's Victor to quickly quell that.
That's actually big. So it's finesse, not FNS? Bet.
26 HP on Victor, nearly caught off guard there. NRG have to try and find a response to this. Actually, the wall comes up. Nobody's swinging on the back of it, but actually, the lockdown invested here will clear some space, but Snowman's still playable here for NRG. Should at least guarantee the plant, though.
Oh, Stuffzo's in trouble. Needs to be really careful about this. They're taking a fair amount of chip damage for themselves, but should have enough time off the back of the KJ ult to at least get the plant down. But how safe are they on the fallback? Actually made it safely into post plant too. Yeah, very surprising.
No snake bites available, and I don't think actually any nano swarms on this, so it's going to be a dry post plant here for
Around
Koi.
the world. Keep your eyes on who is it. Starkso going walkabouts. He's going late flank through middle. Hasn't been noted.
Victor just gave it up.
Victor saw it.
Victor is in so much danger. Now there's a problem though, because they've got their mind split in 2 places, and Trek starts farming.
Victor's the last one left.
Huge kills, and NRG left in tatters. Victor's eyes turn towards middle, and it's all but a ruse, it's all but a distraction. The time is just singing him the way out of this round. Goldamenta to close, and Koi off to the perfect start, 3-0.
Big conversion here for Koi in round 3.
Yeah, probably
right. On the back of
Alive.
NRG, looking to really flex out on B main.
Get
Play
aggressive.
hyper aggressive against 3 Spectres. Again, Koi weren't even really happy to entertain it at first, but they waited out that wave of utility as Wolfen to actually find the opener onto Ardis. Beautiful round from Koi. And this is the thing with Coldamenta. He's not afraid to let that clock burn, let it go all the way down, force so much utility
the FBX
out.
roster is the new Chinese roster.
Again from him last year.
And how many times have I talked about Coldamenta as a kingmaker, right? He knows how to make his players work for him. We're seeing it with Trex early on. Wolfen want to see how he warms into this, and we're finally seeing a little bit of a look towards the A site here. So again, the purchase from NRG is poor, so it's not going to be one of those rounds that we're going to be writing home about if all goes to plan. But it's the first time Koi's starting to explore the map this time.
A scope in the hands of Som. We left to anchor towards Snowman, but
you can't blame EA for taking it though. I mean, shit.
Actually, Shadows just staring on Victor here, and actually Victor looking to get aggressive, nearly catching one.
Yeah, but the pressure's coming now. Shados cracks open towards Crashies too. Potential of a flank, but not going to be explored. And they're on towards the site, already clearing towards 410. Darkso towards Ardis. It's clean so far. Nice. No trades coming back in. You can see FS trying to find that space. Denied quickly. Koi, super diligent. Super
You guys can still hear the broadcast a little
diligent,
bit on the stream, right?
Another, a second.
Now,
we're in round
Just
5.
not, I'm trying to make sure it's not too loud, but it looks
Now,
like the whole
it's early
time
days
it's still pretty
When do
decent
they
volume.
Hit the button for a timeout for me if you are NRG, because you don't want this to spiral. You've got another bite here with a full purchase. Maybe run this one, but surely that consideration will be here soon.
It's definitely after this.
Be so mad if Hulu's NRG? Yeah, because your bracket's fucking busted. Mine too.
Come through. But Koi definitely in the driving seat in terms of the pacing here, in terms of the control.
Absolutely.
NRG just about coming up towards this first ult cycle. I mean, 2 is the most kills here on the board for NRG. Again, early dealing.
You can definitely hear broadcast. I bet.
Creating a gap, forcing this rotation out. I think Koi going to very quickly.
Let's say where it's hitting on the levels, it looks like it should be about right.
They did this. They did eventually kind of explore that B side, that late lurk through middle. They kind of.
I think this is what previously prompted that aggression towards B main for NRG. So. We get a different look from NRG this time, but also a different response from Koi.
And look at Wolfen. I think you're absolutely on the money with that consideration. He's already sat back there making sure that doesn't happen. So they are trying to find information here. But again, a new look from Koi, going to go towards the A site. So a little bit of a switch up, but no pace behind this. Maybe waiting to see if that flex does come.
It sucks. Yeah, you definitely don't want to go down 5-0 because.
He's actually just sent it out immediately. Now, if that pings nothing.
You need to try and line up a couple in a row here.
Do they rotate? Do they sit deeper? I'm looking at FNS trying to find a bit of information as well. This is going to be quite telling.
Nothing still. Should hit these steps though.
It's huge. What a swing from
It's a big open on Artis.
You felt as though Artis was good for that crash. She's still standing. Don't know how. The absolute flood of utility on the side is going to put him right under pressure. The flank is on though. Koi not feeling comfortable just yet. They want another pick, but you can see them halting for a second, pausing for composure.
Kind of surprised they don't send the Killjoy on the flank there for finesse. Instead they're bringing him right over.
Body's on the line here to try and defend. That's the Owl Drone. Late investment here.
How is Crashies alive?
Utility to clear Crashies.
10 seconds. They've got to make a move towards the side.
Ooh, okay, Victor.
Saving NRG in this.
Very nice.
Sheesh.
Yeah, a little frantic there on the defense, hand on the attack as well, but I think just an inability to follow up on that first kill to Ardis. Crashies just tucked in for so long. I think initially a slow orb sent his way, but after that, a snake bite to follow up. It seemed a little hesitant on the side of Koi when they actually had the upper hand there. As soon as Ardis falls, he's invested the wall. Just follow through on that.
Yeah, credit to Crashies for playing his life so well, but you're absolutely right. There wasn't as much.
Yeah, so there's only 2 games today. I thought there was originally they switched games around.
Roughly around that time, so a little bit of a stress across the board.
Yo, what up, King? How you doing, buddy?
We finally have NRG fighting back into this. Let's see what the new look coming out from the attacking side of Koi is going to be this time.
And Crashies and Victor, Ultimates online. Sol and Ardis just one away from the Res and the Viper's Pit. Blade Storm available here for Wolfen. Actually, Stars are going to get his res online as well. Spread pretty thin once again for Koi in the early round. No exploration from NRG either. Crashies looking a little bored.
The Viper wall you're talking about?
Hands off the keyboard.
You've seen it pretty well almost every time.
Right now.
Starting the day? Hell yeah.
In the second leg, really, we've seen Wolfen deal with that turret early on a couple of
By
times.
the way, chat, how was everyone's weekend, man?
Single round when this alarm bot's been pressured yet. That's one of the things going to be the key part of this Killjoy setup. Once again, Ardis and Crashies potentially going to be tested here on A site. Victor drifting this way as well.
Such close contact as well. That's the first bit of utility fully invested, and they're already on the site essentially. Really sitting deep now, NRG. Didn't want to take that risk after Ardis lost his head in just that prior round, but still. One going to come through, and Trex on guard. He takes down Victor. Crashies with a whole lot of info, but not a lot of ability to really do much about the pressure coming on off the back of it. So again, spamming in. Ardis takes a little bit of damage himself. And they're looking for that first step in on this retake, and it may be off the back of this Hunter's Fury coming through, and absolutely maybe now. Trex goes down.
Crashies gets at least Trex.
Actually managed to convert.
Oh, finesse.
Finesse. He's made a bit of a meal of it. This could be deadly now. Problems aplenty, Mike.
Oh, okay. Okay, got one. He got one.
Coldamentor will fall here. FNS, can he find anything else? No. Starzo deals with it. Trex finds a follow-up. Wall's still available for Ardis, but man, there's just not enough left.
Finesse.
To fight the numbers of Koi on the site here.
What? That looked like my
Again, seemed like almost a dry run of the previous round, but a much deeper setup here with Crashies basically playing
Moon,
off
that doesn't
Fury.
spell
Victor
finesse, by the way.
Just as he pops the null command, the wall's already up.
That spells
Starzo's
finesse.
already got that wall against screens, so there's no threat to sight. A little strange to watch that.
What is on Moon's mind?
Again, this is no pressure elsewhere on the map. This time the turret wasn't dealt with in kitchen. There wasn't really any indicators of presence anywhere else for NRG. Felt a little scrambled on the way back in there.
And I'm happy to see a timeout called now, because I think we want to bring into context that there's only so many times we can say this. Single elim, of course, but this is also NRG's map choice. So if you're looking at it this way, I was really looking at kind of Koi coming in, looking really well drilled, looking like got a really good game plan into this.
Moon, Mike, not Moon. NRG here? Moon, our shit's about to be fucking ruined. This is their pick.
NRG are yet to really find that answer, to really find the information early on, or pressure anything as to what's going on.
Yeah, it's the point where we come back to that. And again,
Although, to be fair, if they start off slow,
but it's at face value, right?
Venus is not
for NRG.
FNS.
And again, whether we're going to make another argument about the comp or what, whether or not. I don't know. For me, the support system here, you can put
that is
Artist on
Venus.
anything really, and it'll deliver.
Yes.
But for me, it needs to be Victor and Crashies to step up in some of these rounds. And early on, we saw them kind of posturing up, looking hyper aggressive in that anti-eco.
I think Finesse gets that pick and then plays his life. I don't know why he swings right away on the other one.
How delicate the economy's been, they haven't felt comfortable.
Oh, on the Sage you're talking about?
We aren't really making secrets about what's going on in the early round, right? It's a couple of times now.
I think you sit. Yeah, I think you sit back and wait the Sage. Yeah.
And just kind of slowly drift towards A. If that
that's what you mean, right? Like wait for them to kind of push you.
But it's difficult when you don't have the weapons to back that up.
Yeah, it's just, buy a round.
And without a duelist as well.
Exactly.
A duelist is the one that really they should be looking to enable in those sort of rounds.
And as much as
it's interesting that they keep committing this
the agent not there. Gonna be difficult. Trying to play
wall right off the bat.
Plus, I think, yeah, he did indeed get the orb, so that's fine. FNS could be next on the chop block, and he is quite quick with it. Really clean work. I think this is a lot of credit going to Codementor in my mind. Again, you've got a lot of untested talent, some talent who've been off almost for a year. You've got a lot of different factors to work into effect here, but he's doing incredibly well with this roster so far. Crashies and some, again, looking for maybe some sort of chip damage, some sort of exit to any sort of damage they can achieve. That'll do. Going to take down one, but anything more starts to get almost impossible.
The opening to some of these anti-eco rounds from Koi have just been absolute perfection. There's been no real risk. Always stacked up in numbers, and Wolfen's been good for it so far, honestly.
Yeah, solid.
Brother, 6-1, my God.
Building up a bit of a bankroll now as well. I think that's going to be even worse with 4 surviving here for Koi.
You got to start at least getting people like dead or something.
Chat's over here saying Artist is regretting his move to NA.
True.
Lockdown to play with here.
And with these motherfuckers.
Again, I'm just not seeing the numbers on the side of NRG to really feel confident about the home stretch of this half.
No, and it could turn on this round. This is what it kind of is a pivot point in the game for me, or at least in this half. It does seem as though we're going to see a similar start as well. Eyes towards what Wolfen does here. Does he get checked on this? Does he not? Similar scenes. No turret this time. So again, this could be relatively telling as well that there is an adjustment, but Wolfen big.
Brother.
Victor goes down, he gets a back away, and there's no trade. There is no threat.
I love the reaction here.
It just seems like Koi's like faster on the first initiations.
Some kind of adjustment on the side of NRG. What's happening differently here?
I don't know what
Beautiful opener from Wolfen.
Those first engagements are just.
It's really nice to see. Again, young player, good decision making coming in here. First on the big stages like this. That's lovely. Doesn't have to get too flashy with it, can just do his role. And we've got that slow lean actually towards B, but we do still see Viper's Pit in play.
Still got a drone, still got the recon to deal with. Some should they force in.
Remind me, how long does a Viper's Pit last?
Shados on guard duty, tries quickly handling business, and Artist even gets tagged in this. They've lost even more. Yes, Coldamenta goes down, but still, it's just
it's not like timed?
To try and quickly get back towards the A site.
If they're inside of it
towards
doesn't
B,
go away.
all drawn towards mid, and a quick read and a correct decision from Koi to instantly go towards A. Beautiful, beautiful decision making.
A very safe plant as well with no pressure coming back through on site. FNS actually going to invest the lockdown here with the Hunter's Fury being burnt up from Trex. We'll see really what it buys. Again, when they're not behind screens, it only really gives them access to
I feel like they need to move in a little bit quicker because...
It's a safe plant.
Okay, what's the plan here? Oh, this could be nice. Gives him a bit of cover. That's the only issue, though. Has to back away 18 HP, and he's lost all the bodies in the meantime. All alone, barely breathing. Artist would have to work miracles, and there are no miracles here for NRG.
Nice little shot through there.
Koi is 7-1 up. Let's put the brakes here, Mike. Let's take a step back, right? As this tournament is going to be one of those that could be completely
I'm guessing from looking over at the other heaven, right?
Going where?
Well, I guess it was to stop them from like ziplining over, but
absolutely. And NRG
I don't think that made
a few decisions.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Feel a little flustered. I mean, the res there, even if the Hunter's Fury wasn't a factor, right? This res is towards the bottom end of tube with no wall invested towards mid. I didn't actually see on the minimap if anybody had probed it anywhere else to kind of ensure that, but it's immediately punished. I mean, Artist gets tagged as well. Obviously got the heal behind that, but like I said, it's not often last year we'd ever talk about NRG, well, previously FNS, making these kind of desperation calls.
No, but I think this also then spins back, considering we are seeing a bit of a force-up. Actually, so I'm going to connect one, so that's actually quite important. First time we're seeing Wolfen found without any trade or anything back. Maybe could do a bit more with this, but I think this arcs back to this is potentially NRG's game to lose to an extent. A lot more pressure, a lot more eyes on them. Koi, I think if you're part of the EMEA scene, you watch these teams, you'll be very aware of who some of these players are, but...
Do you watch the main broadcast ahead of me?
He's putting in work. He's
I
trying.
don't know. Is it ahead of you?
But again,
yeah,
this is
I think slightly.
Huge pressure on NRG, and
Might
Koi
need
gets
to
to come in and
refresh, 'cause
even
I had to
determine the
refresh
pace on the
too, 'cause it
attacking
was
side is
behind.
very valuable in this.
Yeah, big progress towards A here as well.
Like when
Victor
you first
pretty deep here
started,
with Wolfen falling.
you were ahead of the main broadcast, which was
no
weird.
progress through mid.
Really?
Crashy's gonna
Yeah.
How the fuck?
rotate towards orange here.
How much longer can he
Actually,
last?
as I say that, yeah, Victor actually caught with the stinger out in the open.
So much put towards just clearing him out of this. Actually, FNS!
Ooh.
Great little available angle. The all has come into play, and again, just putting bodies on
Dude,
the
now
line
Koi's
here.
back in the
Koi has
advantage.
once again won out the fight. Yes, it's sloppy,
Dude.
but now probably 8-1. It's not the end of the world unless Victor can work out some sort of magic here.
Well, he did get tagged up and noted by Trex as well, so down to 67 HP. Flashes to work with. The alarm bot will reveal his position. Gonna need a miracle to get this one done.
It's going to be extremely tough.
Still a drone to buy time
Yeah.
as well.
Shados working with it too. Beautiful.
It just seems like
Two still alive.
NRG are
Trex
not
straight
hitting
off
their
the board.
shots
Money's
right
not an
now.
issue. Rounds on an
Like
issue.
you'll notice
Koi
every
are
time
comfortable on the stage.
there's like an
I mean,
engagement,
cool round
it's
10,
like
they're
not
nailing the coffin,
even,
honestly.
it's like they get chip
With this
damage, you know what I mean?
bankroll that's built up here, Koi systematically working through these ultimates as well.
Artist
off the
pulling
no
out the
command.
op here, guys.
Yeah, I've got to say as well, for me, Trex and Shados, outstanding performance so far. Yes,
Shados is 12-1.
Yeah,
What?
Shados is having
What?
a game.
Bring
And
Ye
even,
back.
You know, good beginning. You know,
I mean, to be
they had
fair,
in their favor, but even into the buy
they
round,
used to always kind of
super influential.
fumble early and always have
A
the
little bit
benefit of
catch
playing
there
double
towards the
elim,
ult,
right?
but again, just going to keep map control for now, but a massive rotation. You've got 4 players on A here.
I feel a little bit like it's time for NRG to try and take a fight here. That might be why we see the numbers
Enough where we had questioned them and then they'd still show out.
towards A. Artist actually with an op in hand.
Could be big. You need something to make the
Yeah.
difference.
Throw a
This is
spanner
it.
in the works. We know
So
what he's
Artist
got.
is washed without the chamber, huh?
There's not many like him. The man he
No,
replaced
I
is
think it
one of
just
the only
takes
other
some
few that
time
you
to
could
get used to Sage.
argue,
You
but
gotta
again,
kind of play your
9
life a
quad
little
performance here
more.
so far,
Yeah. I'm just fucking around anyways.
really
Obviously,
an
he's.
individual error, I feel it's just...
He's
Well,
still gonna be
he
disgusting
was a
with the
chamber pretty well one trick last season though, right? Wasn't he?
Yeah.
They're going to be walking into a substantially larger amount of presence. First time we're going to see the 4 players really posted up on this too. Artist first contact, wins that fight wall.
Yeah,
Gets
they're like,
committed,
fuck that,
doesn't get
Artist
on
got an
himself,
op, we're
though,
leaving.
has to peel away from this, and actually an early read from NRG.
Run!
I mean, 30 seconds left here. I don't think they're going to beat NRG to this side. Obviously, some tucked all the way into Snowman.
I love Victor backfilling this super quick as
Yeah,
well.
immediately.
Safety, making sure it's not going to be a double pump, a double fake. No, it's going to be now red alert to Som. Do what you can, buy us time, buy
Nice
any
little
seconds you
look,
can.
Crashy.
Plant's going to come in, does it get stuck here? 10 seconds now, it's down, it's safe. Into the post plant, Crashies handle Starzo. Now down to 3 players, what more can these 3 do? I think I heard the Viper's pick
Yeah,
committed.
Coleman's popped it.
He's popped it, and rightly so, but Victor on the flank. This was happening a long time ago. Artist still popping off shots, finds Shados.
That's a huge
Down to
round.
Goldamenta and Trex here. Close on the side, and Crash is trying to reveal him. Crash is going to get Trex, and now just Goldamenta, and he's dealt with. Finally, NRG stemmed the bleeding.
Sage
But is it
gives
too
you
little,
a
and is it
bunch
too
of,
late?
I said for this to go in Koi's favor would have been the nail in the coffin for me.
Sage gives you a bunch of things on
nothing
Icebox
short of
that
a miracle that can close this out with the best
it might be
possible
better than Jet.
result.
Just because of
It's
the
a Prime
wall when
Gaming
you're
flawless.
planning the
For NRG
wall.
to get
the
back on it
stop
definitely
pushes.
didn't.
So scrappy. Wow. And a timeout now for Koi. So maybe
Let that
feeling,
one breathe a little
yeah.
bit.
Plus, since you're normally playing your life, you can probably help get the res somewhere else too.
Not really any bad decision making on the side of Koi here. This just felt
Timeout for
a
Koi.
little
They're like,
more
all
of
right,
a-
he's got an op. What do we do?
I guess a preemptive rotation coming
Well, I
through.
think the other thing too is you don't
having to
want
kind of
them
commit to some of
to heat up
information.
too
It
quick,
was
right?
Obviously with the Al drone coming through, the knife actually falling
You
through.
bought
I think
yourself a
two
good
from
little
Victor. The
advantage
Al
here
drone
early.
being there,
I think this is a
they
good
know
call.
there's 3 or 4 behind that. I think that's the point at which they say, yeah, let's commit to this. Oh, this is posted up. Yeah. He wins those all days long. Like, if there's no flash to come over to actually get Wolfen in a position.
Also,
to
I've
win
been
that,
tweaking my mic a little bit more, and I think I've got my gate set like almost perfect. for my loud, nasally ass nose.
See him finding that and then knock-on effect
Yeah, you
of
do
it.
have a nasally voice.
Good stuff.
Well, it's my deviated septum and the fact that I've never got it fixed after the third time I broke it.
Yeah, you know. Gotta stop getting, losing fights, man.
But all said and done,
His elbows to the face and the pain.
Now noting that Artist will probably have the operator still in play. That's going to be a factor. How do we approach this? How can we maybe facilitate Wolfen a little better in this scenario?
All I had done was broke my nose once in high school, and then I got to college. I broke my nose twice, and I had stitches above each eye. It's crazy.
Make his way towards B. If he's going to become...
Granted, in college, 6'1" isn't quite as big as it is in high school, you know?
Be a big switch up for NRG, enabling them to find something elsewhere on the map. You see Som making his way over. First time we've actually seen mid-intention here from Koi. At least with a couple of bodies, it's usually Wolfen to just find that turret. Slow creep behind the orb.
Yeah, they have not done this walk before at all. So the fight will be towards FNS, if anything. 3 players there, and this hasn't happened yet. This timing can be really uncomfortable. Now we get the early warning.
Is he hearing behind?
Beyond that, it's really on him here.
He can spam the wall off this alarm bot as well, actually. You can see the nano swarm on the other side of it.
They've got to be asking questions. They've got to be. That timing's starting to get curious here.
Come on, Finesse.
Seal, focus. He's going to hit the steps here. And now he's
oh, no.
Away from this, probably rightly
got one?
Considered.
Oh.
Quick trade does take down Wolfen, but the site's now under
That's all you got, though.
We do note that, again, it was Artist who hit that early rotate towards that B side, but the fight in middle's won out by Starzo. And crashes on the quick flank.
Dude, man, NRG is struggling, bro.
Waiting ever so patiently for his time. The plant comes in, the timing's atrocious. Trex gets it on a platter. Spotting out one and the
Jesus,
second. Trex. Sharp as ever. And now it's just Artist, completely navigated around, didn't even get a chance into this round. I love that.
My bracket's in shambles.
I'd love to accredit this towards the awareness of being, it's going to be on an extremity, right? The weakness is going to be in mid. And what's FNS got to deal with is 3 bodies barreling into kitchen. Like I said, even here with the setup, they're stacked up as 3, ready to explode on the back of that alarm box.
Okay, Artist.
Artist will find a consolation, but only really
try and see if he can get one more exit.
Prone to losing this now.
Oh!
Tracks on the first swing.
He just missed.
Yeah, he did. Slack elsewhere as well, might even catch him.
He just missed both.
Oh! Gave it a good fight. Operator gone now. And the round back for Koi. Fantastic call from, I imagine, Coldament there. I feel like that's the first time we saw them up the guns.
Straight out of timeout.
And it's not a bad call from NRG. By all accounts, you're only trying to play off of what you know and make that. Maybe that
oh my god, stretch res.
Him into middle somewhere, but again, it's Sage, not hypermobile, not able
they
to
let that in video games? Gross.
Have that capability. So 2 to 9.
Who's playing on stretch?
It's missing bits
One
and
of the Koi
pieces
kids.
Here. You can see Victor without armor, you can see odds and ends lacking, but Artist does still have the operator, so this time around,
to be fair, you usually see some stretch res in MEA.
Really do. I don't feel comfortable about this second half at all. 3 towards B main initially here for Koi. Complimented to be the 4th. Shados is going to be on crowd control elsewhere.
9-2 here for Koi.
Curious.
If you would have told me Koi won NRG's map, I would have had a hard time believing it, but in this fucking fashion, bro, that's insane.
Here for Koi.
Slapping them around.
Res available. The other side of things, FNS does have that lockdown and preemptively invested here with over a minute left on the clock. Just to force them back into spawn here, as, like I said, it feels just a little desperate. Don't really secure the space on the back of that. I'm really not sure about that one.
No, I was kind of imagining if someone backfill it a little
exactly,
further.
Yeah, take the space, force them even deeper. There's a pinch coming through from Victor, potentially with this aggression on A.
And here's the burst again. Wolfen instantly going to fight towards Som.
Som, okay.
First, though, front line dealt with. Now you got to look towards who else is remaining. We know that Koi are running as a pack in this. There's 3 players who are the heavy hitters, and they're mostly still
they've been really deathballing their run.
Yet to be cleared fully from this. Res comes in. Do they get a
Som's disgusting!
And give it energy the finest amount of hope.
I didn't want to say anything because I'm
probably like really the bare minimum.
It's a fine mark.
Oh, that was nasty.
Quietly on the other side of things,
did you refresh?
I did, and it looks like I fell farther behind.
Yes, he
has.
What the hell is going on?
Let me try again.
I saw him hint at this.
I literally seen that like 10 seconds before.
Really? Yeah. Oh, dude, that's so disgusting.
You can see a little bit of joy to close out the half.
He had to make up for that missed shot on Sage the last
Give
round.
him a little bit of that fire burning in the belly because they definitely need a wake-up call. It's 3-9.
Chet's cracked a smile.
I'm guessing if I'm gonna refresh, I'd probably fall any further behind than I already was, I'd guess. Well, what's on your clock right now? Oh, fuck, it's paused.
This is still their map choice. They've got 3 rounds. Let's hand it back to the desk.
I'm at the desk.
Okay, so I just now got to the desk.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. If you're an EMEA fan, you're having a great time. And we heard in the interview before
I am watching on YouTube. I also probably thought about that.
And Mimi, this
I'm
great for 1 month.
It looks really well.
I'm all the way at the top. Maybe I
Koldamenta
switched to Twitch.
was calling there. And one piece
Only
of
reason
that
I didn't
was
want to do Twitch was because I didn't want
I don't think
ads.
I've really seen before on this map, and that was Wolfen's Jet consistently.
Fuck it.
Yeah, they don't really have ads except for like, you know, the breaks in the games, but
Oh, they probably aren't running ads on the channel, huh? Except for this one. No, I'm just You're behind. How about
that? You did get one.
Quality.
I mean,
the guy on the other
I mean, yeah, I'll be a little bit behind main broadcast because I'm watching main broadcast and there's a delay in, but I'm trying to make sure I'm on.
Your stream's definitely going to be a little behind.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, yeah, you and me to be on the same. I was just letting Moon know that because he's talking about it. Because I know I'm going to be behind mainstream by like 10 seconds.
And for Finesse, we've been seeing, as Hypa called it, some desperate plays being made here, some desperate calls being made
So like
for this team
at the next transfer,
very shaken up,
duo stream.
in those first few rounds. I mean, it took until round 10
So where are you
to
at
even
right
get
now
them
on your stream?
It's at halftime, 25 seconds.
Is brutal. So we need to see a big step up here for Finesse. He needs to have a Shadows-esque performance as he gets ready to go on this attack.
Okay, so like you're like
At
2
an
seconds
international
ahead.
event, this is the first time that this NRG core ever has picked this map, so we got to see what they were cooking.
Yeah, they got the Night 3 curse, the EU team curse, the first match curse. Everything is against NRG right now, but Pansy and Hypog,
Go Frenzy on Icebox. It's broken.
I guess I was thinking that
You're absolutely right, Yinzu.
YouTube sometimes looks better, but since it's like through the actual main broadcast, there's not really a main difference.
We have to put into
it's going to be
context.
1080.
Trex having a very big game and Shados to boot.
Well, this is the thing as well. Yes, there's no comfort in the scoreline, right? But there's also not a lot of comfort coming out of that.
All right, 9-3 curse, baby. Here we go.
It's never nice to drill down to that sort of level when we're looking at the numbers. Thank God Som closes out that half in the way that he did. There's a couple of times there were fumbles left, right, and center for NRG.
Just gotta start it off with the pistol round. That's all you need.
And if I'm coy, I'm
That's not all you need,
I'm
but you know
going
what I mean.
right back
Woo,
into
okay.
the thick of it.
Some.
And, well,
Some.
Starters, they are getting dealt with. Good
4
work,
minutes.
Yeah, they're very aware that this confidence could be happening, and it is. So Starzo going to back away here.
That's smart though. They were waiting on the second peaks behind him
Crossing towards the A site,
until he peeked back.
Already going to have at least 2 bodies here. We're going to see a little bit of the setup in play. FNS though, trying to lead by example at this point here.
Early intention showed here as well for Wolfen. Happy to take these opening engagements, and Koi happy to build around him. Get the clean plant here and still.
They're gonna have to try and play for retake.
It's a numbers advantage. Koi have to get something done on this retake. Wall going to burn up a lot of time.
I was gonna say that's a good wall.
I don't see a comfy way back in at all. They already have to back away from this. There's no step to it. There's still so many bodies on the site. 5 still standing for NRG.
The wall's only just coming down now. It's only 1 chunk
Ooh,
removed.
okay though.
Also does connect quite quickly. Good information on the second, but not going to follow up. It's Som dealing with it at the back of the
Yeah,
site.
there it is.
Still standing,
Let's go NRG. Bring it back, baby.
To work out for them, and Trex cannot do enough. 3 alive for NRG.
Yep, you needed that.
First in the second half.
A great response from NRG as well. As soon as Wolfen falls,
that's really what you
needed.
needed.
They're happy to try and fight the remnants of that early attempt from Koi and slot themselves right onto A site. Like I said, that wall just bought so much time.
Really nice.
Felt like a good 15-20 seconds until finally a chunk was removed.
Love to see that. And it is going to be a process here, because we can't really, when we look at NRG, you don't have that Icebox knowledge to depend upon when you come to that core 3, even to an extent. You know, you wonder what they're going to look like on this, and again, get to at least determine the pace this time. But Koi still looking to test the waters, and why not? They are on to the classics, the frenzy.
Why am I? Oh, because my mouse is okay.
But not a great deal. Just testing the waters and some on the case.
I'm so happy with Wolfen though, and this is in a comp that doesn't actually have a flash, right? There's no.
I like it. They're already playing on the new patch as well.
Utility
So,
really
in
my eyes, he's absolutely delivered so far.
SMG change is already in.
Let's see what he can get done in the second half.
Stinger
as well.
change.
Early intention shown from Koi once again with that tube walk. The dart goes through. Actually, on the back of that. So
we're seeing it in the.
They're clearing this space outside A site, and this is on a round with just
rounds after the pistols both already.
And here we go. There's going to be the spot. Crashy's notes at least one, potentially two now. So they should be very aware that there's now going to be further presence. A little messy in the end. Not what you want, but they should be fine now. Going to lose out on Victor, but I doubt Trex will get anything. Yeah, so comfy, 4 alive, farm coming in. NRG building back into this game.
Yeah, and they come into the next round as well. I have to see exactly how it lands.
To get one more alt point.
Vandal to work with the hands of Ardis.
Yep.
Let him get that fury, baby.
See actually what's going to round this purchase out. Crashy's one away from the Hunter's Fury. The potential to get that online in this round. Quite definitely with the upper hand here.
And they only lost one gun.
Arises now.
You just got to make sure that if you lose a round, it's only a round at this point.
You got to credit the protocol.
Then you double back.
Again for Coldamenta there. So proactive to clear through A side. They don't want NRG to get away with any free space. So if we see that continue into the buy rounds now. They walk down tube here. It's 3 towards A site instead, Lauren.
Yeah, and got to say, Shados is in a world of danger. Hyper isolated. Even the rotation through mid can be noted, can be seen, can be punished. I don't know how much he can do on his own here.
Starzo's behind this turret as well, so FNS deals with it. He should be able to lock down at least one side. Either the kitchen rotate or under tube at least.
You just hear him outside, right?
I mean, if Shadows lives, then yeah, sure, but...
Oh, there we go, nice.
Didn't love this.
Really good play by Finesse, yeah.
Second swing. I mean, Starzo's trying to follow off the...
Som gets one as well, so you got a 5v3.
Nicely played round so far by NRG, but it is...
They just haven't really got that much... They still have pretty good side control, I guess.
Way through, and Som can play that back line. Ardis yet to be checked on.
Oh, okay.
Finds Wolfen. Extends a little bit of play here. 3v2, and Som, perfect timing. Lovely approach there. Buys a little couple of seconds as well. Going to be a nuisance.
I say
being given a fair
try to
fight.
keep
There
these
is one
last...
to be had. Turns the flash, but he can't turn this round any other way.
That's a
and
huge
I didn't
win.
love what they were
That's
doing.
big because they all can get their
rifles
rifles up out of their hands who didn't have them. Victor and Crashies.
I mean, I love it from FNS. Yeah, they're showing tube presence. They said, I'm going to walk tube this
Yeah.
and like I said,
And I mean, we got
it's
ourselves a
the
pretty
fact
nice
that
score, if I can say so myself.
The other side of it, it just makes it so uneasy for Shadows. You can kind of trade that off if they get deep mid control, they get deep A side control somewhere else. But as soon as you get stuck behind that turret, Shadows is left in a world of hurt. And there's no, I mean, what can he do there? Pop off, find 3 kills? That's the only solution to that.
Yeah, it's. I don't know if there was maybe not a misread, but maybe a gamble towards it. Maybe testing things out. I don't know. But again, it's put them in a position where they are back down to the pistols here. So this will build again an opportunity for NRG to close the gap, and they're still stuck on 9 for Koi. NRG just building that confidence as well, trying to feel out the game, warm into this a little bit.
Nice.
Yeah, identify. Maybe some Eco Cobra frags for Ardis can help the matter.
Okay, Ardis, I see you.
Momentum should get spotted here, yeah. Noted at least from Ardis.
Ardis doing a lot, like, good job right now just getting intel without
as of yet
giving any.
He's starting to warm up too.
Yep.
A little bit of a poke here from NRG, and they do have the space to rotate. Already though, Koi. They have a read on this as well.
I'm going to say the only problem is that they're not rotating that fast, and Koi's got the shorter route.
Yeah, but Koi has pistols, so
yeah,
you should still be able to bully them.
As it stands,
they going to stay there?
NRG is still stuck. Towards B long, very methodically working. They do still have utility to clear towards site as well.
30 seconds.
But it's the time. It makes me nervous, even against these pistols. One player drops, Spike gets lost, Util gets burnt up. 25 seconds now. Mike, this is running down the wire. Som trying to do his heroics once again.
That's going to allow you to at least get the plant down with the wall. Yeah, there it is.
Victor and Som on the case.
Easy claps, baby.
Wants to find that crucial kill to open things up and closes out with 3.
I don't care what nobody says. Glitch Pop is elite.
And a little more confidence in their step now for NRG.
Who's Glitch Pop?
Som actually leading the charge here, 17-9.
The skin on the Vandal
top of the
they're
scoreboard for them. And this ultimately is the buy round that gets them back to a tight scoreline in my eyes.
Pretty hot.
Yeah, it's elite.
Gotta say,
actually, maybe behind this purchase, yeah. I mean, other than
is that a pay-to-win skin? You think?
Bladestorm, there's a chance to
instant buff.
No,
maybe
it's just
some rifles
elite.
Next. This is a big one for NRG. Actually, potential to get everything online in terms of this ult cycle.
+5 to your headshot.
Fury and the Viper's bit available in this round for Crashies and Som.
They're implying pressure in middle as well. You're just seeing the Aldrone go through, and Wolfen's waiting with that operator. One of the young guns to watch if you are keeping track of EMEA. Didn't expect to really see him here, but let's see how he does with operator now in hand.
It's a big jump to come here to this stage, and I mean, I've already said it delivered in my eyes in that first half.
Yeah, very much like a technical player so far. He's not, as I said, not going to be your highlight player.
Does a good job looking away. Still gets the op.
Lovely work. Big connection towards Victor.
Take that in your
shin. A little bit of a problem. You're going to isolate FNS if he tries to stick around here. He can't do much more. It's down to the 3 there, hitting towards the site.
Crashies and Artist, though. Look at them.
To find Starzo, trying to navigate around potentially. Starzo yet to get checked on, and Trex has found Crashies. This is a bit bizarre to me, and Starzo can just back away here, gets away with his life. No success being found. FNS, yes, has gone deep towards A, but to what value? There's still utility in play here.
Just now dealing with the turret. The alarm bot's still there, so Shadow's going to know nobody's followed through on that.
Som, how much can this one man do? This again is calling for such a huge round.
No way.
Actually in the right place for it. Gonna fight Coldamenta. There is a second on the site as well, but it's gonna be Starzo just worming his way around. Gets it, Koi! Huge punish. Denying Som, denying Artis, and they noted earlier where FNS was. They are gonna sit on this one. The smokes are coming in.
Finesse will at least get the save, but
great response here in this round. But
NRG
round. Creeping all the way up onto B side. I think it's only that recon from Trex.
You just need to make sure it's only the one.
Almost felt like Crashies had a free clearance with that Viper wall being up, as Starzo hyper focused towards B main.
Because that'll reset their loss bonus as well.
Murder there. I gotta say it.
Look at that stretch, Trez. It's so ugly.
Who was in a position to deal with that? That dart. I love seeing Barbar camp again, by the way.
It's like, I miss Barbar camp. Great to see it.
But yeah, it's only that recon that gives things away. It's a great timing from Trex to really bail Starzo out in that regard. But the only ultimate missing now for NRG, the lockdown. So a decent financial position behind this, and looks as if they might try and commit behind this null command. Shadows here, so most of his utility will be rendered useless. Should be a clean plant here. Viper's pick gonna go up now.
Ooh, hold on.
Response coming through from Trex here. One tag at least I noted, but
oh, he moved it.
Actually, no tag. It looked like he did get a tag.
Oh, dude.
There, but
it's a big whiff.
But 2 players on the flank now, but 2 players to be watching it as well. So NRG fully aware. Really diligent.
Unlosable round here. Hunter's Fury, 2 snake bites available. Nano Swarms, Koi know it. As soon as those 2 flank kills fall.
Yep, they're saving.
A great decision to be made here from Koi as well. And Coldamenta, 2,800. Starzo, 800. Opportunity here for a weapon.
All right, so 8-10.
Like I said, that all hinged on those
Wolfen is going to save the op, though.
Yeah, it could have changed the outcome if they did potentially go the other way, but NRG pulling out the must-win round sort of deal. Burnt a fair amount, but absolutely worth it at this point, it feels. So they're going to convert here and close the gap on the scoreline just a touch. Not letting Koi run away, and a little bit of a hunt for the rifles.
I was going to say, Wolfen up on top of the hut there. Back in spawn, almost getting spotted out. He did have the operator in hand, obviously carries it across now. Fair investment here, but it's the null command and the Viper's pit.
Beautiful crossfire there by them.
Great awareness for FNS and Crashies just to be double stacked up here to secure that.
Just knowing where that weakness would be, because you've invested so much on it.
What the win condition is.
Yeah, exactly.
The win condition is the post plant there.
Beautiful, beautifully done.
Yeah, this is a huge round here.
And again, Koi's money will be brought into question. They are starting to dip a little lower into the funds.
Because if you can break their bank here, and you're in the meat and potatoes round.
NRG waking up in this game. In Trex willing to scrap on this. Does need to back away. He had the support there as well.
Oh!
Getting a little bit of play into this. Timing. Not there this time. And NRG quick to it. They are not resting.
Nice, Victor.
Victor. Fast as anything. You'd think he's on Neon if you blinked and missed it. But it's Wolfen in the back lines. They've had to relinquish the site control. But I am looking at one going walkabouts here. Trex is still
there you
on
go,
the side.
Crashies.
Finally found by Crashies. But the spike yet to be
There we go,
planted.
Crashies.
But NRG are winning the fight, so they desperately needed.
Well, this is the sort of round they're known for.
That's what they needed.
Completely disrupting the
He's
rhythm,
gonna save
the
as
tempo,
well.
Yeah, he
the
needs to.
expectations of some of these rounds.
They don't really have much else.
Heads, honestly.
Trex and Cold, Goldmenta aren't really gonna be able to buy.
Expect anybody.
Wolfen, since they had the op saved, will be able to buy.
Being aggressive there. They're the ones that are happy to dig a little deeper, challenge that owl drone, but straight away Victor barrels
Artist
towards
has
side.
his Finesse will have his.
We
Crashies
needed
has
a bit of that
his.
punch to come back in. We saw a little bit of that dabble of aggression on the first half. It didn't obviously work out as well for NRG, but to see them kindling that here in the second half is great.
I'm glad you referenced the Neon as well, because actually, whatever composition we see him, it becomes Victor.
Brother!
Stakeholders, right? Those are the playmakers. Yes, they're missing YoBoyCue now.
Sure.
But in my eyes, Victor and Crash
Dude got hit through the wall.
They excel. Those games for Optic look so easy. When they're just in like hard carry mode.
Yeah, it's gorgeous to watch. It's very stylistic to only what I feel like they can do as well. And look at this. Rabid on the hunt, takes so much space, continuing to pressure, and you're right, Crashies in combination as well. Beautiful synergy there. Loving that. Going to put a little bit more pressure back towards Koi now.
Somehow,
9 to 10.
somehow, we're one round
perfect. This
away from a tied scoreline.
This is crazy.
This is the beauty of single elim as well. Like this one map can mean so much here. And NRG having to dig deep early on. Now the money did get shattered. We saw it was very fragile even just.
All right, let's go NRG.
So this is poised to be 10-10, Mike.
It's actually a comfortable amount of credits. Sorry, just tighten up the numbers, but Wolfen's going to be able to have the operator. Even here, it's 2,200, 2,800.
So what do you think? You think they call timeout after this round?
On this old cycle as well.
I would if they lose it.
One away from two very impactful defensive ultimates.
Because if you don't win the next round, you're screwed again.
Flip side, yes. Could argue there's a couple of counters there, but I say we came into this half with, yes, the odds stacked against NRG, but
bro, NRG with the comeback, man.
I mean, a loss isn't going to break them, but still, Koi in a pretty good position.
Yeah, certainly the purchase will be coming back around, but they really need to show their diligence here as well for NRG. Don't be walking into stacks or any funny business. A lot of the time being purchased, Wolfen unable to find the connection he wanted.
Wolfen and Shados breaking their ankles there.
And the site looks like it's on a platter. Do they try and refight? Do they offset the timing? It looks like they try too hard. It's so willing to brawl it out. Crashies denies, and none of that pressure.
Hiya!
Going to work out here, trying to offset the tempo to try and maybe deny that plan and get in their faces. Goldmenta left alive, and it's a formality at this point. It will be tied
4
up.
quarters, baby.
10-10. I'd love to see you prove me wrong, Goldmenta, but it ain't going to happen.
More and more examples of that main stage confidence coming out from some of these NRG players.
They need it. They needed it. Called upon it when it was most required. 3 rounds on the first half.
This is big to start the tournament off, too, to like show yourself that you can bounce back in a best of one.
This is pedigree coming in.
Or not a best of one, but you know what I mean. No double limb, single limb.
You know, the additions coming through as well. This is exactly what the doctor prescribed, and they are
because his face is probably what everyone on Koi feels right now. That like very big, like fuck, we almost had this, you know?
4 players
and there's the timeout.
1,200 and above. I mean, NRG can basically buy out even if Koi do string together a couple here, find themselves towards that 12-round mark. I think you think actually you dig a little deeper, and NRG, if they do rely back on some of these ultimates.
KO's a problem.
Oh, I can't actually believe we're
KO is a motherfucking problem.
Then you look at the scoreboard, and there's so many factors to consider.
Yeah. Where do your eyes go to instantaneously now? Coming into 10-10, right? Tied up. Where are we watching? Tell me where it needs to be looking.
Dare I say it? Coming out this time out, I want to see Koi start exploring the map again.
Oh, get back to the aggression
just
a little bit.
get back to being a little proactive, because that's the thing that Goldmenta is so good at doing. Dictating that mid-round, being proactive, clearing space, and then being in a position to have kind of a numbers favorable defense on one of the sites. Again, it's a big ask. When this half has gone the way it has, they've had 1 round in the second.
Yes.
I'm not seeing it initially here.
Nope.
Adjustment, yes, Shados over towards B. Well, maybe actually with this tube walk, we might even see it.
This is what we've been asking for. Wolfen could have that opportunity. He did manage to find
big for Victor.
Even last time, but a new position playing off the back of the turret as well.
It's a sketchy res. Starzo has to respect it for the time being. Has to back away from that. And might even have to wait for the retake opportunity to get that res back online.
And I feel like this is a fantastic read because we did see that before. That walk down tube, only used once or twice, very rarely implemented.
FNS with his finger on the pulse in terms of what Koi were planning to pull out in this round.
God, this is so much.
Do they go rotate B on this?
Actually confirm the information that actually Starzo isn't tucked into tube, waiting for that res. And they're going to police it as well. Look at this, bodies on the death marker.
Oh, man.
Shados is sweating bullets here.
Because there's a big gap in kitchen.
Yeah,
big gap in
kitchen. They could be anywhere. The information is so deep by the time they'll be on the site. And again,
there's nothing. There's no utility back here either.
That pressure on this man here, Shados. How much can he do? Does he get checked on? When does he get checked on? Because they're still watching this flank, Mike. There is still information free flowing. So Shados again that time. He's got even longer on his own.
And now Vanessa can turn around and wait for them coming the opposite way.
A long list of options in terms of the plant spot. Victor actually settling for default.
Okay, Som.
Going back in just to ensure that
okay, Som.
Through, and Som is putting in serious work. Shados finally pulls the trigger.
Okay, hold on.
Som's been found. It's a 3v3, but time. The KJ ult has come into effect, and Artis is going to get counter ult comes in. Starzo on the punish, and now just two. FNS and Victor, and where do they go?
Got to back away. Koi actually respecting the lockdown as well. Nothing detained here on either side.
Time. They got to get a move on Victor.
It's burnt up so much.
Yeah, where do they go?
He's going to have his flashback. He's got so much kit still to play with. Shados still alive. FNS is there. He can get back onto
it.
Oh, and Victor's found Starzo. Shados with a quick trade, but time is everything. And is running out for them. FNS. Time. It's done for. It's
NRG up till.
What a round for NRG to pull out here. Absolute chaos. Everybody. I mean, everything but the kitchen sink thrown at this round. But it's such a perfect read on both sides of this.
That was beautiful.
The clearance from NRG behind that res, and then Som posts up another. Just such an impactful round from him.
Man.
Even though he falls here. Like I said, both.
That's what you get for unstretched res, nerd.
And all the time is expired. I mean, I think Trex has to full stick this. You can't fault him here.
No.
It's a high pressure scenario.
Yeah, but you have to full stick it because you can't restick it there. You know what I mean? There's not enough time.
Break on Barbar. He knows that round could have been just the minuscule differences coming into play here. And now NRG finally in the lead.
But like I said, though, Koi still had enough behind
what was this? 8-1? 7-1?
You're right.
Coldamenta with the Viper's Pit. Some sense of security towards A site here. But the rest of Koi actually scratching their heads in mid right now. NRG actually feel... I guess like they found a weak point in this defense. This time around, the turret is there. Shados.
I wouldn't call that weak with Shados on it now.
No.
Flashes enough. As contact found, slips away, does call for help, but no one's going to be there super quick. Yes, Trex does actually just really well. This is a little bit of an adjustment.
Nice angle, actually.
Massive. Now they can start working this down. They would have at least noted 3 now.
That's big.
That's the spike lost.
Yep.
And Koi crunched them in towards kitchen. And you're going to have FNS and Crashies, irrelevant to outcome. Crashies would have to pull off miracles here. And he's got the first step.
Crashies?
Finds the second. Crashies is fighting as best he can, but being close.
Crashies!
Wolfen springs into effect. We're tied up again, 11-11.
Imagine.
Just when you think NRG are going to find themselves a bit of space once again.
How's the money? How's the money looking though, Mike? Is it?
NRG should still be comfortable.
NRG are fine. I'm looking at Koi.
I mean, it's going to be tough. It's going to be an SMG or a Judge to throw through here to round out this purchase. But even on the other side of things, I'm seeing Artis down to 350 credits.
What a game. What a game. I bloody missed Valorant.
What a way to start the day as well. I mean, you're looking at that first half and you're thinking, wow, I mean, this is the Koi that's shown up today. The second half.
There's NRG right back at him. All the things we looked for, all the things we liked, you know, that kind of like Crashies, Victor look coming in, FNS with some hop calls coming out as well. Som being such a really nice.
All right, NRG timeout here.
Some of the looks he's been doing, some of those positions he's been
understandable.
Som and Trex this map have just had like some of the craziest rounds individually.
Well, in my mind, Trex changed how that last round went. That one pick, who I think it was on Victor.
To bail Shados out, yeah.
Shados would have been dead otherwise. And we've seen Shados on an island so often. And it's certainly no holiday here. 11-11, this is when your IGLs, this is when your coaches.
This is another reason that this matchup is so fascinating. It's Coldamenta and FNS, two
brilliant
very storied, yes, exactly, and storied IGLs within Valorant, facing off here with blank canvas, right? Coming into this, this is completely
8 of the last
canvas.
10 rounds. I think 9 of the last 12.
I'm loving this, and I know some fans will be like, "Oh, you know, NRG."
For NRG.
First game against a team like Koi. Look at the
That's
camera
kinda crazy.
Koi has to really take it in. We go again. 11,
I think it's 2 timeouts per map, correct?
What is that lineup? All the way towards back kitchen, but no command popped over towards A site here.
I know that question was for Huggy, but I answered it anyways.
NRG expect this resistance.
Starzo going to find Victor. Trade comes in. The site is manic, but it's crashes again. The pace
wow.
Crashes. Animal on the site. Finding 3 critical kills. Trex, heroic.
There it is. NRG, 1 point away. Let's go.
The guts on Crashies to play like that, man.
It's just another one that defies logic.
Come on. How is he up there?
And this is the thing, it's always a possibility with players like Crashies and Victor to just have one of those rounds where
One round, yeah.
Sova's in our nest.
Why?
Why?
How is he here? Watch it again. And he just keeps going. Oh, gorgeous play. And at such a pivotal time.
Boone, did you get a chance to see the predictions video, by the way?
Be shattered,
it breaks the back of Koi's money. No ultimates available. Touching
before the watch party.
Res, but NRG in a position.
I know you already knew
my
my picks,
map
but
1 here. A long time since they really explored towards B main in the early round. Knife will clear yellow. Shados once again will be tested. How many times have we said that in this second half?
If he can just try and play his life as best he can, yeah, not going to find it.
Can't stall the plant.
Nope. And there it is, already a
plants for free.
You still have Hunter's Fury on Crash. He's got Artis with a res as
wow.
2 snake bites, 2 nano swarms.
How
Victor with the fragment.
Yeah, there's so much utility, bro.
With this. Come on, this is going to be hard work. First touch on the spike, going to try and draw out the initial utility. There's a little bit of a look, but not too much intention behind it. Som willing to put life on the line for this now. Maybe even first contact once that wall does drop.
Oh!
There it is, say hello. Som says hello to 2 and bye.
I thought Som was about to get a third on that.
It's down to 3. Wolf and Starzo and Trex. How much more can they do? It's not looking likely. Wolfman, that's
there it is.
Desperation ain't working. Starzo now with a judge.
GG's!
It's NRG.
NRG with the comeback, baby.
What a brilliant game that was.
What an insane comeback. You can never count these guys out.
Beautiful, beautiful game of Valorant there.
Again, this is one with actually one of the headline plays here, Artis on your screen. And a very quiet map, right?
Yes.
A very quiet start for everybody on the side of NRG. Som absolutely stepping up to the plate here. Yeah.
That 1 round he
I feel like actually when he closed out that 5K to call it the pseudo ace or whatever, after that it was just from strength to strength for him.
He kept going. That's beautiful to see. And again, you think morale-wise, getting that another round on the ball, giving that little bit of a break there, pulling them back into the game because Koi were right at their heels.
Kicking and screaming.
Kicking
and screaming.
That double KJ ult round that came down, you saw Barbar afterwards. He knew that could have been the one. That 1 kill between it. I mean, what an impeccable game. This is the beauty of lock-in, right? And this is the caliber of game we're starting with.
Yeah. And now the pressure is going to be on to Koi, man. Good news is they're going to their map.
I mean, I'll be honest, that should have felt like Koi would have been able to close that out, but NRG just exploding into that second half. Again, even from the first 2 rounds, you can see immediately there's a completely different approach here. Got themselves right back in the driving scene. Unfortunately, a couple of the big positives from that first half for Koi just were absent in the second. Trex continued to deliver in the second, but I mean, I don't want to say Shados had a poor second half, but he was left on an island. He was left in positions where he had to really actually go over and above to really deliver.
Yeah, now let's put it in context. Let's kind of, talk big game here. This was NRG's choice. So it was like, again, it's mad. It's like, how many layers do we keep going down on this? But at 13-11, again, I have to give you credit where it's due.
13-11 after his what? 7-1?
Yeah.
Stand out.
Insane.
What Som did, though, in my mind, he propelled them back into the game.
Absolutely,
I think without him doing what he did, I don't think they'd have made that comeback.
I think actually you see a couple of rounds to build upon that, the rounds where Crashies and Victor are happy to kind of mimic that confidence, right? To build off some of that confidence and string a couple of rounds together is why NRG were able to pull this off.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly looking forward to next year. I've got Haven coming up next, Mike. Where I dare ask you for a prediction now.
No, don't. Start to break. No.
Is it break time?
Yeah, it's break
All right,
time.
It's break time.
We need to go and just take a break, because that is map 1 of this entire tournament.
Man.
That's only the start of things to come, so I cannot wait for what's coming up next.
True, though. True. I just realized that this is a little bit lower when we got over to... Without Chamber teams, we'll have to figure out how to hold this map. Yeah. I mean, I feel like Chamber was a big change across the board, as we'll see, but I think it was healthy. But do you think that's because on defense? Do you think that's because on defense you don't get that free op every couple rounds, probably, right? Guaranteed. Right, exactly. Whereas, I mean, I think you could argue with a Killjoy. I think we saw they were floating over on that one side quite a bit on their own, at least until there's initiation. It's a possibility, right? Yeah, down that long side.
Yeah, I mean, the only person who could rival Chamber is a whole different character. Like, it's a whole different class. It's a duelist.
Yeah.
It's Jet, because Jet can get out. Like Jet and Chamber, you can hit that open and pick and disappear.
Right.
So Sentinels right now, like, I think the Sentinels are good, but KJ's a one-site player.
Yeah.
So where...
Like, you lock down one side by yourself and at least hold it down until people can rotate over.
Right. So she's a one-site player to where you could kind of have util on multiple sites if you're Cypher. You can have your camera on one site, see if they're coming that way, get information that way, have your trips wherever you need them. And Sage, basically, Sage is just a slow down person.
Mm-hmm.
The wall's gonna slow him down. Right, that's what I mean. I think Sentinels may need a buff here. That's exactly what I was talking about. That was my point.
So was it 7-1 or 9-1? last game. I know it was 9-3 at half. Did NRG win the last 2 rounds of the half? Was it 9-1? Is that right? Either way, to only finish with 11 is insane, but...
From NRG. We're only 1 map in of 2023 and it's been a great game. I'm Yingsu and I'm joined once again by Achilleos and Mimi. Be honest with me, at what point did you think that they were actually going to do it?
After the pistol round.
I would say maybe when they got to 6. When we had that 6-9 scoreline, that's when I started thinking, like, this is looking pretty nice.
Yeah, I think it was after. I mean, I think after the pistol, you at least were like, this could happen.
We talked about during
and then 6 it kind of became more of a reality.
Shifting over to that attack side, Killjoy, the calls were so much cleaner. The desperation that we were seeing from them on the defending side, making the snap calls and having things just completely fall apart, it was gone. Everything was so crisp. They constantly had the right reads, and Finesse himself just kind of started rifling again.
And just everyone on this team showed up individually into that second half. Like, Crashies in particular, I want to talk about this guy because he was having an insane impact in that second half. So many of those rounds where he was just taking a timing, finding a 2K, 3K, and just continuing to allow NRG to build this comeback.
Yeah, it was nasty from him, but of course you have to give a shout out to Sam as well because he was just instrumental. I mean, even when they were still pretty down and out, he was finding impact, but things have just been looking so much better for the energy. This is the core that we knew they could play, like, you know, this is shades of Optic coming back through once they got on the attack side.
And I mean, this is one of those rounds that I thought was really impactful in kind of completing this because Koi started this off looking really good.
Cypher is map dependent, I would say.
And excuse me, this is actually one where Crashies is just finding some of that impact on its own. This is a round he lost, by the way, but it's no worries because he was doing so much for the squad there. But yeah, I think Optic, that point you bring up around the calling is really important because back when it was this, the Optic times, it was always Finesse is the best caller ever, and I think people felt like maybe that now coming into NRG, they would struggle a little bit more with that, but it felt so well put together through and through.
Well, if there's any evidence that this is no longer Optic and this is just NRG, is that map pick and win rate on Icebox. Optic,
the universal
back in the days, they have never picked Icebox at an international event. And Mimi, we were all really surprised as to why they did. Have they convinced you and shown you the stuff they've been preparing on this map?
Yeah, I think we need to wipe away the expectations.
I think Cypher's still good. I just don't think
about what the expectations are for NRG because they've had quite a lot of time in the offseason to cook something up, and I think they proved it here on Icebox. They played really well. They were able to handle those kind of double reflanks that were continuing to come through. They were able to shut down the mid control. Every time Koi showed something new, this team had an answer for it, and that really impressed me.
Bro, Mimi's fucking brilliant, dude. Like, every time like she starts speaking, like, I just shut up.
Be able to actually pull old data for a lot of these teams because there are so many mishmashes. You know, we have the majority of an Optic core, so we can kind of look back on that. They still have the same coach. They have that IGL, so we can say, okay, Icebox never something.
Like, don't get me wrong, like, this guy's pretty cool, like pretty good too. But like,
so we have to use every little shred of
like whenever Mimi talks, she's always got a point.
Really have these first proper introductions.
Her ability to like break shit down is really fucking good.
I mean, it is really a new year, a new team when it comes to the lock-in event. Also, the new player, Som. We're going to speak about him in a minute, but here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. This was absolutely insane, of course, just before the first half ended. I mean, I don't think any of us expected him to do this.
No.
This was disgusting.
Where you see the res coming out, he's still holding this back angle behind yellow. That is just moments before a disaster. You see it coming and there's nothing that you can do to avoid it. He just holds down left click, controls his spray, and just melts for the unofficial ace, I guess, counting the reds. But it was just brutal. I mean, a great way to go ahead and end out that half. And that was really kind of, I think, the big uplifting moment to drive some hype for energy to come back.
I'm going to rinse out my bowl real quick, chat.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were doubtful of Sam coming into this roster. You're replacing Marv. That's going to be such a big shoe to fill. But he did a fantastic job. This guy has never played an international LAN before. That was his debut matchup, and he was dominating. W streamer, W player. Sam can do it all.
I mean, one of the players, though, that they did bring in, I got to say, Optic 2.0, NRG, they can win without Ye. They have just done it. They've just won a map without Ye. They got Artis walks in. Here he is in the aim lab shoot around. But I do want to speak a little bit about that because obviously FNS has mentioned they like the flexibility of Artis and the fact that he was managing to do that on Sage as well. Not even on his kind of more recognizable agents, Mimi. It bodes really well for this roster.
Yeah, it really did. I think that, well, it started a little bit slow, just like the rest of the team. Artis rebounded with them. And I think that's kind of the difference between him and Ye. We never really saw Ye playing that Sage. Artis is a player that I think we will see play a lot more flexible roles than Ye used to on this roster.
I like that he's just having fun with this. He's just chatting up while he's also just basically hitting pretty much all of these shots. But yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a rebound. I'm excited to see what they're going to look like going into Haven. Do we get Artis on something where he can play a bit more aggressive, have some potential bailout tactics, whether it's a Jet with that dash or you have the blast packs for the Raze, something like that I would love to see. So hopefully not the Sage, because we want to see Artis go kill.
We do indeed, but let's talk about Haven here, because Icebox, I think we're all kind of like, this could be a bit of a troll pick, but Haven feels like that middle ground, right, between these two teams. Coda, traditionally, he loves this map. Optic also, they didn't struggle. I'm sorry to keep bringing them up, but as you said, there's not much else we could talk about when it comes to this team. But when it comes to those agents, again, are you expecting what we saw, Wolfen on the duelist, Shadow sticking to that Sentinel? Are you satisfied with at least what was happening on the side of Koi?
Yeah, so I think that there was some cool ideas with the Wolf and stuff. I think what they were doing on the attack, bringing in, breaking that turret, the updraft, like that kind of stuff, the reason to pick the agent makes sense to me. And he had some good individual moments there, but in the second half, I was not quite as impressed. You don't have a flash initiator in that comp. You only really have the Sova to set him up, and it felt like he was kind of struggling.
Yeah, it was just unfortunately a little bit brutal. I think he had a nice, decently hot start, and then it just kind of fizzled out from there once they got over to that attacking side. That's not necessarily his fault individually, obviously.
Sure.
The whole core of NRG was just playing, getting like every single correct read game over games, round over round. So it was just really difficult to try to play against that, but they are going to a comfort pick in Haven. This is their selection, so we need to see a leveled up performance from everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Wolfen as well, I think even though that didn't work out too well in the first map, I don't think you go about and like, we're going to change everything, we're going to take him off that main role. No, this is his first match in VCT, not just an international event. He was a VRL player before this. You have to give him something that makes him comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, we can just see the Jet come out. A lot of people do favor the Raze on this map. It just really kind of depends on where he's going to be at. Where is his comfort level? Phoenix? Sure, why not? It's like the one map you can also get away with that on. But I think it's probably just still going to be some more Jet from him.
Yeah, that was kind of my question around this map, because last time we saw it back at Champions, a lot of teams were sticking by the Fade Raze compositions. Optic was experimenting with the Neon back when they were that squad. But now those changes have come through, and I think in some of the Challenger circuits, like you've talked about, we've seen way, way more Jet on this map.
Yeah, and let's not forget, they can run that double duelist if they want to, if that is the direction they want to go towards. Let's not forget, Sentinels back at Reykjavik 2020, when they like doing that on this map.
Let's not bring this up.
Yeah, I mean, it works now. This is the meta where maybe you could get away with that, but again, there have been some role swaps, right? Not every single person is necessarily playing the agents that we'd like to see them do, but for NRG, do you think this is where they do perhaps close it out 2-0 if they can do what they did on Icebox?
That would be my expectation, but if Koi can rally here, it's a good map for them. If they can get their players focused up, this could be anyone's map still. Remember, we've seen one map from both these teams, but that is all we've seen. There's still a ton of questions going into Haven.
Yeah, I mean, curious to see what the select is going to look like at the end of all of this, but the one thing I think is certain is that Shados is still going to be playing the Killjoy. He was looking phenomenal in that initial first half, and Haven and Killjoy just kind of go hand in hand, so I fully expect that we're going to be seeing a bit more of that. Likely maybe Breach as well from the opposite side, because I think both teams are likely going to be running this. So you want to have that counter use still with the Aftershocks to be able to clear out those lockdowns reliably.
Yeah, and for Shados, it was his first time playing on that Killjoy, I'm pretty sure, back when he was running that on Icebox. Yep. But I think Killjoy is fantastic on this map because I believe nowadays, with the nerfs coming through to Breach, you can't even break that lockdown with the changes. It's so difficult to get rid of that ultimate now. So with most of the normal comps you'd see right on this map, you have no way to get rid of it. Killjoy is probably going to be the defining agent for maps like this, maps like Ascent in our current meta.
And I also just want to reiterate how important this map is, because we've only seen Koi play one map.
Wait, so what map are we going to?
Win here, that
Haven.
is it.
Haven? Let's
They're going
fucking
to travel
do it.
all the way here and just play 2 maps, Mimi, and potentially get sent home.
It's brutal. It really is a brutal format, and I'm sure the pressure is mounting. But for that team,
I mean, at least the good news for Koi is like
right now, you know,
it's not too far of a trip,
sure,
right?
It's an important tournament, but I'm sure their focus is going to be on getting ready.
Actually, I guess APAC and EU are probably about the same distance, right? Because they probably go different ways around the world.
So
right?
This is their moment to just showcase what they have, let loose a little bit, and
now
try
that I
and
think
find
about
the
it.
upside.
Yeah, of course, they have big personalities on that roster as well. Let's not forget Starkso. The last time he was on the stage, he was singing, he was dancing. I believe they had like a collective group sing-song as well. But we are going to head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here, where some of our questions
All right,
are going
Agent
to
Select,
be
you were asking
answered,
about it,
of course.
Dougie.
Shados, he debuted his Killjoy for
Or
the
talking
first
about it,
time.
maybe I asked him.
Artist didn't even play a duelist on Icebox, but going into Haven, said he will be.
Thank
Artist
you,
on the
for
jet.
answering my prayers. We get to see him go absolutely ham with the jet. Fully anticipating that Wolfen is just going to be keeping it as well, because we just have the highlights here. So
Victor's moved on to the KJ.
Interesting swap there. Victor was normally the dive duelist player on this map, but they
So
are
what's your
making that
thoughts
change where
on them
swapping
doing
Brown to give that role over to Artist? That makes sense.
agent
But that
bans?
does mean Finesse is moving to the breach.
Or
He
snake
does
draft.
love his Killjoy, but I think
Even
the
if it's
breach
not
map,
bans, just
gives
picks,
you a
but,
lot
like,
as a
you don't-
caller to be
no
able to kind of like
duplicates.
set the play yourself, set your jet up for success pretty individually. So that kind of makes sense to me, but I am excited to see how Victor
There would
plays, 'cause it's
need
going to be a
to
very different
be-
style in that Killjoy.
Yeah, it's not a debut for him. He has played it twice before,
It's
but like
weird.
you said, his playstyle,
because-
how is that going to work on this Killjoy? And it's time for us to get into this map, and for me to pass it
Like
over to your
some
casters,
maps.
Pansy and Hypox.
At this level, you kind of need
Thank
certain
you. Yeah,
agents.
plenty to talk about, but new map,
And,
new
like,
start,
you're put
new
at a
agents coming out, new
disadvantage
time to look
on
at
certain
how
maps
these
if
teams
you get,
approach
like,
this.
second
Mike,
pick.
where are your
Right.
eyes going to? There's a couple of names I'm starting with, but I'll let you go
Like,
first.
I think
I
it would
want to
bring
come
in
back
a
to that.
cool
We kind
aspect
of hinted
to it,
at
but
talking
it's
about the
just- I
support
don't
system
know
here
if
for
they could do
NRG.
it.
Yes.
Now with Ardis kind of stretching his legs, now on the jet, this is where we can actually see what NRG have been working on, right? We can talk about the minimum amount of practice they can have coming in terms of anti-strat, and we know that's one of NRG's stronger points
that
from
could
last
be
year.
later. That's something to look at down the line.
But this here, I want to see Ardis in action here, supported, especially with FNS on the breach here. Som as well, flexing across onto the Omen. A lot of questions have been answered from that first map in my eyes. Som's first step out here onto the stage.
Brilliant.
Absolutely insane performance. On the flip side, for me, Koi.
Bro, have you been
this is
seeing
now a
this
tool
story
order
coming
from
out of
Europe,
Ohio?
Where actually it feels like the strength
Which
does
one?
lie within NRG.
About the
Yes,
train
Wolfen
derailment?
Kind of,
He did okay.
Yeah, was that the
I
thing
mean,
with
he did
like the
absolutely fantastically
big,
in the first half, to be honest. But now
Second
smoke
half,
cloud that was
it's
going
Haven.
on?
This a lot of this
Yeah,
throws
I
around
didn't
how
see
well you can
everything, but I
enable
did
the
see
jet.
pictures of
Yeah,
like,
I think
that
this is
smoke
when
in the air.
the strengths, if you look, I guess, holistically on paper, with the core 3 NRG has for one.
Apparently,
is great.
1 million
The fact
pounds
that you
of
could
vinyl
say, in
chloride
some
were on
ways,
the
change
train
from
that
not the same
derailed.
player, but still able to
Jesus.
facilitate like you'd want to with Ye. You can do that with Artist.
That
Som's
can't
already
be good for
proven
the
to be
environment.
quite an impactful
Yeah, apparently
player
to the
if you've already watched him.
according to the
You are
EPA,
definitely
they
not
say
engaged
big bad.
We don't want the players to hop on in, so
I would
patience.
imagine so.
This is again, this was their map choice if I'm not mistaken.
And
So
what's
you
worse
can
is it
hopefully
looks
got
like
fundamental
I don't
drill
know
down
if it
that
was
comes along in that
burned
regard.
post
And
crash
I'd love to
or
see
if like
some
the
of
crash
names
caused
stand
the
out.
burning,
Shadows
but like a
again,
lot of it burned.
Brilliant on map 1. Love
Apparently they're
it.
saying some of it
Another
got
name that
into
I'm
the Ohio
happy to
River
see
Basin.
kind of reappearing at this point, and
That makes
Starzo for
sense.
me as well. Used to be one of
I wouldn't
the
go swimming in the
heroes
Ohio
if you
River.
roll your mind back.
Yeah, you talk about Shados and Stars, though. It's
Shit,
a
I
long
don't even know if
fall
I'd be
from the top
fucking
that we've
drinking
seen
out of the
those
garden
players.
at this
So
point now.
to see them
No,
refine
no.
themselves really this year, and actually albeit in this series now where it's do or die, there's basically one left in the bank here for
And
Koi,
then you got
and they're hopping on a flight home.
UFOs getting
That's
shot
an
down
insane
everywhere.
amount of pressure to come out and deliver from the get-go, but
Well,
Yeah.
there's starting to be
definitely the
less
potential
use, but
for
yeah.
them to achieve it here. I mean, there's,
Yeah, but I'm saying,
there's still
like,
just so many questions on
we
both
don't
sides
know
of the coin
exactly
here,
what they're
but
shooting down
In
at
my
this
eyes,
point.
the fact that NRG were able to rally, that's
And
got to
then
be
did you see
such
the
a
comment
huge
they
way
hit the Earth's
to ride
atmosphere?
coming into map 2.
I did
Well, that's one
not.
of the big things. If you want to look about the kind of
Bro, I
momentum
don't know
game,
Kodo with
confidence
this-
game,
with-
yes, I
with
think
this
the logical
planet
choice
right
is that you'll then, of course, now put that with NRG. If you're a little bit more removed away from the game, you've got to say Koi's performance initially was outstanding, and the building blocks off the back of that are something that is a huge tantalizing prospect for the future.
Do you think
But
they're
we wanna
given
talk
a
about within
specific
the realm of
time
what this
in
game is now,
between, or do you
they
think
have
it's
enough
based
left
off
in
the
tank coming into
broadcast?
this map?
And I guess as well, just sorry to
It's
carry on.
probably
The
a
real
little
upset
both.
is
It's
actually
probably-
one of the things that we famed Cold Mentor for was kind of his on-the-fly troubleshooting, right? His
Yes.
ability to
Probably you
formulate
get
some
a-
sort
you
of a
get a
response when
this-minute
things weren't
break.
going their way. didn't see
they
that
kind
in the
of
second half.
try and
There wasn't
cater
enough
the
kind of
broadcast around
consistent,
that break.
positives to draw.
So I'll
in some of
notice
those
sometimes
rounds.
when they
NRG
start
just
doing like the
ran away with
wraparounds, like at this point, like
even
some
if he
players
did,
are
I
still
think to
in
an
like
extent it
working,
might
others are
like
just
you
kind
do
of
start
sitting,
seeing
chilling,
your
you know,
Crashes and
whatever's
Victor hit their
their
win
flavor,
conditions, what
I
makes it
guess,
work
you know.
best. It's very hard to even interject into that
That was the wave that NRG rode. That was like, yeah, Crashes and Victor are happy to just get down and dirty, deep on backside.
Yes.
Let's follow up on them.
There it is. So again, you're seeing some of those key win conditions hitting for some of these teams at such curious times, but it's map to, once again, thank you for your patience there. We kind of teased you a little again into the game, but now we are ready. The players are locked in. Everything is good. And now it's danger time for Koi, right? Life on the line.
All right, Koi's got to start off big. We're going to Haven.
On the defending side, we look at a couple of things. How does Wolfen look in this? Is he facilitated to the same degree? Can he have impact here? How does the rest of the roster slot around that? And similar questions for NRG.
Must spin the wheel. Both teams here. Heavy emphasis towards mid. Drones will trade off here. I think tags on both sides of it, but NRG not really going to find any damage to follow up on. Artist actually catching one as they drift away from the front of B.
Artist caught one in his butt.
Just looking, yeah.
Something bit me.
On the side of Som, so they're going to have to wait out. Deep hold towards CT.
Dude, no one's on C though. They don't even have any util over here.
Site actually ready with that fault line, but NRG will find themselves a wide open C site. No resistance on the way in
Full
here.
retake here.
Very safe plant. Should be open for long here. That's
Look
a
at this
retake coming through.
Yeah, this is early. This is super early. Not safe in those post plants either. They want to get the blood drawn now. Now, yes, Wolfen's on the side, but he needs to get a frag, and he does, but only one. The backline hits, and it's Shados battering down NRG.
Yeah, no,
Gorgeous offset on the timing there on that retake, Mike. It was just in between that safety of the post plants being set up.
Literally on the back of that spike tap coming through. Koi are ready to explode on the back of that recon. Paranoia sent through. Actually got to credit Atsley.
They moved in quick on that retake too.
From that initial trade-off in mid. Beautiful stuff.
Like, they didn't give them time to get comfortable.
Round one here on Haven. Yeah, Wolfen just happy to lead the charge here for Koi as well. Goes 1 for 1, but...
Yo, that first flick from Shados? Holy shit!
Yeah, no, trade me. It's fine. Shados, if you want to come in and do that, I will take the 1-for-1 trade on the site. Go ahead. Snap like that.
That snap was kind of disgusting.
Ooh, force buy. Okay. We've got the buys coming out. Stingers.
Still trying to ride those stingers.
Look.
Interesting to see the stingers come out this time around.
Not giving away too much just yet.
They don't want to. They don't want to lose. They're going to try and force to.
Not cheap. Trex is in for a world of trouble here. And the panic, you can see it there. Didn't realize what he was up against by any means. And FNS with an early punish.
I love this smoke here just outside Bricks to deny the information. NRG happy.
Bro, Shados is nasty as fuck.
Actually, yeah, the ping comes onto Hell here.
Yeah, Wolfen's in so much shape. How's he won that fight?
You know, they still have one in Hell.
Maybe an outcome and over. Peek on it, but a quick trade, and FNS is keeping them in this game, but on towards the side, Starko only going to get one. The trade's coming back in for Golden Mentor. Victor there. They are on the side. They're still trying to battle it out. Shados can't do it again.
Victor with the double.
And this time, NRG brawl it out.
Yeah.
Huge.
So the fact that Wolfen lives there, like I said, the recon ping comes through just at the right time. Artist unfortunately can't find it, but luckily the spacing spot on from NRG. They're able to follow through on that space
now look
created
at the money.
by Artist in that cloud burst.
NRG now is going to have the.
So I love this smoke here. It just allows for so many different ways to approach this A long. A little overzealous from Trex, I'm not going to lie, to go.
Yeah, that's to be fair. That's the first time we've seen a team
no drone behind
force up, right? All last
no real
map.
confirmation of presence at all.
All last map they went classics. But here they're going to have.
Be kicking himself for that, but an opportunity to turn it around, but a certainly substantial.
It's a big opening pick for Artist too.
Frenzies, a couple of
Artist
sheriffs.
said, I ain't scared of your
no
sheriff.
armor behind it either, so if any damage does come in, it would be quite surprising. Still looking like they want to look like they're continuing the C piece, but already the rotation coming in.
I think NRG just immediately feeling that
doesn't matter as
a
much.
Stack or a very, very early rotation coming through.
And rightly read. Nice call. So completely free A site here. FNS feeling no pressure, should facilitate the plant very comfortably.
Frenzy, 2 sheriffs to work with on the way back through, but Starzo tagged up. That fault line should be
Winning
coming
pistol
back on
matters.
It is, yeah, the recon as well.
Just not as much.
So a couple of tools,
Correct, but you have to win the next
Koi
round.
might just be waiting for some exits here.
Like if you win pistol in the second round, you're in good shape.
want to plant the seeds that maybe that.
Because they're
some
forcing,
sort of
if you can
retake
punish
attempt to
them
come
for
through,
forcing,
but
you're in a
I don't
really
think they
good
want to
spot.
give away any more ult orbs here in terms of the early progress made by Crashies, Victor.
Especially now that it costs more.
So close.
Might just want to fall to the spike. A wise decision here from Koi.
Yeah, it looks like the right call. And now the commitment. Yeah, you're absolutely on the money, Mike.
I mean, you think about this here, this ultimately gives them potentially access to the Rolling Thunder, the lockdown, maybe
It's
even
a
the
really
Hunter's Fury.
impactful ults that you don't want to be giving it up for free. So 2-1 as it stands. NRG, lovely turn in the second there. The punish on Trex, he'll be kicking himself for that, but again.
So NRG still kind of showing that optic bounce back, huh?
To control that, if NRG are going to kind of rely on this smoke as a default setup,
They just have that experience.
I mean, what's the response from Koi? First time we've seen some emphasis towards
You know,
A here in
Optic
terms of
was
numbers,
so
but NRG aren't
consistent
there
at
to
these
greet it.
lands
That
that
alarm bot placement here down the
they
bottom
just
of
have
C-Long.
that
I feel like this might
experience.
even be a quick C piece.
Yeah, early operator coming out as well for Wolfen. Round 4, straight onto it. And you're absolutely on it this time around. C piece to be seen, looking at Shados here, committing to the site. And actually gets away with straight up murder until then. FNS with a
Save
quick
that.
trade. The
Finesse at least.
Classic doing more
Got
than
the
enough
trade.
apparently. That's going to be gutting for them. But the site not quite fully under control just yet. FNS goes down, a little bit of chip towards Victor, but mostly gets away unscathed.
Still gotta watch Garage though.
The numbers advantage here for
They're
Koi.
all on the site. NRG unable to back away from this.
Ooh.
And yeah, Koi just collapsing on towards them. Victor, a 1v3 required. They're playing together on this. It's going to be rough for Victor here. Might get the first on one. They line up a little, but actually it's Tormenta. Keeps
The
it clean.
step back saves them there. And 3 will survive. Operator saved as well. I like the little swap out there for Wolfen to be able to dash back onto site. Nice little bait, actually. As soon as he dashes, Trex posted with that operator. Ready to punch up.
Yeah, and the aftermath leaving us at 2-2 now. You look at the economy, still going to be fair enough. Yes, Wolfen might be a glass cannon into this, but again, still able to make that operator work. So on the other side, only Victor thus far going to get the ult going. FNS 1 away and Crashies 1 away. So still 2 very much on the cusp here. Could be something to note. And Koi finding response. The C site seemed as though it was going to be a little bit of a pressure point that NRG wanted to look towards, and Wolfen this time willing to fight on towards it.
All right, chat, we're gonna sit down for a little bit.
I was going to say, Wolfen crouching on the wrong side of Plat there, especially seeing as he's glass cannon. With that recon pinging him. He was actually over on the left side of Plat there to try and avoid that dart.
We'll see how Shados handles this. We haven't seen too much flex through Garage just yet. We haven't seen that look come in.
The default shock dart to try and deal with potentially the alarm bot or something placed in the middle of Garage. Still that nano swarm on the door. I think that's on the back of the turret contact.
Yep. And it's a bit of a spray, doesn't really find too much for it, and we'll have to now rescind the control towards Garage at least initially. No big hit towards the site, but now with that amount of utility coming in, they know that they've lost that. So many ults now coming through. This will be a full retake at this point. I'm looking to see what's anyone trying to work anything in him. No, this is all just going to be respect the plant. They'll probably push up a little towards CT. You've got a deeper Garage hold, but other than that...
Concern being, there's no flank here.
Nope.
So, someone's going to feel really...
I want y'all to know,
comfortable
I mean this with 100% sincerity.
Koi maybe looking to flank Garage.
I absolutely love the way they say Garage. I can't even imitate it, but it's cute.
I haven't got that same pop from CT this time around.
They absolutely don't. There's very little
Garage.
pressure coming in unison here. Victor finally feels it coming in through the top of Garage. That looks like a high priority. And yes, the paranoia catches, so they do manage to start taking in towards Garage. Looking towards CT, they don't have to find the same success.
Okay, Crashies.
Crashies holding them back with a second. And now Tormenta needs to do some serious work. 3 is all he can find, and that's all he's going to get. Starzo going to take that operator out of there, and the 2 will remain. Som and Artist still alive, and NRG going to make it to the 3rd.
If we see Koi continuously rely on this operator, I mean, we've talked about credited their ability to swap it out to Trex previously, then Wolf and dash on, but I want to see some early round value from it.
Seeing
Whether or not
nothing so
NRG are doing a good job here of prioritizing towards C-Long, maybe
They're at least doing a good job of keeping it alive.
Wolfen, but
The
Koi need to see a return on this investment, because if they're going to play these retake setups, the operator becomes such a disadvantage for them.
Starzo currently has the operator.
Wolfen on the Blade Storm, yeah.
Okay. Want to see see how that looks. Again, this is what we're just learning. It's just how do these teams kind of shape up here. Gonna hear that rattle through. Early utility to deny space.
And this smoke again.
I've actually slipped a player up behind it as well, so I'm going to play off the back of that and get quite early in towards sewers.
A big positive. Right, Wolfen's here with the Blade Storm. There's a recon bolt behind it just to clear the space. NRG might actually use that to advantage. Koi might feel like this is a little bit of a pump in the early round.
Vanessa's got to clear this.
Wolfen's going to have his hands full.
He's got to do well here. He needs it. And a one-to-one trade.
Good trade, though.
Felt like he needed a little more.
Except for Trex does a good job pushing forward with that. That was really smart.
Artist, so keep favorable numbers. 4v3 and they fall away.
Beautiful flash from Starzo there as well. All the way
like
back
expecting someone else to push up after the kill. Like, that was a really good job to push up to that corner really fast.
Actually gives Koi the numbers
I think
advantage
they could have
here.
cleared that a little better, though.
FNS maybe just waiting on that fault line to come back. Still got two flashes
Finesse
to work with, but lots of tools at the disposal of Koi.
What?
Some had both smokes up there as well.
He had everything to play with still. Not sure if they felt that they had that for free. I'm not sure what the read was there. Maybe feeling Trex was the only one on the site, but again, the flash had to come from somewhere. Plants come in, but it's 2 to try and hold it. No flank on this either. All through CT or Heaven.
Wolfen was able to pick the op back up.
So FNS has to be super aggressive here.
How are you going to do so much damage? Yeah, Shados and Trex. Quick work, light work.
Wow.
NRG feel like they got the read there, that Koi are going to rotate off A site, but certainly feels a little uncomfortable to see an Omen with both smokes available. Just shift walking out of short.
That was easy for them, huh?
Yeah, dreamy for Starzo on the other side, obviously. Going to ask for an easier start on that.
Maybe just looking to catch a timing on somebody, catch somebody off guard.
I thought maybe if it was faster, you could have caught when Trex was falling away from that potentially. But yeah, maybe not noting there could be an additional player.
There was way too many
maybe feeling, after this kill he had the timing to maybe slip up, but there was a fair amount between.
Bro, every time they show the stretch res,
anyway,
I'm not gonna lie.
3-3 opportunity now for Koi to build. Operator back in play, but it's called a mentor this time with it. This is very curious. It's really being filtered around the place. Not sure how I feel about it. And it's off to a quick start for Artist. Straight through towards Sewer. Nothing to really deny him. You've got one player on the other side, and that will be Shadow sitting deep towards CT. So this side will be theirs.
Well, I mean, they've got the lockdown. You can see they've got the Nano Swarm to try and just delay the plant a little bit, but there's already bodies in place here for this retake. I almost want to see the lockdown set up here as they've got actually the counter Nano Swarms for it.
Yeah. So looking to see what they try and make this work with. A swing and a jump just off the back of the contact, but great trades for Artist.
Gets
Finding
2.
Being pivotal to this round.
Artist gets 3.
Third, Artist dicing them up. And just holding towards CT, waiting for that next
he just saw a
victim, that
shoulder,
next
right?
player who dared do it. And no one feels that they can. Trex, ooh, damage done, yes,
1
but
HP for Artist.
Unconfirmed. Artist can now back away, hopefully with his life. And the damage has been achieved here. That quick take towards A was perfect.
But Koi yet again
Maybe Koi are just thinking there's a
keeps
Hunter's Fury available. Like there's too many things that we can't pin this retake around the lockdown. But then you got to question why that's the setup initially.
Yeah, if you're not going to play around it, maybe try and post up towards long, try and take the fight there. Not sure, but
like I'm saying, the one kind of way to make sure that you find some value off that is make sure that lockdown goes as basically as the spike is being planted. I'm maybe sure actually as well with Trax posting the Hunter's Fury, there's an opportunity to counter crashes. Yeah, lots of questions there. If that was
just waits for him to pop out,
why they didn't follow through from that?
Eat my knives.
Maybe just a frantic call. They had bodies there early enough.
When we look at these teams, they're not quite in that full form yet. We're still seeing a couple of those arrows being quite exploitative at this point. Mid pressure seen this time. Starzo's got to be very careful here. That owl drone very much. Yeah.
Ooh, Starzo got lucky to be alive. Very lucky.
Yes, they're back up there, but again, early presence towards this B site has been pulling the rotations.
4 Starzo back into a fully supportive role here on 42 HP. So got some utility to work with. 2 away from that Rolling Thunder as well. And NRG regrouping towards C long. Wolfen unnoted as of yet, but that operator is back online. Doesn't really have a second leg to this defense though, so
I need to see a round from him, Mike.
Yeah.
I'm a bit worried here if he's going to be feeling a little rusty, but that's a great shot. Takes down Arnold and slips away towards CT. They don't need much more than that. Maybe try and hold backside control, but that's about it.
Now
Spike's
we look
going to go
towards the
down.
lockdown.
You're absolutely
Potential
right.
here.
This should be the one.
Shadows is late though.
Yeah, didn't quite catch the timing on the paranoia there either. Stun not going to do it. Now Som left to his own devices. Actually able to get to safety, not punished either. Koi struggling to capitalize on some of his
NRG
utility.
starting out better this time around.
Yes!
Woo!
Gets involved! Loses his head, but takes down one with him.
Koi, considering the safety, you can see already they're retreating.
It's enough. Yeah.
Finesse. I mean, luckily he swings in there to try, I don't know, maybe to catch one off guard, but they're trying to retrieve the operator as well. Opportunity for him to just find 2 or 3 inside that smoke. A crazy play from FNS. I got to say, I come out of that round scratching my head a little bit. Is that all on the back of holding on to the operator? They didn't even save that.
No, they didn't.
Another situation where the lockdown's available for a retake, and Koi have looked pretty good on some of
Yeah,
these
Koi's
retakes.
not looking that good.
It's just like they're missing that
No,
one
they are
and
definitely
it's leverage.
saving.
I'm kind of waiting to see that lockdown.
What is this, Sketrez?
Shot from Wolf and did manage to make it out, and sadly that utility, you can see it just not finding purchase there. And FNS just heating up, going in on it. It was enough to send them walking away though, so by all means 3 to 5
The
now.
question I
NRG.
have at that point, are Koi looking to save that operator with 4 standing and a lockdown of it? That's why I come
It
away
felt like
scratching
it.
my head.
It felt like it, which I don't know if I love just yet, but. And look at the pressure. Early pressure from NRG towards long. No subtlety about it this time, and 3 players on the other side. So they continue this way. Wolf and Drex both
Ready for
on
this
this.
flash on long here.
And yeah, this is when trouble aplenty. They can't escape. They can't run. Oh, it's a
Nice.
crash. He's catching them by the heels. Huge.
The IRS is accepting returns. Snap your W-2 and file Fed and State for free. Simple tax returns only. See if you qualify.
Yep.
This President's Day,
Yup.
people are buzzing about my highly rated... Exactly, my highly rated living rooms. Like the Laurel Collection. It has... well said.
That hurts my soul. Why I wanted to do YouTube. No ads.
Officials, there's no practice like officials. And seeing them hitting confidence now, looking nice with the synergy, lovely combo work coming in. Beautiful, beautiful stuff so far.
That extends the gap to 3 rounds.
They keep saving, huh?
It's another round that they're just forced to try and cling to these weapons. Very few positives to take away from some of these rounds for Koi.
Well, all we missed was them saving at least, chap.
Koi almost in the right place
Time
at the right
out.
time. It looks like
Time
they're
out.
ready to pop off of a
Time out.
flash to clear long, but the Rolling Thunder posted just as they're about. I think it's going to come on the back of a contact of a smoke or something.
Yeah.
If NRG put down a smoke on Heaven or towards Spawn, that's when they're going to try and clear through. But I'm just not seeing that decisiveness from Koi once again. Crediting how proactive they were on Icebox in taking space back, denying space from NRG. Haven, a very different story now, Lauren, and I'm already starting to get worried. We're in round 10. It's a 6-3 scoreline, but the nature in which these rounds are going, I'm already very concerned.
I think the concern's warranted, and probably as to why
Who,
Barbosh
Koi?
hit the
Yeah, they
panic
need to
button
start
here.
playing more
Get the
aggressive.
timeout.
We gotta see a switch up coming out of this one.
What's interesting is they played with so much gall, like early on in game 1 when NRG was sleeping.
Coming in, keep a little bit of that strength, but
It's like they're just playing with their tails stuck between their legs right now. It's very weird.
No, not like this, not against someone like NRG. They will continue to spiral. Their money's looking beautiful
They
now.
know they're winning the mental game.
Absolutely.
All that says to NRG is like they are terrified on the
Yeah, they don't
retake.
even try it.
Yeah.
There's no negative for NRG in this. They are happy with that. Now for Koi, you've got to also remember, I guess, to an extent, the mental impact from map 1. Losing in the fashion they did after being so close is incredibly heavy to deal with. Let's see if there's a change up after the timeout. Let's see what Barbar's got for the boys.
Got to see something from this 3-man setup on A.
Now the
Least
harder
initially
part,
here, brilliant. First tick in the box. Wolfen, does he get caught on the way back out? No.
Lovely.
Come away. Completely untraded first blood here, and it's Som to fall. No smokes available for NRG.
but they're already in on the B side somewhat. Coldamenta really keeping note of that, though. Does find Victor, but it was Artis who slipped through. And yeah, Koi now starting to go through the motions. It's working perfectly. Koi looking comfortable now. And Artis last one alive. It ain't pretty, but he gets the job done. Coldamenta, no worries in that. And the difference.
A method to the madness, chap. A method to the madness.
Round. Prime Gaming flawless round coming in 4-6. But this is when I was a little worried for Koi, because obviously, so let's say we came to the conclusion, a little bit more aggression and confidence behind it and commitment behind it could be a good answer for Koi. Obviously, if you're NRG, you're also aware of that. I was waiting to see a default, see if that would come in. But this was lovely from Orphan. Job done, gets away.
The next question on the list is sustainability, right? How many times now...
Do you have that set up and ready for everywhere?
Yeah. You have that one opportunity to come out of the timeout, catch somebody off guard, disrupt that kind of default early on.
Look at FNS straight away. Looking to try and find the punish on this one. They sat ready for it though, turning the flash as well. And Wolfen just getting his head into this one. Straight in once, it doesn't get it, gets denied. And Artis sends him away.
He's going to be able to stay alive too.
Plays life too, does not fall on a trade.
Nice job, Artis.
Again though, where's the second layer to that? There's two other members of Koi on A site, and Wolfen's the one to...
Desperate for it.
I mean, you never want to be the person to have to dash on and take a 1v1 with Artis, but...
No. Okay, I don't mind this though.
Hats off to the kid. He's going to hear this alarm bot as well, I think.
Yep. Well.
Does anybody see this smoke? They're going to see it when they get past these boxes.
Coldamenta, I feel like he's dead there. Yeah, absolutely dead. NRG's timing could not have been better. Falling away from this Coldamenta, maybe feeling they were still meandering around A long, and there actually are still two players here.
C's wide open right now.
Going to get a dirty lurk.
Well, for now.
They're double pump.
They're going to deny them from saving.
Yeah, look at that. Perfect read again. Just backfilling this off the contact towards long. They knew that they'd have to respect that and pull those.
That was really well done.
To potentially deal with the C hit. There was a lot of players seen. So again, this is perfect.
To rotate them back.
Reads. But actually, Starzo still sharp for one, but he needs a bit more. There's still 4 players alive here, and you're down to Trex and Shados. They've been sitting, playing for these, you know, saves. And
can't save anymore. Okay, hold on.
Trex is still desperate for it because Artis was maybe overheating a little in that. We're trying to punish Trex again.
Victor.
Still dancing around, but he's got 5 HP. There's only so much one man can do, and it's all but done. NRG pull it right back in.
NRG tried to make that harder than they needed to.
Kind of talking about, right? There's smiles on the faces.
I don't mind the Artist play.
Oh, this
but what were
updrafting
you
into the
doing,
Aldrin on
Victor?
heaven.
One health that you couldn't.
Coming into the last round here. Have that operator available. Everything but the Hunter's Fury for Koi. Again, NRG firmly in control of this half.
But 4-7 isn't a terrible half if they convert the last round.
I mean, I hate the fact that we're in round 12 and we're still talking about the same lockdown I was 7 rounds ago. And we've seen a couple of setups for a retake.
Well, no point saving now.
They really haven't used a lockdown this whole time, huh?
Plants the flag there and actually takes the scalp off of Trex. What a shot. Trex looks so unaware there was even a chance of that, and Coldamenta chomping at the bits, trying to maybe find a fight through CT. No. And we're actually going to see the lockdown coming in, but this time it's
all a fake.
Yep. Oh my god, the spike's over towards A. Well.
Bro, this is so smart.
And you still got the slip through here as well from Artis. He's still doing him dirty. Victus already. NRG. This is perfection from them. And now Starzo.
Starzo doesn't know where it's planted. He doesn't know where it's planted.
Dude, he is entering a site that there's no bomb on. Or no spike on. Yeah, he just realized it. Get wrecked.
And this is the thing, NRG just absolutely running rings around Koi. That's a really uncomfortable finish to that half.
Yeah, that will take the wind out of your sails by a country mile. You had to respect it, right? By all accounts, it looks like they're in the site. There's a lockdown. There's Artis over and towards Garage, but all in the meantime, they're still holding mid. They're still slow creeping towards the A site. And they're gutted for it.
I think Barbar knew it wasn't safe.
Dude, coach is hurting right now.
I think shake it off. 4-8. It's still a better half than the first map, technically, but it's the way it looked, Mike. It didn't look pretty, but that's for the desk now to talk about.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. Yes, a much better half for NRG on this map already. And how many times but they force Koi into saving Mimi. I don't think I've ever seen a team save that many times rounds in a row.
Yeah, that was brutal. I want to talk about some of these post plants from Optic, and we had one specific round to take a look at in that regard. For Koi,
she said Optic and didn't catch it. I know that.
Give sights, we're going to play retake with our Breach and Sova, but that just wasn't working out. Take a look at this one. Wolfen gets the opener. They completely back off C and go for another one of these fast retakes. But look how ready this NRG squad is for it. They put a molly forward, then Finesse, once he runs out of utility, knows the best he can do is go forward, make it an individual play, and Koi is just forced to save. Consistently, this game plan that Koi had going in was utterly shut down by NRG.
Yeah, like you said, you know, how many times, I think it was around 3 or 4 at the very least, that they were forced to save. It was just so well played here, round over round. I mean, sure, Koi, they do get that timeout call. They come in, they get a surprise jump on NRG. They catch them off guard, but then you go into the very next round and it just can't work again. They just simply cannot out-game right now. Finesse, he has just ascended. He's reascended to Optic status. Looks like that first map, that first half rather of Icebox was just shaking off the rust a little bit. It's been a while since he's been up on the stage, but he and Artis in particular, the way that they've been layering and chaining together their
that boy Artis is cold, bro.
Has been absolutely fantastic, and that is something that Koi has been lacking. You're talking about these attempted retakes, etc. As we get ready to shift over and have NRG on the defending side, I can only imagine that if they do get into a retake scenario, that same synergy is going to come into play and they should be able to get the retake time and time again. So Koi needs to step up. It's do or die for them now.
That is so brutal for Koi here. You lose this map, you're out. You're sent home immediately. It is such a tough situation for this newly put together team to be in. And now there's a lot of questions about this second half. Do they have it in their tank? It really has to start with this pistol round.
I mean, luckily getting means it's
if Koi's gonna come back,
we want to see some of that synergy that NRG have shown on the side of Koi going to this last half, because Pansy and
what do we think, champ? How are we feeling?
They're going home.
How you feeling, Noogie? What are you thinking?
That's the beauty of this tournament, the brutality of it all. For something so beautiful as NRG's comeback on map 1 to exist, the potency of it, the capability to pull it off, it has to be this dangerous, this much on the line for it. So we go back in the second half. Koi with 4 rounds to the name, NRG with 8. How much can Koi do to pull this game back in? Can a third potentially come through here? Or NRG just a little too sharp?
Be able to get this part down. Star, they're eating that first shot. Now the second might even find him. Somehow skips away.
They're trying to crunch, so look at this off-tempo hit. I love it, trying to catch the players who are still on the side, which they might just do here. Victor, lovely, gonna get one, but a quick trade from Wolfen. Still standing, can't stand much longer. The site now waving the NRG banner as Koi relegated.
I think we went over this last week, but crunch and pinch are essentially the same thing, right?
Som's on it. He ain't moving. He's looking pretty safe right here.
No.
Som ain't gonna move.
Oh.
Trex! He got him off it, and now Crushy's with Trex! You absolute god!
Nicely done. Nicely done.
In the first round, in the second
Keeping
half.
it alive.
Don't want to see how close it was to the diffuser.
Show me it again.
I don't even want to know.
I want to see it. I have to.
I mean, thank God. Because that would have been the worst way for the second half to start, would be 3 people sat at the bottom of C long going, oh, he's stuck it.
He's still diffusing.
Yeah, he's stuck that.
Someone ping the spike. That was so good. Trex. Bloody hell.
I got to say it again, sorry to be the bearer of bad news. That sort of round, it doesn't really feel like there's going to be sustainability, right? You don't get given many of them against NRG.
No, you don't. But again, also it shouldn't have come down to Som pulling off the pseudo ace.
Yep.
So you know what? If that's what it takes, if that's the spark, then so be it. Bring me something, Koi. Show me a little bit of that fire here. We have a great idea. We've got some incredible players. Can they close the gap? NRG coming back into this, respecting the second round here. Not the force back in, nothing really. I think, yeah, just a frenzy for Artis, and that is it. So you want to be looking at Koi, 5 alive, plant coming in. You cannot make errors now. You're on this attacking side with the scoreline as it was, precarious. It didn't feel like a good first half. So let's see if the recovery's there. But again, do they feel the stack? There's 4 players here. Do they care?
Nice smoke from Som as well, just to try and deny this dash through from Wolfen, but it's actually Trex to find it. FNS will find a response, actually, and is that weapon retrieved?
No,
There's 2!
No, this is such an error. Artis is still alive, but it's only Artis, and thankfully, Shados was still alive. The turret will at least give away the game. That got so dangerous. For a second there, it could have swung.
For a moment, I think that was a rifle retrieved on site. And again, they still have that safety net of Som smoking off that cross towards default, gives them a little pocket to deny Wolfen and really actually disrupt that spacing behind it. Luckily, Trex, I think, finds a kill through that smoke.
Wolfen made a bit of a meal of that as well, looking kind of panicked. He was under a lot of pressure at the start there, but I want to watch this again.
Yeah, this kill right here. So Trex really the one to deny that rifle coming back to bite Koi in the ass, honestly.
What a hero. From the first round to this already, starting to try and mitigate the danger. But you've got to say, NRG are always dangerous. They're finding little bits and pieces. Som, are you trying to set this into motion?
That's going to be a chunky paranoia
this
if it's thrown.
could be huge. Oh, how dare you do this to me? I've been absolutely debated. And now it's a little too late, Som! You got to run, you got to try and hide. Yeah, luckily a little bit of utility behind it, counter utility to slow that roll if they're trying to maybe springboard into that. And they can at least dismantle that first hold here.
So what the second step to this round is for Koi. Not much achieved off the back of that information. And actually, NRG already completely reshuffled their formation.
But I love this, posting up Som, deep on C long.
Yeah, yeah.
You have a proactive, not hyper proactive, but you know, at least taking a potential fight here, Crashies. They're keeping great information on the extremities, which is still very kind of telling that they're still working mid, they're still towards Garage.
I mean, what are Koi waiting for, though? Finally, they're going to drift back into Garage here. The alarm bot was dealt with earlier. Still a turret to catch this contact, but yeah, the clock really has run down here, and the spike is long, so... Okay, Cold Advantage just finds a drive-by. Yep, round saved.
There we go, that's exactly what you're to depend upon, but the 3 players left alive. Anything to look at here? Not really. They're not in a position to really challenge. Plant comes in. Be nice to recover some of these rifles if possible. You can see Starzo already looking towards that. And yeah, at this point, just keeping what they have. Now when we... No, here's the thing. People look at it and go, well, they won the round, so what's the problem? You're looking at trying to keep
I come back to that there. It's Cold
And they're saving here, baby.
The player on C long there with the spike is Trex, who's kind of bound to his utility there ahead of that execution. Som wins that 1v1 with Cold
Wolfen couldn't have swung. He couldn't have made it around to be able to swing long either. He was coming out of Garage. There's no way that timing would have worked for him.
So it's, again, by the finest of margins that actually Koi find this, but it's going to put them within touching distance.
It certainly does.
And that's the bottom line.
And that's big. Taking one of the rifles away makes these kind of reinvestments incredibly difficult, and Trex desperate to do damage. Oh, it's down 25. Looking like they're going to hold it. Okay, nice. Yeah, keeping the 2 rifles, but that's all they're going to get. On the other side, the reinvestments are fine. Their economy's in a pretty decent spot for Koi now.
How far can Koi take this?
They need
NRG will ride this one out, so it's almost given. We're going to have a tie game here.
Let's go.
I'm here for it.
Look, I'm already sweating, and it's not even because of the game.
I actually love my face isn't showing again. My bad, champ. I took my face down to finish eating real quick.
And when we say that, it's such a boring statement to make, maybe for those.
And by that, I mean, I
it is a
did why I licked my fingers.
Whoa. I was going to at least
yeah.
Reddit,
in VLR terms.
No, you put in VLR lower than Reddit? That's crazy.
I am. Yeah.
You're wild for that one, Mike. Your mentions are going to be a little rough for a while, but you know what? Now, at this point, it's just, I want to see Koi try and play at least percentage Valorant, where you're giving yourself the best chance possible.
The way they did on Icebox. I got to say,
correct, that attacking side.
Yeah.
Oh, divine. But remember how low that clock was as well with that spike on long. That's kind of like tied all together. It was about 30 seconds at that point. Yes, Wolfen won on the site, but I'm a little bit worried at this sort of conjuncture if this starts going wrong.
Yeah, and the question comes back to kind of just thinking back to what was happening for Koi outside B there. I mean, Starzo's kind of waiting for a flash, waiting for something to, you know, NRG to show themselves, expose themselves somewhere. And that's why I'm kind of left questioning why then the audible comes the, yeah, let's re-hit Garage, re-clear through Garage. Whether or not Starzo is going to plant a fault line or a flash outside B just to kind of plant the seed of doubt, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, but if we're talking about percentages, I want to see them be diligent at trying to clear towards A, because they walked into the stack before, and if they do this again, there's now a little bit more potency behind it. 4 players here, and they felt enough pressure. They're not sticking around on this, and that's the right read, considering NRG had 4 players moving down towards long with utility behind it. Now, Victor on the other side, what does he have? It is just the Stinger. I say just because of where we're at right now. He's going to hear these steps. He's going to call it out. Wolfen.
Spacing again. Wolfen is half a mile ahead of the rest of the team. And he's punished for it.
And it's given them a way back in. Yeah, yes, there's still utility with Koi, but there's
All right, my bad,
with NRG, and they've got a couple of guns here. Artis has the rifle, as does FNS.
Artis actually being given a second or third
Artis
shot.
starting to get in trouble. Yeah, that's good.
Shados finds
Artis
that
going
headshot.
down. Crashy's down, or Victor's down as well. Oh, Crashy's out tier 2.
Gonna try and at least bulk up some of the defense on towards C-Long, and by all accounts,
And
it's
we're
looking
all
okay. FNS
well,
is gonna have to try and find 3 sitting pretty deep
we're not
towards
quite all
Long. I think
tied up,
he knows
but-
that rifle is more valuable than the chance of him being able to convert into this round.
We're all tied up.
And even there with that completely untraded first blood, which is a real concern. I mean, if anybody else is there to kind of solidify that C-site hold with Victor, then it gets really concerning.
Oh god, because you imagine a swing from the back of Plat or something like that.
I mean, we've questioned this a few times. Wolfen has been great for this, you know, creating space, but
All right,
a
all
couple
tied
of
up.
rounds where Koi, they're stacked up as 4 along there. Like, somebody
right
should
back.
fill
I
that
gotta
gap.
take the
Somebody
Ulti
should
out.
fill that
Yeah,
gap.
yeah,
It feels like we have been complimenting him the way he's been approaching it, but it feels very selfless, but also then, okay, then work off the back of the benefit of him either taking that space or dying potentially. It's like you can benefit from it even if he's just, you know, going head first for halos. I'm kind of hoping we see a little bit of that. Maybe he's playing ahead of the timing they want. Maybe he's the one who's a little offsetting this. Again, you're working with new players on stages. Wolfen is not an experienced
That could
player.
be a synergy that can be tweaked further down the line.
Oh,
A little bit
no
of a switch
rest.
up here, though. Ardis,
Ooh, he's sticking around. What's going to force him off this?
he knows about the cross as well.
And Ardis is a nasty player with this operator. Pull the trigger on
Oh,
the third
imagine.
one. Real
Yo,
close to it
he
as
was
well.
like so close
And he
to swinging
feels
on the
that
first one the
pressure.
right way.
Time to back away now. Doesn't want to give that pendulum swing over towards Koi, who is still willing to try and take back this long pressure.
They're happy to fight for this as well. And actually, Victor's here with the lockdown available just in case things go wrong. Trex does have their Hunter's Fury for it.
Ardis hasn't fully fallen away either. He
No.
still wants this one pick. But this is going to burn so much utility if they are diligent about this, but I'm worried it's just going to be Wolfen taking a wander.
Well, there's no fault line. Now there is. Starzo's fault line just coming back online, as I said that. So the flash available.
Okay. Ardis just sticking
Ooh.
along, finds Shados. It's gorgeous. NRG posting up pretty aggressively on these angles, not sitting deep by any means, and actually not falling back. But they have lost site control. Gordamenta.
Okay, Victor gets one, but wasn't able to get the second. That's
Didn't even look
unfortunate.
towards it. And now just 2 on the site here, surrounded. No comfort to be found. Maybe can fall away too long, but they need to win a fight and find some
I say, but
safety
they got that
somewhere.
second coming
The
on the
chip damage
backside
going
there.
out from Trex could have
That'll
given
help
them a
him.
second to breathe and think, but it ain't going to be for long.
I'm gonna say, Finesse needs a.
Set up here for the utility as well. Trex forced a little closer towards spawn. Actually
Trex.
not caught by the paranoia.
Dude,
though.
Trex is actually playing this very well. Ooh,
Finesse
almost.
keeps on running and Trex just falls.
I almost pulled that off.
1v4 position is pretty considered. They had players in sewer, they had CT dealt with.
either.
There's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. He's dead and buried. NRG smothering Koi now.
A little bit of a switch up here. Ardis on that operator creating some problems for Koi to overcome. Actually, it's the second layer. Victor to find that follow-up kill here to really shut down A site. You said again, it's a little awkward with these smokes, creating pockets to play behind here.
Yep.
And NRG playing off them time and time again. We saw it in the attacking half as well. So credit really to Som in that regard. Just mixing things up and leaving Koi guessing. Like you said, Coldamenta none the wiser to somebody drifting back out of that smoke.
8-9 though, scoreline still close enough.
Still got to buy behind this for Koi as well. Blaze Storm to offset that. So you're almost looking at a little healthier behind this purchase than NRG are.
Let's get that spacing right with Wolfen here.
I should probably actually join Knights Arena's Discord.
Present. Sees nothing beyond this though. That's just
Now,
garage control taken.
Previously this ended up on a re-hit towards C. This is when
Imagine.
Koi paused outside waiting for that
fucking
utility
turd.
cooldown, but it looks like Crashies might be tested here on A long. The Owl drone is from very, very deep in spawn, so not going to get deep information.
Yeah, but Crashies is
The
still
response is there from Crashies, and he should find
at least
the
peeking that corner.
Absolutely.
Oh.
The Hunter's Fury to slow things down.
Oh,
It's a double tag.
Oh!
It's gonna be massive, and it is Crashies by Gordamenta.
Another 2 tags.
He's done so much damage.
That's a
to the
lot of
lockdown
damage.
Just to make sure he's safe.
Look
but
at the
now they're
time.
hesitant. They've got 35 seconds, and they've got no information. They've got nowhere
There's
to
still
go.
2 on C, Lauren.
Garage is a player in it. Wolfen's running into his death. He has no idea. They already cleared it earlier, but Som's here.
Psalm's disgusting.
Oh my God.
Positioning divine. He's read the round.
What up, Blueberry? How you doing, homie?
Formality again. And Som played that so
Bro,
well.
Som's
The positioning was
disgusting.
Great credit to Crashies. You cannot question that round.
That is poetry in motion.
How you doing, Blueberry?
Crashes with the Aljo, just finds the blind tag. But it's the Hunter's Fury. I think the reveals another 2 or 3 players here.
Yeah.
That was a really good ult, though.
Insane value from that ultimate. And then, you know, everybody barreling towards this C-site hit late on behind the lockdown. 3 of them are minus 80.
Yeah.
They're squishy walking into Som in Garage.
Who are you calling stripper again? Remind me, Moon.
So well
and why?
from NRG. And that's Crashies on an island.
I'm good, Blueberry. Just chilling.
I cannot fault how he played that.
I mean, also as well, just to know, Victor is a supportive role there.
I've been enjoying the game so far. Been a nice first close series.
It's there. No doubt to it. No second guessing.
If they kill Crashies, they can't take side.
Exactly. That's time for rotations. We can still. It's great foresight. They're so aware of what they need to achieve. They instantly bail their player out. How many times we're saying Shados is on an island?
Som is stripper.
Finally, yes, Trax did come through on map 1, but again, this sort of synergy is what you expect.
Oh, is that why they can't?
But it's the confidence as well.
He can't have his actual name as his display name, I'm guessing. Is that the deal?
Absolutely cemented on C side.
So he has it as Som.
Drifts into Garage, tucks into a
I got you.
angle. I think finds 3, maybe even 4 by the end of that round.
Yeah, he pushed out for it.
Yo, Blueberry, how has the
that's gonna pay off.
Challenger season been going for you, homie?
With the way this
What team should I be looking out for coming out of the region?
Feels like they're chasing their own tail.
I need all the
They're
deets.
feeling very red. Even that close owl drone, it feels like they're feeling so red in this game, and NRG weren't even there. They were just in the right places behind it. But again, we go through. We look at what we've got here. Wolfen, maybe depending on the knives, everyone else able to fashion a purchase. Operator still in the hands of Ardis. Not really have to see that sing just yet, but it could be the round
Moon.
now. Wolfen first on the chopping block, potentially. Ardis. Could be a big test for him here. Flash goes up, and the swing. Uncharacteristic miss, spurred a second by the cherry. He knows he's under pressure. Wolfen trying to close the gap here, chase them down. They're actually going to slip out through CT. All the players backing away from this one.
So yeah, do have the Rolling Thunder available for this.
Some, yes.
Do they opt to actually pull the trigger here
Off
as the
tempo.
park comes through? Starbo maybe going to get pinned onto site here.
He's in trouble. He's in real trouble. Wolfen wins one fight towards Garage, but it's an absolute bloodbath in favor to NRG here. Back on the side
So,
here. Needs more. Needs
Blueberry, as part of like the...
Shados,
Oh,
needs it,
actually, I'll
doesn't
wait
get
till
it
after this
either.
round.
It's NRG clean on the play back in. And now
Nice
it's
on NRG's
11
part. So, Blueberry, with being part of the Challengers casting crew in the region, do you also get to have like contact with the producers of like the main German broadcast, or how does that work? I'm kind of curious.
So yeah, a 3-round deficit. NRG knocking on the door of map and series point. Elimination point for Koi.
Yeah, we can't stress enough how hard this call is going to be. And the buy's changed already, Mike. If you caught a glimpse of it before, they're going like armors, they're going rifles, they're trying to scrape this together. They know they need this round. It's been 3 on the trot now for NRG. It's time to wake up for Koi. They have to try and pin all these pieces together that have been lacking. And Som respecting this hit needs to get the hell
It's
out of
insane to
danger.
think that
Seaside
the
is
first
there.
map started
Strike is on the way.
7-1, 8-1 in Koi's favor on NRG's map. And it looks like NRG's about to run away with this in a 2-0. That's actually kind of crazy.
Nano swarm down.
Unicorns will love new team from a lower league, made their way up.
Sticking around for it. Actually, Shados considering the lockdown here.
They're in first all season.
4 players on the flank, and Trax is util in hand. There's no one here. If he crests that corner,
paranoia.
that's 2 caught with the paranoia. It's going to call all the players in. Starzo takes
Oh,
damage.
okay.
He's down to 6 HP. They got to buy time. They got to do something. Golden Mentor dives into the jaws of it. Trax stunned. NRG battering them down.
Wow.
And a 3v2. Wolfen
There's like
Starzo
barely
still
any
alive.
height,
Switch of position.
life left on
Starzo
Starzo.
dips in towards the
Oh.
site, avoids the stun. Still fighting, still standing, tapping on the spike for Wolfen.
Oh, Wolfen!
He both of them.
Shut up, Wolf!
Time for the young gun.
No way!
Everybody
Oh
falls though, and that was the
goodness.
4th purchase from Koi. They're going to come out of that licking their wounds. Going to have to scrape together another purchase further investment here in terms of the ultimate. But it's do or die, and they deliver around here. They find their ninth.
He was desperate, clawing into this, and I mean, it was just manic.
I mean, thank God for this. Starzo was on, what, 3 HP as well there.
Just bleeding, the walking wounded, unable to do too much. 9 to 11. What buy do they have this time? Oh, Spectres. I think it was only like 2 rifles I saw.
I mean,
as
I
well.
do know
So it's
that
getting harder
the
and harder to make this one work, and it looks like a rinse and repeat,
communication
run it back for the
between
last
like
round.
main
So
broadcasts
VCT,
and other
you can see the side
broadcasts can
taken.
be
Wolfen
quite difficult.
and
That
Shadows
that
need to have impact.
relationship
Rex
can
has
be
his
quite
ult as
difficult
well.
from a couple people I know in the Apex world.
Say with a couple of Spectres, they can't actually rely heavily.
Honestly,
on
even from the little bit of work I do in RLCS over in the Sub-Saharan region.
Hunter's Fury to play off here.
Tell me they're going to get proactive through mid. Tell me something, Mike.
Tell me they reclick.
Yo, that RLCS drama that started over the weekend, I'll tell you what.
Immediately punished. Hunter's
Oh,
Fury.
Oh.
That's going to catch Starzo and Trex, actually.
And the counter roll comes in. They need some value, and it's
Finesse?
followed by the wayside. Trex and Colementor, the last two alive. He's
sticking it.
He ain't moving. He's going to hold this one down. It's
No
all like
way.
right in front of their eyes.
Wow.
12 for NRG, and Koi are
GG.
left in tatters.
It's almost the same as the way this half started.
NRG's
as
just
well.
had some strong second halves,
Like I said,
man.
with just the Hunter's Fury.
Like, this one was close at least in the first half as opposed to the
Yeah.
last one, but
Doesn't feel like a comfortable
That was 8-4.
position to
instead of
sit
9-3.
all the way on C-Long.
It was just NRG on top 8-4.
And the thing is, yeah, Coleman is the
Damn.
second layer of that flank, but as soon as he shows his hand, he's dealt with. Coming to this, and it's looking even bleaker. A Blade Storm to work with now, but scraps, odds and ends
Bladestorm.
thrown into
So
it
wait,
for Koi.
Glass cannon.
Blueberry, are you saying that the broadcast for challengers right now
And they're looking
for
to
the
spin
region is
wheel
in
B site.
broadcast or is
Will be
in
their focus point here.
studio? It's not
So
done
much
online.
on the ground still. Wolfen's going to take a fair amount of damage. Yeah, softened up, comfortable for Victor. No sweat for him. The smoke into play, and Koi gets sent back. They did not find the impact, but they can't even quickly springboard. Still util in towards Garage. Position now noted. They're not finding what they need here, but a quick flex towards C. Again, do they dare keep doing this? And Victor, he's on the hunt.
Victor, turn
he's
left.
feeling confident.
Victor,
He's got the
turn
flank
left.
beside him. Tracks on the flank can only do so much.
Oh! What is that?
Oh my god!
What in God's name is that?
He just jumped headshot him like this was Halo, bro. He did it again.
And Victor sends him to his grave.
What the hell was that from Victor? To close out Haven. Absolute insanity.
That was absolutely
But
disrespectful.
NRG comfortably closing things out, sending Koi home on day one here in Sao Paulo.
Oh, okay, I got you, Blueberry.
On map 1, map 2, they came alive. They make it out of the pit here. This is fatal. And I've got to say it, Koi looked good in glimpses. You saw
Koi
the
looked good
potential.
early
You saw
in the first
1
map.
look incredible. And there they are
But
on the screen.
other than
A
that-
glimpse at what is to come for this side. Huge potential. We have to give
bro,
credit
it's one
to
game.
Trex.
Shut the
Big
Boom.
performance from him in my eyes. We saw a couple of Shados, of course. Amazing work on map
NRG
1,
didn't
but they
crash our
lost
brackets,
out.
Boom.
The
True,
long
though.
I mean, dare I say, I think Trex actually finished top of the scoreboard overall for both maps. So, absolutely insane performance from him as well. Wolf,
Gotcha,
I mean,
gotcha,
yeah, pretty
okay.
impressive map too. Couple of questions on the second layer there for this Koi composition, or actually this team as a whole. But
Is there
definitely
somebody within the
limited.
production
14
that's
and
like
20
known
on
within the
scoreboard.
community
We've had
at
some
all,
first
or
fights.
no?
And you see NRG starting confidently here in Brazil.
Yeah, I don't think Koi looks awful. I think they had a good showing.
Back a little bit, a 9-3 on Icebox,
Might
and
run a
started
jetpack
raising a
real quick.
few questions there.
This is just
Not the one to flip map one.
one of those unfortunate situations where,
Our streamer.
you know, it's single elimination. You don't get a chance for redemption in a lower bracket.
Tier 3, like
If
you're
you're
ready to
Koi.
go.
Yeah.
But you got to say, the diligence to come back, that's the pedigree. When we talk about experience and we talk about cores and we talk about the 3 players there and everything else and the coaches, this is what we mean about it. They have that depth, they have that synergy. You saw it with Crashies and Victor, especially on map 1, to even make it close.
Yeah, that dynamic duo.
Like how-
So many rounds. Even where just that momentum.
It's going to be a really
starts to
bad
build on.
comparison because obviously Dyer got known in the DVD community by growing up through the community, but like, is there anybody who has that like,
Again, I mean, a highlight player for that previous
I guess,
roster goes without saying.
And you got to, in
reputation.
My mind as well, I'm actually quite happy that I'm not
as
just
part of either the
singing Artis' praises.
broadcast or production
Because I
team.
know Artis is good. If you watch Valorant, everyone knows Artis is very good.
And also,
at this game.
just to come back to that conversation.
Because I saw when I looked on
whether or not he is or not,
Wikipedia, it's a
Artis is
pretty
plug and
big
play.
production
The fact
team, it
that
looks
he
like,
has that
right?
lead for Agent Paul, like I said, you marry that up with the support system that, in my eyes, was one of the best in the world.
Or a decent-sized production
the
team.
best in the world, in the form of Crashies and Victor. And actually, give this roster a little more time. I'm really excited to see how they experiment with that.
No, I mean,
Like your observers aren't having to cast at the same time, sort of stuff.
Now, credit again, it's going to be very easy to almost forget about this performance, but map 1, I genuinely feel could have gone either way. Genuinely. Incredible diligence from NRG to pull that one back, but overall, what a fantastic welcome to Lock-In. This is game 1 on day 1.
Yeah, we're just getting started. Which is crazy. I mean, honestly,
I hope the rest of our games are this good, man. This is a banger.
I think it delivered on all fronts.
I really love
Even
their
two
chemistry,
maps,
these
Koya
two.
going home, what a taster for what's to come.
Pansy and
That's
Hypoc.
the thing for me now, is like, this is just planting the
Bar
seeds.
set.
It's set high. Like, good luck to anyone else today trying to, you know, maybe catch up to that, because that was a gorgeous game to watch. I think it's a lot of what we expected. In my mind, I think it was a lot of kind of, you know, some of the players standing out that we wanted to see. A lot of the boxes were ticked here, but overall, I'm incredibly happy. Even though it's a 2-0, the caliber of game we got on day 1. Yeah, absolutely.
I think are we ready for an MVP vote?
I don't know if we are. Do you know what? Mike, who's your MVP, just briefly?
Pansy, yo, like whenever Pansy talks to you, listen, both of the like main females on the broadcast, because her and Mimi are like so smart. They're so like very well dictated when they're trying to narrate their point. Honestly, the Valorant broadcast crew from top to bottom is pretty solid. Oh, really? That's lit. I would love to be able to do like a live broadcast, like a live broadcast production. That'd be fucking lit. Hopefully, if we can end up getting into Veil VR over the course of their season, we should at least be able to hopefully earn ourselves that land by the end of the year.
Damn, it took me forever to get in. I'm just trying to run a deathmatch, bro. And it's still not working.
Oh, true. Yeah. Yinz is pretty dope, too. I did definitely say that 2 girls, but there's definitely 3 women over there. Huh?
Yeah, we can. Go.
What do you want?
I'm just coming in for a little bit, then I gotta go. But for like round 5, you know how like the casters are kind of confused, and like Sam ran into an op and he didn't like smoke like CT or like Heaven, right? Do you guys remember that or no?
No.
Yes, I remember exactly what you're talking about.
So they're just like the casters are confused, but like so it's a 3v4. They're just looking for a fight, so they cut noise to like not let the other side know like where they're going. And Sam is looking for a fight, but unfortunately, when he like swung out, it was to an operator. And typically,
no, it wasn't. So that wasn't my biggest thing with it. It was more the A main push.
Well, I mean, so
still working for the first offline event
to clear A main.
The thing is, for that round,
I'm
they don't
really
want the other
hoping
side to know because they don't know where the op is.
to be able
On top
to
of that,
eventually, over the
like,
course of this season,
I think this is actually a really good idea.
I'm gonna actually mute them because they're talking. Over the course of this season, I'm hoping to try and get into NA challengers with Knights Arena. I am hoping come split 2 for Apex to be doing the English broadcast for South America, which should be lit. I'll have my Rocket League Liquid Media page by the end of the season because of my casting for the team out of the SSA region. And then might got a chance at doing a LAN for Veil VR. Grinding. But then also, like, over here on the channel, we've been doing like some journalistic style like content. Like before ALGS LAN, I sat down with a couple of players, a coach, a org CEO that were all at London. Yeah, I didn't understand Koi's like decision to.
Yeah, I didn't like.
Yeah, for my I have a liquid PD page for my Apex side because I've done enough events out of the APAC region. I've done like 11 or 12 events now. I mean, they're like weekly events, but still, since they include like pro teams. So just trying to see it, you know, spread the net a little wider. I've been enjoying doing the journalistic style content too. Like honestly, the 4 interviews I've done have been some of my favorite videos I've done between this channel and the DBD channel. It just feels very natural. I'm gonna send out some more interview requests this week. Can't help but notice that the ALGS broadcast started doing the ALGS started doing interviews this last broadcast as well. I know a couple people from the main broadcast watched a couple of my videos. I was in Tiffany's channel when she was talking about it before she left for London. People doing research and stuff. So I'm hoping if I can do more of that, then even if I'm not on the desk come, let's say, split 2 playoffs or champions, then maybe I can still get a chance to go to London and do like interviews and like stage hosting and stuff. I think that'd be fucking lit.
That was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights.
If not, we'll just vibe out, keep, you know, building the YouTube.
NRG, they live to see another day. They beat the Night 3 curse. They beat the opening game curse. They beat the
I feel like I'm starting to learn it pretty good. I haven't really been promoting the new page very much. I've been trying to learn as much as I can from,
we didn't really know what to think about these new
you know, the analytics, what the dashboard's telling me.
As well as Ye. Is Sam going to be able to perform? And both of those questions, a resounding yes here for NRG.
Yeah, it was incredible. I mean, Hypox said it right there at the end. Plug and play is ours.
2 subs away from 98, or 2 subs away from 100, but 53 of those have been in the last month.
But then as we
so,
got
like, you know,
it was a big turnaround.
We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out.
Absolutely everybody. I mean, Artist comes out.
I just got to
top
keep
with the
being
top
consistent.
Frag, top ACS, 7 first kills as well. The guy started the pop, and it's good to see him back on the jet.
Yeah, I mean, Seth, you were setting this up at the half, but their defensive side was so strong. The synergy between Artist and Finesse is everything we wanted to see for this team. This doesn't look
what
like
I
a
really need to
squad.
do
It looks like a squad that
is
had that time to put together something fantastic.
Oh, but this round right here, this is just
start doing some interviews also on the Valorant side. I wonder if Rambo, since he plays for the guard, the guard's Apex, I wonder if he like talks to any of the guards Valorant team, and if he could like put in a good word for me, like if I wanted to holler at Trent, do an interview.
Sam is just perfectly poised time and time again to rack up these multi-frags. We saw him get that ace on Icebox. He comes away with a 4K right there in that clip.
That'd be
for
lit.
his debut with his team, it was just absolutely a stellar performance from him.
Yeah, and YoBoyCue had their moments in that map. It felt like through and through, Finesse had Koldamenta beat in the call. On that defensive side,
so Blueberry, I'm guessing then you've probably been pretty busy with Valorant enough. You haven't really been doing much DBD lately.
Just classic FNS.
I think I've literally
It was
played like a
little bit
couple of
brutal
hours in the
point,
last
yeah.
like
See, we only
month.
saw 2 maps from them, and they had to go home. But there were flashes of brilliant
Actually, let's check.
strikes. What a game! And Shadows debuting on a role that he's never played before as well. Mimi, this roster obviously needed time, and they have time to do that before the next.
I feel like that was like my little free sample. I got a taste of it. I'm happy. I'm satisfied.
Now you need to purchase the whole thing.
But I want more. I want more. I think this team, even if they lost, even if they kind of got rolled over in that second map, what they showed us on Icebox
10
was
hours
really
the last
good,
2
and there's
weeks.
a ton of potential for Koi.
For sure, and I mean, it's one of the things that they talked about when we had the interview with them.
And that's with 2
Brennan
stack-up
Show.
streams.
They said, we're kind of still experimenting with things. This is a bit of a test for us. And
Yeah, I
if
feel
these
you.
roles don't work out, then maybe we shuffle it around again. So they're still in that.
I
building
honestly
something
haven't
that's
really
kind
had
of
much
the
time
thing
to be
this
gaming at
season.
all in
Just
general
Get
recently.
some initial displays out there, see how you fare, and if you have to make adjustments based off this before the VCT. Really
I mean, I told myself in February I'm doing a short a day.
Some differences, but
I've gotten an average of almost 2 shorts a day right now.
build up some extra cohesion,
doing like 2 to 4 long form videos a month or a week.
A very powerful force within the region.
I mean, like I said,
Watch
Shadows
parties
never
for a
played
lot of
Cruiser
stuff,
before.
so
He
I haven't
comes out
really
and he looks great.
played anything.
But again, a team we have to say goodbye goodbye to, and I feel like this is going to be a bit of a theme. Single elimination, we're going to have to say goodbye to a lot of teams over the next couple of weeks. Now, we asked
31.
you guys on social media for the in-zone player of the match, and the results are in, and you guys at home chose. That's our streamer. It is Som, and very
Som
much
is the match MVP, huh?
Some doubters right now are absolutely quaking because for his very first big match,
Yeah, you should definitely come and do some casting during DVD League.
fantastic. Slotted into the
Like I've been doing some
controller
stuff for the winter circuit. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, ideally I wouldn't want to be able to do as much for
around him. He got to play so many different agents and have so many opportunities to take charge.
season 8 as like I've done during winter circuit, but I definitely want to do a couple.
Roll, new team, no problem. Tough to say, but good for him.
It was really, really good. And one of the biggest things that we questioned coming into this was how does he step in? Because not only just Artis replacing Ye, but how does he step into Marb's shoes? And honestly, it was great. I mean, this is just the first round. Obviously, as we go deeper and deeper, he's going to get tested more and more. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. But for now, I mean, this is definitely
It's crazy to think that even at my size channel with my shorts and everything, I've almost got 450 watch hours in the last
You have
month.
to keep it up. That's the thing about Marv.
Overall,
the reason
with
we
like
rate them so highly is
streams,
the consistency.
videos.
So, is there some early days copium already? You guys, you feel like those shoes are being
Just gotta
sold?
keep being consistent,
I
man.
think it's very reasonable to say that this team looks really good, and it's that supportive line that is
Heck
doing
yeah.
it. That same
See,
line
honestly,
structure
Blueberry,
is
that's
so
part of the
good.
reason I wanted to do
Well,
more
the show has
DVD
been
casting. I just want to try and make sure I'm continuing getting hours in them, like, you know what I mean?
Send it over to
Across
Jimmy,
multiple different
who is
games.
standing by with
Like,
Victor
DVD
in
is
the
definitely, like,
Verizon
not
Pro
prioritized for me as far as booking. Even, like, Dyer knows that, like, if I have an opportunity to cast
Sure,
pretty much
Yinzu,
anything
you
else,
totally didn't put that into
that,
the script to then just call me a boomer. Anyway, I'm Golden Boy, and of course, it's a joy to be back. And I'm also joined by Victor from NRG. First things first, you may notice.
but, like, he knows
it's a
it,
little
like,
hot in here
if
in
I got an
Brazil, so
opportunity to do
actually,
something else, like, I'm going to do that before DVD.
There we go. Very nice and warm now. Feel refreshed. Does it feel good to come off that stage?
Not coming off me.
Yeah.
Coming off me for the entire interview.
All right. Well, let's get down to brass tacks here, because look, the reality is we've always talked about how former Optic.
So what is that? Is that supposed to be something to keep them cool?
You always struggled against these EU teams, yet you guys seem to be exercising all of your demons here, and you didn't even realize it, which is the even better part. How does it feel to kind of come out here and get a real big win early on in this tournament?
Yeah, so obviously we were known for slow starts last year. We're not really sure why that was the case. I think one of the things we started to do was...
Yeah, I just recently put together a new reel, but it didn't have any DVD in it.
That wasn't something we were doing before.
Really?
Yeah, so that's something we started doing now. And then, yeah, thank God the slow start only lasted like a half. But
yeah. Well,
yeah, I remember FNS.
Maybe it
went back to
should,
the
but
room after the first
I don't
round.
know.
He was like, guys, please, no more slow starts. No more. Because it's so rough when you start down 1-7. The other team has all the momentum.
Yeah.
They have the ultimates. Yeah, so no more slow starts for us, hopefully.
Yeah, well, I mean, so far, so good for you guys, right? And, speaking of how this competition works, I mean, this is a very unconventional format in comparison to what we've had in the past, right? BO3, single elimination. This is the most unforgiving type of bracket with some of the best players in the world. I want to get your thoughts on it just as a player.
Oh, I just realized they're
this is tough.
talking
I don't
about...
envy you guys.
Yeah, so we're a team that likes to study the other team and have a good idea of what they do before games.
Yeah.
And that wasn't something we were able to do, obviously, for this.
They're talking about actual Valorant again, chat.
Gone through the first match.
We're
gonna have
controller. I was surprised he was on Viper.
As far as the tournament format goes, it's definitely rough.
I guess FNS or Chet and FNS.
Have you been doing any
Viper since you're already a main controller?
YouTube stuff?
No, I prefer it because we won the
At all, Blueberry?
But if you were on an airplane,
yeah, get you started on some YouTube.
I would have said I hate this format, but I don't know. It's working out for us, I guess.
Yeah, well,
you could be like the
guys too has been integrating
region
Sam as well as
specialist
into the lineup here. Sam kind of the holdover
when it comes to
NRG, and then Artis a complete left field pick that caught all of us off guard. But
not just challengers, but even when regular season starts.
They're gonna be so lit. All three of them are gonna be lit.
Has been the integration like for those guys? Has it been fun working with them to get the system going?
Fun is definitely one way to put it, but
I'm not gonna lie, Moon. I kind of like the way things worked out and the fact that the very first week,
even before Valorant. So as far as chemistry goes and playing together,
that we only start with two matchups today, because those 3 matchup days are gonna be
as weird as that sounds,
some burners.
I mean, we were supposed to be 3, but
Loud game got pushed back. Yeah.
Yeah, because a couple of their players are sick. Which is I actually like a lot of things that
loves to make jokes.
Riot.
Yeah. He doesn't know when to stop making jokes.
Like the intro video.
Cutting just for you. Honestly, I feel that I'm trying to get to the point where I can commission that out.
Like they're sick or something. Here, let's push it back.
Now before
I'm hoping
I noticed you guys
the CEO of the organization I cast Rocket League for
that's our seal. That's our seal, but stay tuned.
I tried.
Told me to draw out a proposal to do some video stuff for them.
I'm gonna go ahead and turn on this.
I'm gonna try and see if I can work into it that I don't edit. I just want to simply record.
Right after this, you don't want to miss it. Of course, this is VCT.
That way I can that, or even if I have to edit those videos, make it so I at least make enough that I can commission out my own editing. It's definitely the hardest part. I would love if I could get to the point to completely get rid of the editing portion of content creation. I feel like if I got to the point where, especially as let's say when we get into summer and there's more watch parties and stuff going on, if I could wake up in the morning, record a video, send it to an editor, and then just do watch parties. Cut a couple clips that I like, send them to an editor so they can polish them up for short form content. That would just be ideal. But we're obviously a bit of a ways from that, you know?
Even in his video when he got introduced to the new NRG roster, they call him W Streamer.
W Streamer, okay.
But his chat trolls him by calling him W Stripper.
Gotcha.
So that's why his name is W Stripper. His I guess his other name.
Gotcha.
SNS.
Got it.
That's tight. I like it.
All right, chat. Who are we feeling here in this next matchup? Detonation Focus Me versus Giants Gaming. Y'all watched my video earlier today. Y'all know who I picked. I'm 1 for 1 so far. Let's go. Hoping to go 2 for 1 or 2 for 2. That'd be cool.
Of course, you're there.
So that means tomorrow we have
got like windbreakers or something like that.
FPX, Carmine Corp,
Right. For this event. Looks sick.
BBL versus DRX, and Evil Geniuses versus Heretics, right? No, Cloud9 Paper X is the late game tomorrow. Sheesh. We get that Cloud9 Paper X game tomorrow.
No, tomorrow's games are gonna be good.
Yeah.
GRX are a fun group to watch.
Yep. And the I'm really excited to see the new FPX team.
Carmine Corp. Scream is fucking disgusting. Navera. That's it. Scream and Navera brothers. Navera's fucking younger brother. But I don't know like what to expect from this team. I've heard of Berlin before. Apparently, China's gonna get a pro. I think I heard it.
What, like a slot?
Maybe a slot, or maybe like that region will get like a pro.
We're seeing China starting to make some runs in the APAC South region because China's got playing in APAC South now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, it was kind of awkward because like Valorant was banned in China, then like recently it got approved.
Right.
So they're playing Valorant, but like it was illegal.
They were rebels.
Or they're like playing like the bootleg version of Valorant or some shit. But I guess it got approved because I think FPX would have probably made the run into it.
They downloaded it off the black market. Is that what you're telling me?
God, Valorant is free. Why are you gonna bootleg some shit that's already free? But the Paper X, I'm glad that's the last game because that game's exciting. Especially like the play style, because every team has.
Do you see the guy who Optic brought in for COD? Dropped your boy?
No, I don't Ghosty or something?
Yeah, so he was playing on 90 FPS. He just got to Texas. 200 FPS on his PC from the league.
That shit's gonna be different then.
And he was frying on 90 FPS.
That's what I'm saying. Like, get an FPS. Well, I'm saying was like each team has like an identity, and like PRX's whole identity is like random, like unique and creative ways of like making team comps, and like their pushes are like different and shit. I expect like this game to be exciting. I also expect EDG versus 100 Thieves to be exciting because like the PRX and EDG game, it was pretty like exciting to watch. That was the first game for champs. I don't know what to expect for C9, to be honest. I really don't. I don't have like a.
I think C9 will play well. I just don't think they're gonna beat Paper X.
I think they'll play well. It's just like what Vanity said, like in the pre-interview or whatever. He's like, I don't know what to expect. We're just going in. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I guess like he didn't have like that.
C9's beating Paper X.
No, they're not.
They are.
Bro, Paper X is such a wild card that this tournament is made for them. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? You don't know what the fuck they're gonna do. They're gonna push this side, they're gonna do this side, they're gonna bring out Reyna, they're gonna bring out Yoru, they're gonna bring out Harbor, all this different shit. They'll play on Lotus, they don't give a fuck. And you're just going in there like, I don't know what the fuck to prep for. We just need to play our game. You're gonna get surprised. That's the type of team. That's like their whole team identity. They're just, bro. They brought out Breach and fucking Omen on like Breeze or some shit. That's like the shit that they brought out. Like, come on, bro. In the final match, bro. In the final championship match, they brought that shit out against FPS. That's fucking crazy.
I like the Spider-Verse style, like
I'm in a deathmatch with fucking absolute demons.
promo that they do for locking thus far, like when they come in and out.
Welcome back to Lock-In. Of course, I'm the newly christened Bolden Boy on the desk
I
here.
didn't
With
watch
me,
Spider-Man
it's Seth and Mimi. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys. Always good to be right alongside my
It is, but I
co-pilot.
don't know if it's so good to be with him here, showing such blatant bias already.
Okay, look. Just here to show support. I'm a Pacific man now. I can't be biased just towards DRX. I've got to represent everybody.
But it's not even that. It's just
Well,
like
you know what?
some of the
I thought
spawns
it would
and
be
shit
fun
like
to
that.
see
Like you're getting
if I could get
pre-aimed
you
by
guys
fucking
to
3 different
represent
people.
me, you know, as a bald guy, actually.
Like, it
Let's actually
doesn't-
take a look at how Seth and Mimi
Like, you
would
can work
look
on
if they were
Seth.
bald. Hey,
I
there
don't
you
like
go.
this.
What?
What?
You look like Megamind, Mimi.
Look like
Why?
Megamind.
Why in the hell did you do? Chat viewers, we genuinely had no idea that this was a thing that was occurring.
Here's the thing.
And
I
it
wanna,
is not okay.
These
I wanna
pictures
speak
are
to John
hilarious.
Wright about some of the allocation of resources that we're using on the show.
What's great though
I
is
think
that they
thing
didn't
needs to be in the world.
They didn't just baldify you guys. They made you balding, which is even better.
Oh yeah, they added stubble up there.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
The graphics team really.
That's
what we're
hilarious.
Spending our money on.
Let's go ahead and take a look and take a break for a second at our second match of the day here, because we have DFM and Giants. Now, first, let's actually talk about this squad from Japan, because this Detonation roster, of course, is looking to have all eyes on them. But, you know, Mimi, this is going to be really tough for them, considering that there's a lot of question marks about this team coming into this.
Yeah, there really is. Traditionally, for Japan as a region, we've really only had one team that's been able to compete and make really deep runs at these international tournaments. That was Ada Division, obviously finished top 3 at Icebox.
There we go. That lighting's better. That looks like it's better, right?
To an event, but beyond that, there hasn't really been that second competitor.
Oh, yeah, it
for
looks
Japan.
solid.
This team, though,
Yar,
is something
yar.
fairly new. Most of these players, it's not really like a core that was built up. It's a bunch of different pieces of players who have been around the Japanese scene for a while, getting their first.
It's crazy to think about. I think what was it, the Thursday?
As well as Suggest, who did have his time
that
back with New Turn for Korea.
Yeah, I mean, as far as experience
London
goes, all
started?
these players have a great deal of it. I mean, you've
Sure.
got people who have, are on the original Absolute Jupiter team, which was a team that has taken, was taking the world by storm back in
Which
the
would
day.
have been what, like 10 days ago? I was happy about
I'm wearing a different jersey.
my 69
I
sub.
told
We're
you,
almost to
I
100.
want to give representation.
Appreciate
to
y'all
all
for
of the
vibing, man.
When did you change? I was looking right at you.
What do you? I mean, I just did. I did it just then when they zoomed in on me.
That's incredible. All right, well,
Very fast.
I have a background in acting. I know how to quick change.
Okay.
Very fascinating. I mean, you know what though? Let's focus though on enough about the jerseys. I hope this is the last time we're going to see a change here.
I'm really hopeful.
Yeah, we can only hope.
I only
but
have so many.
Let's focus on one of the players to check out here, and it's actually going to be Soldem, who actually has been dubbed the Korean Tens, which is great. And on top of that, took a little bit of a break as well, right? To give himself some time and get back into things, Mimi.
Yeah, so some history on the guy. Way back in the day, he was playing with Northeption in 2021. Then he took a break from competitive for, I believe, almost a year to go and kind of lean into the content creation side of things. But if you remember this guy, he was the original Korean Jet. He is the guy who spawned the craze. The amount of just wild clips that he had really popularized him early in on Valorant, and now he's back competing again.
Yeah, it's good to see him back in a competitive situation. I mean, yeah, even though, yes, that is when Jet was absolutely busted. She had the right clicks, reset, and what?
Where are you getting these?
Just keep moving on. Just keep moving on. Anyway, yeah, he was abusing the right click reset on the
Chat.
pair of knives, but the
If y'all follow me on
reaction
Twitter, I
time
need you guys to
from
see my
him was
retweet I just put up.
still so crazy.
That shit's actually disgusting.
Rogue and wow. Anyway, but yeah, he's an incredible player.
Oh
I'm
shit,
really
there's
excited to see
probably
that compete, but
qualifiers tonight for
It's a
Apex.
question of will he actually?
Should we do a watch party for that?
Future international events, because he was trying when he was on Northeption. They played through the LCQ. They made it all the way to the grand final, but they fell just shy to full sense and then couldn't make it to champions.
Yeah, obviously we're a heartbreaker, but this team's going to try and break some hearts here today in Sao Paulo, because they got a tall task ahead of them. But before we get into that, though, earlier Mitch and Tom actually sat down with
Or do we do a video? I think I should probably take time to do a video and edit
team,
and stuff
and
instead.
if Soldem still dominates on the jet roll.
And we have Zenfree from Detonation Focus Me joining us here on the interview stage. Thank you so much for joining us, first of all.
Thank you for having me.
No, welcome over to Sao Paulo. And the first thing I want to address here is your team, Detonation Focus Me. This is a team made up of many different teams sort of thrown together. You've got Zeta Division, you've got Northeption, even Rejects. For anybody not familiar, that's the team name. That wasn't a diss. So I wanted to ask, sort of coming into this, you know, all of your players essentially have been on these promising rosters before. Now you're together.
I think it's Detonation. It's still, I gotta lean towards Detonation, man.
Yeah, but I mean, we're still, you know, trying to figure things out. Just, you know, working on the little things.
What roster was he on last season?
Hopefully we can make our, you know, international debut something like something great.
Well, that's the thing. If you're working on the little things, that means you've already done the big things. So that's the good thing, at least already.
And why does it sound like I can't hear these people?
And many people at home are going to have is Soldam, someone who has sort of been absent for.
It's very weird that like the sound is like kind of quiet on the main broadcast.
What can fans now expect from this guy? Because he was insane at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Is he still at that level?
Personally, yeah, I think he's still at that level. But I mean, since he had that year of, you know, just not playing professionally, he has, you know, things that he has to catch up on. Like regarding like the new metas.
So why was the difference between Detonation Gaming and Detonation Focus Me? I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Now, not that long ago, you guys had the opportunity to play. In
Is
Japan
Focus Me like their
some
sponsor?
international teams. You had DRX there. You played up against Fnatic as well, obviously in PaperX. Now, I wanted to know, what did you take away from that experience?
I'm so confused.
Well, it was kind of like a show match, and we wanted to try new things, and I think our opponents, they were just there to have fun as well.
Oh, is it because they
really
have
much,
another
like,
thing that's like in Challengers, which is Detonation White? Oh, maybe that's why?
Like the experience.
Well, then why not just have the main roster still just be Detonation Gaming?
I think was a big
And that makes sense.
to us.
So to finish, again, this is almost a question for me, because being someone that came from CS, I was a big fan of HSK, playing on teams like MVP, Gosu, a lot of experience, and he has joined the coaching staff of your roster. So I want to know, how's it been working with him? Is he as good as I imagine he is?
I think so, yeah.
All right, chat.
It's great to work
I think I'm going to stand back up for a little bit.
He has, I don't know, a really, I don't know how to say, like a great mindset going into the game, or towards the game. So I think he has like lots of knowledge that he can share with us, and he's been sharing with us.
All right.
I'm not sure like how great he was at CS, but
for Korean players, he was pretty good, but I don't think it really took off as much in Korea as, say, Valorant.
I'm sure he'll love that you said that.
I know he's played like really at a high level, but yeah.
See, they started doing these types of interviews on the Apex main broadcast, and I really liked it.
Well, I'll be having words, or he'll be having words with me after. For now, though, I think that's all we've got for you. Thank you so much for joining us, Zenfree. Appreciate it, and best of luck in your games.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, always a pleasure, obviously, to hear from Zenfree, and you know, I just love the. Are you kidding? How are you even doing this?
I'm going to represent everybody, damn it, GB. I'm going to get through all of them.
I mean, I guess it's an improvement from last time. At least
So is he doing all the Pacific teams?
Covering at least like a third of the teams fairly.
Yeah, that's nice.
Not bad.
You know,
Well,
I mean,
I have 5 different DRX jerseys that I'll just be wearing throughout.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I'm not excited for that one.
Well, let's go ahead and shift our attention over to the Giants. Giants Gaming, of course, a team that has multiple regions being represented within the roster, but obviously if you know the name Giants, you're very familiar with them, not only in Valorant, but in esports altogether. And, you know, this is a team that's kind of coming into this one, again, really like, Mimi, just a kind of an unknown commodity here, right? I don't know what to expect with this squad.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. It's kind of like a G2v2. You have quite a different players who were previously on that roster now being integrated in with some talent that we've been kind of excited to see competing outside of Europe. You have Fatinho, who's the only only remaining Spanish member of this team, of that original VRL roster. And on top of that, you've also added Cloud, who was really, really well hyped up in CIS when he was playing with Na'Vi there. So again, kind of similar to Koi, there's some great talent on this roster, and there's a solid core behind it. But again, the expectations are kind of a question mark.
Yeah, how do the pieces come together? Will the synergy be there off the rip? You know, or are things going to be rough? Is there going to be some growing pains coming into this one? I think that just given the caliber of talent that we see on this team, they should have the upper hand against that nation. But again, with this tournament, you never really know what's going to happen.
I don't even want to.
I realize what it is, and the fact that he's doing this and it's this hot in the venue. I'm leaking, and this man is out here. How many shirts you have under you right now?
I am a dedicated man, GB. All right. If I'm gonna go for a bit, I'm gonna go for a bit. It's like 8, and they're all stacked on top of each other right now.
I think you have a problem, Seth.
He really does.
I think I do have a problem because I'm not gonna be able to get these off at the end.
All I'm saying is, chat, a lesson for y'all. Always commit to the bit. Anyway, moving on, though, the players to watch, obviously, on this team, you're going to be focusing a lot, you know, on Rhyme, right? And when he's on this roster, Mimi, good things can happen for Giants, and they are going to be very scary to deal with.
Yeah, so the thing with Rhyme is he has a history of playing a lot of different teams, of having some different opportunities. Early in Valorant, he was competing with NIP. He came over to North America very briefly, competed with Gen G. They tried to qualify into the VCT, fell flat. He got dropped, shipped back to EMEA, had a kind of a stint as a free agent. Now he's back as Giants, but it's kind of a last chance rodeo for this guy, it feels like. He is a solid IGL. He is a guy who can band teams together, but he has not been able to really achieve that with one roster in the past. Now he's here with probably the best group of talent he's ever had access to as an IGL. And for me, the onus is on Rhyme to build something great out of this team.
Yeah, do or die, make it work. And if it doesn't, then who knows what happens there. But a lot of pressure going to be stacked up against him. But getting this series out of the way, being able to get a win comfortably over DFM, I think would be a really good way to just instill some confidence in the team as they come together for the first time on a big stage.
Yeah, and I think that there is a lot of, you know, as I mentioned before, right, there is this unknown commodity here with Giants, because obviously we've seen this team, we've seen them match up in the past together and have success in different iterations, you know, however that may be. But when you look at this lineup, Mimi, it is scary, and if they are one of the, I feel like this is like a, I don't want to say dark horse, but I guess it could be, right? They could make a very deep run, especially with the format of this tournament.
I think a lot of people are really sleeping on this team. I think they have some really fantastic players here individually. They've played a little bit during the offseason. They competed in that G-Loot event. They didn't have a great placement, but what I saw from them there was just a team with, it was just kind of working on the solid fundamentals. It was just, okay, how are we going to work on our protocols? How are we going to...
Is this, I would say, the one thing...
Building up Rhyme's ability to IGL
why does this still seem so quiet?
Focusing on. So, well, you might not look at them and say, hey, huge star power, we expect something great from them. This team could be really good.
Well, and then, you know, to kind of flip it over to the other side
Don't
there.
Acknowledge him. Nope.
I've given up at this point.
But
okay. I won't be a part of the conversation.
Yes, right. You're iced out. No. But the thing is, with Detonation, I think it's quite fascinating because
boy, just keeps switching jerseys. You think he's putting them on or taking them off?
For quite some time now, right? And they're
has to be taking them off, right?
With a prime opportunity, especially with the leagues launching this season.
We're putting them on.
Detonation, they're going to have to incorporate a guy who's kind of just been out vibing on stream, you know, for a while. We know he's a great player, but this is going to be really challenging for them.
No, it certainly is. I mean, Soldam is one of those guys who goes into a solo.
I do kind of wish like the downtime between games wasn't quite as long.
Didn't necessarily translate when we had seen him on North Eption. They were a decent team, but they were also a far cry from the North Eption that we saw last year make it to a Masters event with Meteor being the real star power on that squad. Shout out to Meteor on Gen G. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders as well. Everybody on this team does have a decent amount of experience. Soldam definitely comes in, I think, the lighter of the 5. But with everybody else,
what do we think, chat, for tomorrow when it comes to setting up?
Go off like he does in his solo queue games, those clips that you see on Twitter and on Twitch. If he can get into a comfortable position to make that happen, then by God, Giants could get blown out of the water.
They could, but honestly, I mean, this team, they are a talented, stacked lineup.
Sorry, I just saw
with the season coming around
Space Station Gaming officially released that
they're
leaving.
There's a lot of opportunities for us to be able to meet our new teams and our new rosters that are all combining together. So this time around, let's go ahead and meet Giants Gaming.
Let's go. Let's do it. Are they actually bringing him in? Or is this another video? Please don't tell me it's another video. I don't want another video.
My name is Emir Rahim Muminovic. I play for Team Giants, and I'm the IGL and captain of the team.
I do kind of like their jerseys, not gonna lie.
I would say is maybe the most similar to me. Straight up, nice guy, honest. And then we have Cloud. Cloud is like our, I would say like a little brother in the team. He's the youngest, so he's definitely like, we kind of joke a lot with him. Vitinho is our operator player, and honestly, a great guy, loving guy. The last is Aro Hoodie. He's like a bear. He sleeps for like 13 hours, and he's like
a bear.
Super chill. Honestly, I don't think this guy has any stress in his life, or I don't think he can get nervous or stressed.
Hello, my name is Adolfo Gallego. My nickname in-game is Vitinho. I'm playing for Giants Gaming, and my role in the team is Duelist. So yeah, I started in Giants since I think 2 years ago, and now I feel grateful like I'm here playing the VCT. My first goal as a player, I think, is improve and be better teammate, be better in the game, be better in communications. And as a teammates, I think we all have the same mentality. We want to keep improving as a team and do the best. Thank you for the support. Keep supporting us on this tournament. And
where are they from? Chad, does anyone know?
Good luck, have fun. It's brutal. Single elimination is super brutal, so I hope everyone makes the best out of it.
Always great to be able to see these teams, and everyone's just obviously so excited to get onto that stage, Mimi.
Yeah, they really are, and for this team, again, it's kind of on that guy, Ron.
Bro, I don't know.
Yeah, it really is, and we'll see if it all plays out, though. But we are set here, and the teams have all been broken down.
Giants.
So let's go ahead and meet our two squads. It's
Oh, they're
Focus
Spanish.
Me
They're from
Giants
EMEA.
Gaming.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time for our second matchup of the day. Is it weird that I already kind of want the Giants to win just because of their jerseys?
No, it's okay.
I don't know what it is, but it's the purple and yellow with the big old Burger King sign that's got me like, yes, spot on. These early stages, there ain't many people in the stands, huh? I mean, I guess I get it, right? Like, if I was going to be going there, I wouldn't be buying early week tickets. So I'd be only going for, like, a weekend, right? But still. All right, let's get this started.
All right, everyone, here we go. And as soon as we're ready, we're going to dive into those map vetoes. But, you know, Mimi, I like that all the teams, too, like Giants, they brought out, you know, the awesome Brazilian colors here for the event.
I love the Brazilian colors.
Yeah, it is definitely a special event for these teams.
Trying to get a little hometown loving, maybe.
DFM, I believe
Can't blame them,
This
though.
will be their first ever international event. And that's kind of the case, too, for the side of Giants. You have Vitinho, young kid. This is going to be his first game outside the VRLs.
Yeah, I mean, while I talk about experience for DFM, widely that was all within Japan. Not many people got to compete on the international stage. And even the ones that took part in the LCQ, that was a tournament that was then held online because we were still under restrictions.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a very big moment for a lot of these guys as they get ready to try to come out on
I still think I gotta
top
go
first
with
time in front of a crowd.
Detonation though, as much as I like the jerseys for the Giants.
We'll have to see if they can overcome that.
You know, I have to say, something about the way.
Who'd you roll with,
Of course, a
Boogie?
big shout out to our incredible set designers
Detonation.
here for Riot, who just absolutely knocked this set out of the park. It is a raw experience. You know, when you walk out there, it feels like they're walking into the octagon.
Split auto
and we're
vetoed.
going into the map vetoes, and it seems like the gauntlet's been thrown down already. Splits out as well as fracture.
This is the Japanese map detonation. You can't get rid of splits. They've thrown it all away, GP. No, I guess
Starting on Haven.
Cotton, we'll see if it pays off.
Okay. Well, they say, you know what? We like Haven. Suggest is on this team, and Haven was a pretty good map for New Turn back in the day. Let's go back there again.
Yeah, it feels like pretty even territory.
Icebox.
Teams have played a whole ton of maps, so I'd imagine them both to be prepped there on Haven. Giants do head towards Icebox. That tends
So we're gonna go to the same two maps to start off with that we saw in the first one.
I mean, it's been floated. There's a chance.
I'm gonna guess. Lotus gets banned. Yeah.
It was banned in the second round.
And again, DFM is another one of these teams that is just unwilling to play the new maps. We saw that in our last set of vetoes, where one team got rid of both of those maps as well.
It's you guys like the same map?
This is literally the same thing. We're just doing Haven first. Although, as a Haven enjoyer, I'm okay with that.
Sure. I'm actually interested by Pearl as the decider here, because Giants were actually banning this quite a lot when they were playing at that G-Loot event. So this is something a little bit new. We have not seen the team here yet.
Maybe with a little bit of extra time, they feel a bit more comfortable to bring that map out here. DFM, you know, I'd have to look back and see if they have played this, or if they did play this at the Japanese event ahead of Christmas. I don't believe so.
I believe they played it once, and they actually lost it. They lost against one of the teams that they played there. That was a show match, so you got the little asterisk there.
And also Suggest wasn't present because he had COVID at the time, so he wasn't able to play on stage with his cohorts.
The thing is, though,
we're running back.
You know, this is such the format. I'm going to keep going on about it because in all of my years, I've never really seen anything quite like this. A 32-team tournament in a country, you know, outside of where we normally are. All these players coming in, playing one match, leaving it all out there. So it kind of makes sense to me as we get ready for the Prime Gaming Asia Select that, you know, these players are going to play it relatively safe in these first rounds and play matches they know
similar comps.
They can get by with. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. And last time we saw this map played in our first series here at Lock-In, it was just the basic comp that you're seeing out of Giants here, except with the Omen instead of the Astra. Here, both teams are actually electing for the Astra instead, but we do see that consistency of the Killjoy, Breach, Sova Jet as kind of the core of these compositions.
Yeah, I was hoping maybe somebody would change it up a little bit. I mean, the Jet always powerful pretty much wherever you want to play it, but I'm always happy to see Raze, especially when you want to go for some aggressive alping.
Yeah, this has got to be Soldom versus Fatinho, a re-debut for the Korean and something new for Fatinho.
Oh, we got two new teams on the stage, and that means we have two new casters. Let's go ahead and welcome
Who are they bringing in? Balo?
And his brother from another mother. It's Mitch, man,
No.
with all the hair in the world, and I hate him.
I could sense a little bit of jealousy in his voice there right at the end.
I don't know. I didn't really get it. I didn't
know what that was about. Hey, look, I'm feeling left out, man. Everyone else in the broadcast going bald today. I've been stuck with this. I'm sweating. All right, you've got it easy.
I'm sure there's something we can do. You know, we've already seen
You know what,
a change of jersey.
I've turned
we
the
could have
fan
a
on.
change of hair.
He's like, you know what? I'll turn the fan on. I'll even.
Pull it off. I think we might look too alike. I've already been mistaken for you at events before, which is honestly
impressive.
terrifying.
It actually
but
is.
Let's move on. We have got, again, I was going to say an elimination game. Every game is an elimination game. Every time someone has to go home, which is both fun but also devastating. We have two teams that, I'll be honest, for me, Mitch, they come in at different points. Like one of them is Giants, where I think they could be a dark horse. They genuinely might be able to take down anyone in this tournament with the team that they've built. Detonation, Focus Me, I have absolutely no clue what to expect from them here, so it's going to be a fun game.
That it is, and we've already seen the barriers go up. An attempt at mid-control right
Quick
away.
trade out right off the bat.
The Pacific team of Detonation Focus Me about to run into Nukia. Great counter stun coming into play. The dash not working for Soldam, and now they're stuck behind that smoke. The space taking hasn't worked, and the numbers back in Giants' favor.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of weapons take a hit recently, but the Frenzy isn't one of them, and I kind of wish it was. Just the amount we've seen.
I think I'm fine with the Frenzy being the way it is compared to
their setup here. Still got the full
some others.
setup of Hoodie, and then you've got that support from Cloud as well. This is a pretty nasty spot to try and push into here.
Yeah, it absolutely.
Although maybe it's just because the other ones feel so bad, maybe.
From the B side as well. That close position. It's an off angle you don't normally see held, but he's
Oh.
whipping every shot. The final bullet. At least finds its mark. And again, the brakes have to be pumped. This attacking side, they're trying to take little pieces of map control, and every time they're being denied so far.
Yeah, they're now just trying to play the waiting game, hoping that someone rotates away, although they're dropping guns on the floor, so I'm pretty sure that Giants aren't going to budge. They still know they're here because they're making sound. With 30 seconds left, there's not much of an opportunity to really rotate away at this stage. This round is looking dead to rights with a 4-man crossfire. Not even a kill comes through.
Wow.
Yeah, the attempted
They were only able to
suggest,
find one
but
from
there's
Detonation,
just
huh?
too many players there to get anything done. That's a fantastic start for the
Or
Giants
for
side.
Detonation, I should say.
They've
Sorry.
got a round under their belt. I'm interested to see this second round investment coming out of them. We've already seen a Bulldog be invested into. It looks like for the most part we're going to be, a second Bulldog as well. We're going to bolster down a little bit. So if we do see these,
I wonder if they're
rifles through,
expecting the
it's a little bit more of a risk, right?
Stingers.
They can't afford to lose as many players here.
RIP Stinger. Of course, we are on the patch that has, well, a lot of people think nerfed it into oblivion. It's definitely reduced the range of it, so you're not going to see those same sort of force buys anymore, and there was no plant, so it wouldn't have even happened for DFM anyway. They have gone in for the Sheriffs, though, Mitch, so a chance to try and make things a little bit more costly. And with a 4-man C push, well, they're walking into Hoodie setup again.
So the idea here, though, is clearly a bait, right? They're walking towards that turret, they're making noise, they're taking this orb to try and force them out into a fight so those Sheriffs can take them down with numbers. But all the while, we've seen Rada wait over here on long. The spike had been left down in the spawn. This is supposed to be a very slow round coming out of the Pacific side, and well, so far, it is slow, but they haven't found any of those mistakes on the Giants side, and I think that largely comes down to those two Bulldogs. They're not going to go pushing. They're not going to go taking crazy space. This is a round for
Cats
Giants.
just do not like
sit
each
back
other.
and let you come to them. And
Nice shot.
First.
Nice little timing shot. I'm liking the fact as well they've got Nuke here sort of rotating around different positions, so whenever that stun is online, he'll be able to set up his teammates. But Vitinho, this is just a firing range. A chance to get towards that Blade Storm. He's not missing a beat. And well, again, it's the same as last round. They have to try and fall back and find another avenue of attack.
Yeah, look, no shields even on these players, right? Having gone for the Sheriffs, they needed to save over the rest of their credits, and yeah, it just leads to them being so easy to take down. The numbers really where they can get ahead. One more kill would be great. That might have even taken the Bulldog out of play, but not quite able to get it done.
It's been
Rhyme.
a few Giants, so I'm just like, that's a little bit too whiffy for my liking, but they've got to
4-0 for Rhyme.
Two players I actually want to really focus on in this game are actually going to be the Astros, Rhyme and Zimfree. Two players that in the past weren't exactly renowned.
Is it Fatino? Is that right?
Something that I think would definitely have to be taken into consideration.
Fatinho.
Zimfree moving away from sort of a pretty decent initiator to try and fit into this roster. So
I don't know what
if
his
he's not
name
able
is.
to have that same impact, definitely could be an issue, and maybe even some teething problems early on in events.
You just saw the stat pop up there about Soldan. We'll be talking a bit about him
Has
later
to be,
on,
right?
but right here and now, Detonation Focus Me coming in with rifles. The same start to the round, 4 players on C long, but they've got a little bit more all in on the strategy. 5 players this time, Spike coming as well, and they've got the site for free. A retake attempt out of Giants.
Easy
I think
retake
this
here.
was the right call, especially when you look at the player who's on site being Ryan.
He's got to pile up on the back. He'll be
just got
fine.
dropped through the
Oh,
smoke.
maybe not.
Yeah, that was dirty. That was just a couple of bullets tapped through, and that's probably the player you want most alive in this sort of scenario, except maybe Rhyme on that Astra. Soldam still looking to try and take these aggressive spots. Is what he's known for.
Ooh,
These almost
gets
frag movie
nothing, though.
highlights, but yet
Thought he was going to when he was peeked across.
as the push looks to come back through.
There was a lot of utility in his way. He's got to hold strong, though, with his teammate falling. The kills are going Giants' way, and it looks like they might have the round. Time's going to be an issue.
How?
Zimfree can hold on a little longer, and there's a player low HP, managing to use a star to at least delay it, and he might have it. It's going to be so tight. A 1 bullet needed on the diffuser. It's halfway.
Oh!
Zimfree closing out a round that they desperately needed and put them right on the board.
Yeah, the Red Bull clutch to give them their first round, Mitch, but you have to bear in mind what was put into it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. That was a 5v4
That was an
retake
expensive
where you're
round,
the team
though.
with the rifles, and you win the round by 10 HP. So they've scraped it. They've got themselves into a position where they can battle.
Yeah, but now you
have to
lost your
consider
point,
what
your
the
loss
Giants are bringing
bonus.
back in. Okay, they've got an operator.
I was gonna say, are
They've
they
got
gonna be able to
rifles
fully
on every single
reinvest?
player, and although there are rifles,
Half
on the other
shields
side,
on
they
3-year
already have to
players.
take a bit of a hit, even just with some utility.
That's it. So we've seen the denial of at least that third round. We're not going to
Yeah, it's the unfortunate thing about
early, but
losing so many players.
What?
No, he
What?
just spammed the wall.
Well, that is karma coming back to get him. I mean, the last
Excuse me?
round suggests blind fire through a smoke. Headshots nuke you. Nuke you this round. Gives it right back to him. A wall this time between them, but
Wow.
wouldn't stop him. That's actually nuts.
It's just disgusting.
And you know, look, the thing is, the fact that they lost so many players in the previous round, this is a very tough round. If they lose it, Giants will just speed into the lead. The economy will start to snowball. And already being a player down, they have to be so cautious on this attack. And that's why you see them a minute on the clock. They've got practically no space taken.
They're trying to almost lurk back through the delay put into play, but
I'll
Ryan
give
has been tagged up.
information
They're
as far as
falling away from
one.
it. They're almost trying to move players off of that B side, hoping
Yeah,
someone
where are they
rotates
gonna
into
go?
the
Is
path
Anthem
of
gonna push
Anthem.
into B?
Unfortunately, they haven't. And with the alarm bot still there, a star down as well, the second that goes off, there will be a repick, if not before.
And that smoke will go up, stopping anybody that's further back and not in the sight from helping out their teammates.
They don't know about
It's awful,
the.
but the good thing is you're seeing players quite far away. Hoodie just walked in and sprayed. They've barely seen anyone this
That's
round.
disgusting.
The Pacific side's in a 2v5. That is devastating.
Bro, what are you supposed to do with that?
Yeah, they've literally seen no one. It's literally just been knowing their spots, knowing their lineups, and now Soldan, we need one of those moments.
Like, what are you supposed to do with
those moments from a year ago? It's a nice start, but nothing more to be had. Raider left, 1 versus 4. Angle not
Okay.
a chance here with the second already going his way. Nuke and Cloud on the other side, but they can just start this defusal. He knows that somebody's on.
Shut
that
up!
side.
Oh,
He hits the third, but it isn't quite there. Close. And a nice attempt for Raider, but
boy.
it's still going to be the round for Giants.
Yo.
Seen this guy before, absolute Jupiter Zeta Division. He was a monster, but wow, that's one hell of a performance. I was expecting Soldan to do some work there. And you know, this is a guy we haven't seen on the international scene before. I know the desk was mentioning that. He came damn close though. It was LCQ. He lost to Full Sense, who ended up at Champions, as you'll remember.
Yeah, I'm gonna
It
have
was a
to
BO5 grand final.
go grab Little Man here in a minute. So I'm gonna need y'all to hang just
on this very map. It was Haven that took
vibe without
the
me for a
chance
bit.
to
All
go to
right,
Champions
Loki's
out
gonna
of
hold
their
down
hands.
for me.
For
I got
Soldan, I'm sure he's looking to
I ain't
put up some
leaving yet,
numbers
but
right
I have
here
to
now,
here,
but
go.
it's been a slower start. 3-1.
I took down. It's already 3:15.
But the economy is where the concern comes in. This is Vodafone Giants, as they were formerly called, just Giants now. Opportunity to take an absolutely stellar start, but they, again, have to avoid losing too many weapons. Their economy is still a little bit shaky, but they're only up against pistols.
Yeah, again, a chance for Vitinho to farm. Waiting for them to try and peek through.
Still got it.
Drop.
Okay.
They should pull a rotation to support him here, and already Cloud is going to be in position. Any damage they can do here would be beneficial, and the stun's not bad. It's left him in an awkward spot. Again, though, he has a teammate ready, holding the angle, and just not missing a single shot. Zimphrey will
Triple
at least drop that
headshot from
operator.
Cloud?
Let's be honest, it doesn't matter.
No, again, they've got a crossfire on the site. One player on back gets stunned. Cloud in the corner, but he got flashed. Got the first kill, fair enough. The second and third, maybe not so much. Little bit ridiculous the value they've just walked out with, and the impact can be felt. Now they've got those credits to back them up if this round goes a little awry, and it very well might. Just look at what Detonation Focus Me are bringing into this DFM. 4 Ulti.
They got a bunch of shit on them.
From a
Yeah.
Blade Storm on Soldan.
They're pretty loaded up here.
Let's see them put a round on the board here.
Yeah, and there's still a couple of vulnerabilities, so there are definite opportunities. It does seem like, though, I like that. They actually have a nano. Fitino's just gone through it. He's probably spotted the majority walking through, and there might be a nasty surprise for Zimphrey if he tries to cross his path. It has gone well on the site, though, as they get the open.
Ooh.
Oh, they've spotted him at least, though. They won't fall victim to that sneaky operator and instead punish and find the plant. Now a 5
And if they
versus
get this-
3 to work with. And DFM, they've
Avoid
done a
using these
fantastic
ults,
job.
that'd be
I love
big.
the Nano Swarm right away, trying to block off that player so the Rolling Thunder catches him, so you clean up the site for free. It doesn't work out yet. They still manage to clean it up nicely and put a bow on top. Giants calling a save already.
Saving this early,
Other than
huh?
the last round, everything has been very close. Like 1 player clutching in the round before, and 4 players surviving, but ultimately they've got some weaker weapons here. Probably just going to try and make things costly. Not allow Detonation to get away with too much, even having the stuns.
That was a
to
nice shot,
hold
though.
them into the spike, but the rest of the team are slowly making their way in that direction to try and get rid of these players and have a safe exit.
And with so many players on the attack here, yeah, I mean, they could decide to just go sprinting down to punish, but they have their own economy to consider. You know, just a couple 100 credits sitting on each player. They'll attempt some spams, but in the end, Giants will get away with their 3 rifles. But the Pacific side now builds up their credits, and they managed to win that round where we highlighted.
Yeah, you needed that round just because you're able to keep what all but one person up.
To take that site. What a cleanup by Zimphrey on short. That op could have changed the round completely if it was left unchecked.
Yeah, for sure.
Didn't need to use any of your
Now, again,
ults, so you
as
still have
you
all
mentioned,
4
they still have
available.
all of those ults available, and it looks like
They
a lot
got
of their initial
2
setups are very
Vandals,
direct. So the
a
same thing again,
Phantom, a
looking to try and
Bulldog, and a
challenge for
Spectre.
that C long control. On the other side of things, Giants are
Against
now
5
looking to try and
Vandals.
take away long on A because it was really fought for, rushed through in the previous round. Instead, though, they're waiting to see if anybody peeks, and Rhyme, I don't think he's going to give them that battle.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. You can see him just jump peeking it. A patient man for sure. He's got his utility, and of course, as a player watching the cross, now spotting that Soldam's gone into the site. They've yet to deal with him. There we go.
Ooh, okay, nice shot, Hoodie.
Lots of utility coming their way, but it's keeping DFM out of the site. The Hunter's Fury chasing them right the way back to their own spawn.
Wow.
At this point, they're starting to look for other opportunities. It looks like they're going to gamble on a faster rotate to the A site. Not even. That little slowdown from Suggest as he watches for a push out of Garage. They realize if
The
55
Garage.
or a minute left on the clock when they made that call, they can slow it down and see if there's any reaction from that Giant side. So far, that hasn't happened. So 45, yeah, let's start moving towards the site.
Yeah, the problem is now you're starting to see that reposition.
I was gonna say, you'll see Giants
Already a
rotate
rotation
soon.
from Cloud going
Yeah.
back in that direction. You got Fitinho from above. He just wants to take one and try and move back, but that's the info they had at least. Now, there is still going to be that lockdown available for the post plant. That might be something to try and highlight when going into that after plant position, if they can get into the after plant, because they're trying to hit them with the shock darts.
They waited as well. You know, those shock darts coming up and over. They pop down the lockdown, avoid getting
Astral
taken down
Divide as well.
on the spike plant as well, even damaged up too much. And Suggest now 48 HP, going to sit down below, holding utility for the eventual retake that will be mounted. They've committed one player to watching the back, which is Rada. Won't be able to do all too much, and now realizing it's clear, going to come to hold forward. I mean, this is a well-stacked up site for DFM. Giants are going to find it hard to get any sort of space in. They need a hero play, and there is just nobody to take that mantle right now. A fantastic stun.
But he's trying, but
puts a halt to
2v1.
Hoodie's push. He can still isolate the fights,
Yeah,
but
they had that
he doesn't
cross
win them.
setup.
Yeah, decent crossfires, but more importantly, I think it was actually the grab well from Zemfree that does most of the work, because you see Fitinho, he's like right into the site, and the rest of the players are all stuck trying to make their way through from that defensive position. So just good utility use, fantastic crossfires as well from Detonation, and that was one of the things coming into this match where I was going, okay, on paper, for me, Giants look like a way better team. Like, you've picked up a load of different superstars. Okay, there's been a few role shifts here and there, but their players, I believe, can do it. I don't think I've ever seen Nuke not be able to play an Agent Hoodie the same. So I wasn't really too worried on that. I was more worried whether or not Detonation would be able to match up to just the firepower, because I have very high expectations of people like Cloud. So far, they have been. It has been a back and forth. It's been close in clutch rounds, and even at some points for Giants, been a little bit sloppy. So
Time out for the Giants,
starting
huh?
to
believe that there's a chance that Detonation could do some real damage in this match.
You know, we mentioned some of the other players on this server. And
We'll have to wait and see. Chat, I'm going to go ahead and step on out real quick. Go pick up Little Man.
We haven't seen him really play at this
stepping
level
going,
ever,
though.
right? First time on an international stage, even when it comes to LAN events, fairly limited in Valorant. Going back to CS, has a little bit of experience, but you look at Cloud, he's also in a similar bracket. He's never been to an international event. He played at a Masters, but that was a regional Masters way back in the day. This is a guy who is getting experience playing in front of a crowd like this, hearing that roar, and well, it doesn't seem to be shaking him even
Correct
slightly.
me if I'm wrong. That wasn't even the Europe Masters either.
No, it was the CIS
had
Masters.
their own
Exactly.
one. So
Hero
it wasn't even
Hero rifle here for Hoodie.
You know, or yeah, I mean, it didn't exist. I think it was
Couple
at EU,
glass cannon sheriff.
Yeah.
But I think you had a Turkish Masters as well, so it was a very
did, yeah.
different landscape in Valorant at that point.
And then obviously, you know, we mentioned Soldam. He hasn't played at an international game. So close to making it to champs. Anthem's the other guy on their team. Played at First Strike, came 5th to 6th. That was a Korean First Strike way back in the day. And, well, hasn't got a whole lot of accolades under his belt. This is a big opportunity for him to make a name for himself on the international stage. You know, currently attack side Killjoy. We're not expecting him to steal the show or anything, but a player to keep an eye on and how he forms. Sort of the rookie of the roster.
But that's the interesting thing, again, about this roster is that you go back and the
They're
majority of the players on this team
see
are
here.
duelists or initiators. So they've also had to switch up roles. I think Anthem is one of the players that definitely suffered a little bit, especially now that people have moved away from playing that chamber where it's like, oh yeah, playing Sentinel, and now actually having to have a little bit more of a proper setup.
So this is the kind of round where you often want to see how it develops. It could just be a flat one. They come in and they stomp them, but 40 seconds on the clock and a 4-man stack from Giants on this C site. pistols. Obviously, that's why we're saying it's not a big deal, but
But he has
they
a
might
gun.
be able to get something done. And Rhyme is up right close. He's in the smoke, dancing through the cloud burst. He'll only get one, and nobody else is able to take a kill. Soldam dealing with the round nicely, and he almost goes down, but in the end, it's a 4v1 post plant, and that one is the man with the Sheriff.
Yeah, it was a good read from Giants. 3 players there. I think it was mainly because they had the lockdown if they really wanted to try and push a retake elsewhere on the map, but ultimately, solid trading, isolated the jewels, even just the space that was taken again from Soldam. That's the thing. I think statistically you're going to look at him throughout this game and be like, you know, is he coming back? But he is every round dashing into a smoke on the site so that everybody else can find the space. Now, the main time... Oh! He got there in the end. We'll just edit the rest out. Edit the rest
Oliver,
out.
he stepped away for a minute, but
kill.
we're just hanging out watching this for him.
Out of Cloud, maybe his 9th best kill so far.
How are you today, Oliver?
But look, we've tied it up. And for DFM, they were in some rocky shape to start things out. Losing the pistol, 3rd round came very close. They got answered back on immediately. Economy started to build up for Giants. At 4-1, one little mistake from DFM could have just taken this half out of their hands completely. And instead, they're neck and neck. They're competing. And I think most people will almost be surprised by that result so far. Giants have been pinned as a heavy favorite. Well, there's one man who's wearing every jersey in this tournament. I don't think that counts.
Well, here goes Soldam again. He does get the opener, but he's betrayed that. He doesn't like those aftershocks, and Cloud's looking to take this one into his own hands. I feel like they've avoided him over the last few rounds, but the second they faced into this man's crosshair, it normally results in death.
It's immediate crunch on A. It's hard to deal with when you decide to take that fast main control and your opponents have the same idea. It is a meat grinder, and well, this time DFM left in a mint state. Most of their team shredded, and they're the final remaining members too. Stood on long, tucked in, just waiting for the flank, or again, the mistake, the over-rotation, the overextension. It doesn't happen. Giants are playing a very patient game.
I like the fact, though, that we're seeing them do this every time. Like, a lot of the opening duels have been going Giants' way, and in every single round, you see Detonation just go, okay, we're not going to rush into things. We're not going to try and punish that player. We're not going to overface. We're going to slow right down and hope the Giants make a mistake. Now, Giants haven't made a massive amount. A lot of the more direct takes have been what have been working for Detonation, and that's why we're having quite a few sort of back and forth rounds. With 30 seconds, though, we're trying to at least find something here, but look how ready they are for this. Just patiently waiting. Even still, though, they have managed to make this a better scenario by getting rid of Nuclear.
Yeah, that didn't look like it was going to be very winnable at all. Okay, Zemfree's gone down, though. He was still pushed up. They probably expect him to fall back. You know, you try to get the jump on them, but it ain't worked out, and that recon has ruined him. Another star round for Cloud. This guy is just on fire here. And again, this is his international debut. And he's
so
barely
Oliver, he stepped away. I am in his Discord watching it with him.
This is one of the players where
Q had to go grab
the
his
Giants
son
got that
from
deal
school.
through. It was one of the ones where I think there wasn't even that much contention for it, and I was gobsmacked. Because if you speak to the majority of sort of coaches within EMEA, talent within EMEA, Cloud should be near the top of your list of players that you should be signing. Very, very young. And also someone who, on that Na'Vi roster, was unbelievably flexible. Not only came in as an initiator, which for younger players, okay, you got people like Leo who probably match up, but other than that, not really. But he could also play like a Mean Raze, a Neon, like he had that star potential. So the fact that he's come into Giants, he's alongside other superstars, and right now, he's making them look average.
You know the funny thing as well? He's the only man on a server playing a Sova as well, the only man on the server without an assist. He just kills. He doesn't need to help anyone else, at least help them get a kill. He's just going to do it for them. Don't worry.
But that's the thing, he is scanning people. He just then kills them before anyone else can.
He didn't even scan the last guy. He just shot him as soon as he hit the dart. In the head as well, I'll say. You know, it's been quite a...
Because the person talking isn't the person on camera.
Really getting is
the person on camera had to go pick up his son from school.
At this level, when you're pumping the brakes a lot and you don't have those ideas on how to recover those early fumbles, it's often because like at the lower level you're going to play against teams who go, oh, we're 5v3, let's run it down, boys, let's get them all, and then you just wait, hold angle, and kill them all. But you know, it's not working yet. They're still able to have that little bit of a push into a site. They're getting a foothold. There's a serious amount of play on the table right now, and their attack side's looking good. We've seen Soldam start to warm up as well. certainly a promising beginning to this series.
I'll be honest, Nuki, I don't think anyone's going to stand there again. You only get wallbanged by that once.
But see, there's value in it. There's value in it. It just stops you going window early.
A completely different approach this round, though. Like, we've seen them fight the extremities almost every single round. It has been A takes, it's been C takes. Mid, only really been direct pushes into B. This time, though, looking to put that pressure in onto Garage, but there's already utility waiting.
Because I'm not on stream with him. I'm just in Discord talking about the games with him.
And with no pressure on A, okay, they've fallen back a little bit.
Yeah, you know, at the same time, we've seen these retake attempts on C before, and it's often when we have Killjoy inside a Garage or just outside in the window where they're able to back off. They're committing hard to it this time. I don't know if that's going to be something that DFM expect. They haven't had to burn their utility up a ton when pushing into this site because of the way they'll fall back, and certainly not hold those kind of angles, but now that's a problem! Rhyme solves it right away! A smoke down and a teammate to help! That is gorgeous! Giants should have been down and out. That should have been Nukia stuck on C site and being surrounded. Instead, they have the control. The one thing, maybe Anthem, you know, we've seen him sneakily play up to B main. Now he's in the back of B site. But again, Giants have been very cautious with making these rotations, that they're not going through parts of the map that they've given up.
Yeah, I think they're going to realize, especially very soon, that this is that take, and they've actually already got themselves a Hunter's Fury ready. It's going to go down, at least with the spike, but that is Zimfree dead. Now Anthem, we've already seen a 1v4 attempted. Can he pull it off?
This will be tough. They're all coming the same direction, though. Possibility for a lineup, but he really needs a miracle, the rookie of the squad. A chance to prove himself beyond anyone's doubt, but only gets the one. And Giants walk out with a 6th. You know, they didn't manage to deny the plant with the Hunter's Fury, but of course Cloud follows through with the kill. Might be the first time, I don't know if he got the assist there, but he did get traded. So at least that's technical. I'm going to count it as an assist.
What happened?
He's done it.
Did we?
No, it's not on the board, though.
No, he hasn't.
God damn it.
Did we get rid of Oliver?
The thing is that for Detonation, it's a little bit unlucky. Like, ultimately, the stun was very good. If they get rid of Rhyme there, this becomes a very different round. You have an easy fight to take versus Nuke rather than having to run through a smoke for a trade. And basically, Rhyme in that round just won it for them.
The Giants fans, they've come all the way. And you know, looking at Rhyme, he's a guy that definitely needs a shout out. Even if you look back through their past history, like their last couple of games, this guy's tearing it up when it comes to that controller role. Now, right away, Giants want to fight for some A-long control. They've got an op here and everything, but they've also got the entirety of the enemy team as DFM up the pace and move right into the site. An attempt down to Soldam. Oh, he's in a lot of danger. There's a shorty, and Patino's got him with it. Down to the operator now for another, and then Cloud shows up. His big moment, well, kind of goes awry in the end, but Nuke is there to catch him when he falls. 7-4. And Giants, they've really picked up the pace towards the end of this half, but it's not over yet. DFM could put a 5th there to close it out.
The thing is, I think the only round where Giants have fought for A and it has actually gone in the direction of Detonation was the round where they had a Rolling Thunder. Other than that, they've just not really been able to get in. It was when it's given up and played as a retake, that's the moment where you sort of see them get into their afterplants and look very, very good. The second you have players like Cloud there, it's so tough to break in. And well, Coutinho showing that that level is definitely there if you give them the chance.
Okay, Breach early stun. It's ready to go. They avoided it, though. I saw DFM, 4 players on A main, a Breach there on the defensive side. I was thinking, we're in a lot of trouble, but...
Well, they've got the Rolling Thunder this round, so they probably wanted to try and use it there.
Exactly. And if they get hit by that stun, maybe you lose it. Instead, they're going to have a chance to use it now already. Hunter's Fury thrown out, catching major damage. Rhyme goes down through the wall, but there's still players here to defend. That Rolling Thunder is going to be burned up, and that should force a retake setup.
This battle on the flank, though, could be fairly important. Lockdown going to be utilized on either side. Not really an opportunity to destroy it, but Great already catching Coutinho. That means they know that there's been an aggressive push through that A site and potentially leaves it open on the other side. And in fact, it looks like Giants may be considering that as well. The thing is, though, with the spike down, they're not going to worry so much about that rotation. Already just looking to try and get back into the site. With all 4 players down long, no wraparound, but that isn't going to be known. UK still just holding for it.
It's the stun, the shocks. I mean, they have so much utility. And now as it wanes, they should have the numbers, but Raid is left alone, and he can't manage to deny. They had every tool at their disposal there. It began so well, and in a blink of an eye, Giants have doubled up the rounds, 8-4. We were complimenting this DFM team on how solid they were looking early on, but now they could be in dire straits.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where you kind of sat there and wondering how they managed to win every single fight. It was just this battle from UK just defending the person defusing, but ultimately, other than that, the round was very, very good for the side of Detonation. They just couldn't take it over the line.
Wow, an absolutely incredible half coming out of Giants towards the end there. DFM, well, let's find out from the analyst desk if there's any hope.
Well, it's going to be really difficult when you got Cloud dropping 17 in the first half. Welcome back to the desk here. And yeah, I mean, Seth, like, it was very clear Cloud's having the game that you want to have right now on that stage.
He's having a whale of a time. He watched Crashies playing earlier, playing that Sova, and he went, I think I will also do this. And he's just been pounding. Detonation, a couple good moments like Mitch and Tom were mentioning. Off the top, it looked like, okay, they're rebounding after dropping those first couple rounds. They're running it back. They get 4 in this half. Then maybe they can push this to have a 6-6 or a 7-5 for themselves. Not the case. Cloud has shut down so many attempts for Detonation to get themselves onto the sites. When they've gotten in there, it's been, sometimes it's been pretty good. But Cloud has just been stopping them at every twist and turn. 366 ACS so far, 17-0-7. At one point, he was 14-4. I guess he just likes the number synergy coming out there. But, I mean, God knows how far this is going to keep going as we get ready to see them on the attacking half.
Yeah, it was really impressive out of him. I feel like he did a fantastic job of exploiting every gap in the spacing from DFM. But DFM did have their moments. As we look ahead here, I actually wanted to take a look at one of the rounds from that first half. And this was a fantastic post plant from DFM here. You can see the post plant late round Killjoy lockdown to buy themselves some space. And that's not really the fixation I had. Instead, I kind of wanted to talk about how they set up together in this one. You say Anthem perfectly playing around the cloudburst that drops in there in positions to swing together and take these fights in twos and are able to pretty quickly trade each other out. You see, even at the end, a nice little setup out of DFM. It's solid basic stuff, but it's what they need in the second half. Because with these Breach Sova Jet comps, you have to be playing retake a whole lot. We saw it in that first half. We saw it in our first match. So I'm looking towards DFM to be able to be coordinated, give that space, and come back in together on those retakes to maybe have a chance at coming back into this one.
I mean, this is one of the things that Suggest should be really familiar with. From his time on New Turn, he was absolutely incredible at engineering those retakes on various sites. If they can get back into the group, get the rest of the team behind him to pull it off, maybe there's a hope.
Well, you know what, guys? We ain't saying that it's all over. They certainly have an opportunity to come back, but boy, oh boy, it's going to be tough. Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
Well, it was a fantastic start to this one, but as the analyst desk said, it became a little shaky towards the end. We'll see if they're going to be able to make that comeback. Defensive side at least to start with, and this is an opportunity for Anthem as well. We'll be keeping an eye on that Killjoy play on defensive side. You see a lot of the map control here in the pistol is going to be held down just by him. But Giants, well, they are playing a very slow default. It looks like they are expecting DFM to make the play, and I'm seeing players start to move down C long. They might be watching their tapes.
Well, I don't know what tapes they've been watching. There've been
screens,
barely
bro.
anything to
The
see.
streams.
Like, I don't know how they've got this
YouTube
information,
videos, bro.
Yeah, they seem to have it. They're ready in this pistol round and Rhyme. Just destroying them. Zimfree stuck in the corner. Doesn't have any support either. Shot darts even going through. He's having to try and dance around their own. Oh! Nice shot onto the first, but the trade is there instantly from Cloud. Again, though, just look at the patience from the rest of the players. Hoodie was just waiting, expecting someone to make a move, and now they can reset with their advantage.
A sneaky little play by Rada. Maybe there's some value to be found there.
He needs like 2, though.
But he needs 2 to come long as well. If they go short, okay, all 3, and he's peeked out. Element of Surprise gets 1, there's a second. And now a serious chance. We said it was keep an eye on the Killjoy. Well, it's going to be a 1-to-1 battle here. Anthem up against Hoodie. Anthem has come in with their Sheriff.
Yeah, I don't know if you see that. Oh, and he's just going to go running in, and well, wanted to try and catch him maybe while planting, but he did not.
That man has got some serious ideas rattling around up there. That was interesting. Just a blitz. Hey, I didn't see it coming. I'm not sure that his opponent did, but Hoodie still hit the shot. So 9-4 and a pistol round loss. Now, you know, look, if you're down 8-4 at the half, you really want to get that pistol. I don't know that having lost it, you'll want to do the force buy, though. It could be a 10-4 reset and try to fight your way back. If this was a month ago, they'd be trying to sting it up, but instead...
A month, a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Instead, here we are. And it's going to be a very, very weak buy. I mean, 2 shorties. It's the most they've got.
Yeah, that really is about it. And on the other side of things, you're almost fully buying rifles. Only Fatino, and you know his role is going to be to pretty much dive into the site. Having a rifle there won't even be a benefit. So stacking up on A, having the turret for B, basically just trying to have a stack somewhere, a little bit of information elsewhere on the map, and a tiny amount of delaying power. But it is a pure gamble, and you really can't expect anything from this round. Even a kill here would be good.
Yeah, and look, with 2 shorties, you're not going to be pushing all too actively on DFM. This is very much sit back and wait, hope that they fall into your hands. For Giants, you know, seeing this heavier investment, if you think back to DFM's second round, you know, these guys, we had that idea of 2 Bulldogs coming in, right? And Giants are able to save over. Now they're on the attack. They've got a much heavier investment, but it's also much easier to keep those weapons. You're often just moving in like this as a spear. Maybe Fatino goes down, but the rifle should be able to trade, and if all goes well, you only lose that 1 player on the way through. All's gone very well because they've lost no one on the way through, and the retake, okay, a stun comes through, but they're going to have to do some serious work.
Okay, there's the 1. At least a little bit of damage. A rifle on the deck. If they can get rid of, an extra player, they won't be able to save it. And there you go. 2 kills. Honestly, that's all you can hope for. And while Raider left on 2 HP, wasn't really going to stand much of a chance, but that's okay.
That's an acceptable round if we see Giants push A even into the stack if you lose 2 players.
Yeah.
So the fact that they did that on a retake with 2 shorties, and also credit where it's due, Soldam, my man dashing into the site with that shorty, jumping up over the box. I love it. And, you know, it's a very hard strategy to counter in the heat of the moment. 10-4. Fought the space on the way back through, did some damage. And now DFM have the opportunity to capitalize on it. And that's the real thing. Right now,
deleted
all
by
that they've done
stream mode.
could just be washed away if they end up losing this round, and especially if they lose it cleanly.
I'm confused.
On the DFM side. Oh, wow. This is going to be a pacey one from Giants. We're already in. Dash out of Fatino. Reveals catching some, but they're just spraying them down!
Yeah, they've just mowed them completely. Maybe expecting a weaker purchase on the other side, I don't know, but it was just a full W key into the site on the retake, trying to get in before they could properly set up, but it's clear that Giants were more than ready for this. Well, the players
My bad, chat.
Kind of go, well,
I gotta go pick up Low Man.
If you play that round slow, defaulty, it's going to be a very tough round. 2 players came in with sheriffs. Your utility's good, right? But you have to win fights on even territory for the most part.
Well, at least whoever wins this game, I had losing an NRG deck, so.
Instead they say, all right, let's mitigate that risk a little bit by just all running at them. Just bullets in there. Just spray them down, who cares? And if you die, I'll pick up your gun and I'll shoot them. It worked, you know, and you can see DFM were not ready for that pace that came out of the attacking side. 11-4.
Yeah, this first map is now starting to look quite rough. Like, we were sat at a point of 4-4, thinking that Detonation, okay, this might be like a competitive match, but whoa, we're sat now 7 rounds later and they haven't got a single round. It really is starting to be a blitz, and unfortunately that retake is one of those ones where it's, if they're the ones with a weaker buy, I'm fine with it. But you're the ones that have come in with the rifles, you're the one with the full purchase. You're basically sprinting in to try and catch a timing. That's such a risk.
You know, I would love to end up under the sea here on Pearl, but I don't think we're going to make it, man. This first map, this is DFM's pick. And look, some signs of life there to begin with, but it seems like Giants on a roll and DFM haven't been able to stop them. The pace caught them off, but look, an investment here.
I'm really surprised that Detonation Gaming's like getting their shit stuffed in this hard. Or sorry, Detonation focused me.
This team, between their wall bangs, their spams and smokes, it's just unreal. I know in the last round it was
I got moved to AFK. What the
edge
fuck?
of the cloud burst, but
he went away.
Still, they're just
Fair.
This is not normally
training.
Yeah. He's been on the aim lab one, you know, because you can do every single site, every map in Valorant on aim lab.
Right now.
Yeah, I see that. They're just getting absolutely worked. And you can tell at the econ that it's been going on for a while.
Hunter's Fury could potentially delay, but other than that, there isn't a whole lot to get them back into that site afterwards, and the last retake didn't exactly go well. They are now getting that information, Mitch, from C-Long, but the
this is Detonation's map, too.
There really isn't much they can do about it. other than, as said, that Hunter's Fury to delay.
Well, you're definitely seeing the preference of DFM for the C-long pushes
they know.
when they don't get the info
They
early
know.
on.
They tap the spike just to bait out this Hunter's Fury. And Giants have just played this to perfection.
Well, the Hunter's Fury, still, that was the point of it even, just to deny that plan to buy time for the flank, but it's expected, it's watched for. And this comes down to Hoodie. His first kill already found. He got tagged up by Rhyme earlier on, walks in.
Or, you know,
The stun
just
hadn't been put out yet. Hoodie's
big
in the corner.
dig it and turn
They
the
won't push him
corner.
out in time. He gets to fight Suggest, but he loses. Doesn't seem to matter all too much with his teammates falling. Oh, okay, nice shot, Anthem. But again, through the smoke, Cloud able to clean it up. And Suggest is left in a really tough position. 1 kill for a Rolling Thunder, but it's time, it's HP. With those 2 players unknown, right, tucked away.
Fury. It's done.
Oh yeah,
it's already
Hunter's
done.
Fury, I hadn't even caught that.
There's no chance. Like,
Just
Cloud has been
stacking
getting
up.
so many kills. Look how far away he is as well. He knows that they don't have time to do anything here, so just basically waiting to try and catch him on the exit. It's going to be 12 for Giants, and honestly, with this being the pick as well of Detonation, okay, I will admit, anybody who picks Icebox,
they played that
I'm never
flank
confident that they're going to cleanly win Icebox because it is just one of those maps. But still, this is not a good showing for your own map.
At the same time, the absolutely stellar performance of Cloud cannot be overlooked. This guy is sitting at 24-9. He has got his assist, though.
He is 19 years old.
Unbelievable. And how many times have we made the excuses for other teams in the past?
19
Oh, they're out of LAN.
24 kills on main stage.
And all the things that go along with it. And also,
Ballin'.
he's traveled quite far. Jet lag's certainly a big factor.
I will
on
say.
the other side, yeah,
A little bit
they've got a
further.
bit more of an excuse when it comes to the jet lag. But
30 hours of travel.
I mean, the reality is, man, there's a lot that Cloud is experiencing here for the very first time. Even, and I'm sure we'll talk to him about this at some stage, even like the pacing of media days, and you get there, you think, man, we're going to practice like 16 games a day, we're just going to be non-stop, and then it's like, no, you're actually going to be doing content and all these interviews and all these obligations that you have. And even despite all of those things that we've seen many a player struggle with in the past, he has come out swinging.
Well, this is the sort of last-ditch effort now for Detonation. The buy's not going to be the best. Ults, there are none. And they have to try and not only squeak out a round, but they have to, well, let's put it this way. Giants have just won 8 rounds in a row. They now need to do that to get to overtime.
I'll say it's not often you get a Pipson cam in the middle of a timeout, or ever, that he ain't talking. But right there, he ain't got anything to say. You know, there's not much that needs to be said.
Carry on.
That's about all you need. 12-4. 8 in a row needed for DFM, and they have struggled to get anything.
So they started with 8 in a row then.
8 the last time.
Since DFM won 9, 10, 11, 12. Sheesh.
Well, now they've got to resurrect themselves right here and now at default.
You got to
play
put this
start
thing to a
with.
halt.
And this might be the time they catch some value from it. For once, we're seeing a push early on out of DFM. They're starting to move down in mid, right off the rip. Now, there is an alarm bot waiting.
There's an alarm bot, there's a turret watching the other side. Like, I think Giants have just read this game to perfection. Pretty much from start to finish. The second they sort of saw what Detonation were doing, they're just now waiting.
They're
for them to
probably
make a
broadcasting
mistake.
in,
And even still, even if they just
what,
push towards
Portuguese
the
in the
end right
stadium
now,
in Sao Paulo?
The only player there is Rayter. Everyone else is just banking that there's going to be an aggressive play into middle.
That'd be right.
Now there's nothing.
Such a tough spot to play from if you're DFM. You don't want to make that call to overextend, but at the same time, you got a player like Rayta who right now,
What's up, booger?
what is he supposed to do? Tell me that. What is
Eat
the correct
all of your
play
banana
here
or just
for
half
Rayta?
of it?
There isn't one. He's going to try to get some damage. And
All of it.
I
That was
stand
it.
corrected,
That was it.
Rayta. You have found the correct play, and that's why you're on the server.
Yeah, no, fair play.
Right.
Being
Give
coming
me a
out
minute.
of
What's
two
in between
is
games? I'll come
impressive.
get you some
Flank
snack,
being
all right?
watched, new kick, already taking the first pick, a second as well. That advantage just dissipates in a matter of seconds. They now know where one of these players are, and because of that, they're going to try and aggress. They might actually completely dodge this Rolling Thunder. It's just disgusting. Finally, it connects onto one of them, but Suggest on just 46 HP. Cloud, he's already avoided it, and it is an easy dub for Giants.
Too
They won
easy.
themselves 9 rounds in a row to
Wow.
close out this game.
You know, I
And
said
they
I
were
liked their
very
jerseys,
good
but I didn't
on
want them
day
to,
one
like,
blocking.
pop
It's
off
the
like
two
this.
players new to this environment, new to
That's
the
insane.
that end up
If they can do that on their map,
round, closing it out
they
at
picked
13-4.
Icebox.
Coutinho and
Sovas are
Cloud.
good, you know, Sovas are good.
The Sovas are pretty good. Yeah, look, credit where it's due for Rayta as well. That guy was on fire. Some incredible value found from positions where most players would struggle to get 1 or even half HP on a player. The 3 guys holding him when he ran out of that smoke, but Mistakes were made on the other side, and the punishment was there. Giants, they look unbelievable. And will map 2 be any different? Icebox, it's their map pick, but it is also a map that is kind of hard to not have a grasp of.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you're going to go in, probably see quite standardized comps as we are expecting to throughout this tournament. I also want to say, find me a statistical game where you've got a Sober at the top with 1 assist and the joint.
You think Giants are sweeping it, huh? They look good in that set, it looked like. I mean, I know in the few rounds I got to see they looked really good.
The thing is if you go back and watch him in EMEA, he is an incredible Sober. It was just almost like this game, it wasn't even really needed for them, which is a pretty scary prospect, and even more terrifying now for Detonation, because we've seen this so many times with a lot of Japanese teams, excluding Zeta. They come into the tournament, they go out of the tournament. And if they don't win this next map, that's exactly what will happen to them as well.
You've got to feel bad for Soldan. No doubt he came in here expecting to put up a big performance, hoping to, certainly. And I mentioned last time he was here on Haven in a big match, that 13-8 loss that eliminated him from the Champions run in the grand final of LCQ. They were a couple rounds away from already having that international under his belt. And now he's coming back to this stage, well, coming to the stage for the first time, coming back to the competitive scene, I should say. And he's gone back to Haven.
We go switching to some shorts here real quick, chat.
Maybe Icebox can be a bit better, and I certainly hope so. I'm curious to see what jersey Achilleos is wearing, though, after that one.
Yeah, that's the thing. Does he have a Giants jersey? It is a pretty nice jersey. I think they brought it.
I really like the Giants jersey.
So I'm looking forward to seeing if he has a few more to show us, because right now, actually, to be honest, he should probably wear the Detonation one, because I'm not sure he'll get to wear it much longer.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, let's toss it back over to the analyst desk and find out how Map 2's looking.
All right, chat, I'm gonna be right back. You get little man his snack or something. I'm gonna check back in, see if I can at least unmute up once we get back in. All right, they're gonna be back here. I'm just finishing pouring out some water and I'll be back.
デトネーションフォーカスミーに所属している、レイターです、イニシエーターを担当してます、デトネーションフォーカスミーという、昔から e スポーツで活躍しているチームに所属できて、そのチームで活躍させていただいて、とても光栄な気持ちです。割と自分が前に出てキルをしたりすることよりかは、味方のサポートをすることが多いです。
ここからレイター、
ゼンフは、エイムが強くて、ちょっとなんていうのパッションなところがあって、すごいパッションで押していく人です。アンセムは、冷静で、いつも静かなんですけど、なんか試合の状況だったりを見るのがうまくて、サブコールだったりをうまくしてくれます。ソルダムは、なんか混戦状態の戦いが強くて、クリップ映えする、シーンが多いので、よくチーム内で YouTuber と呼ばれてます。サジェストはエイムが強くて、いつも試合をキャリーしてくれて、なんか日本ではバスの運転手と言われてます。
저는 데토네이션 포커스미에서 듀얼리스트를 맡고 있는 서울담이라고 합니다. 옛날부터 제가 영상 올리듯이 이제 궁극기로 렌스를 좀 많이 창출할 수 있고, 그리고 Z로 Z밖에 할 수 없는 약간 날아다니는 플레이.
DFM は、まだメンバーが集まって間もないチームなんですが、みんな個人技も高いので、ダークホース的な立ち位置になりうるチームなんだとは思います。
빠르게 이겨가지고 집으로 보내도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome back to the desk, everyone. Golden, we're here alongside Mimi as well as Achilleos. It was a little bit about Detonation Focus Me, who are currently down 0-1 in the series after that Haven loss. And I have to say, after seeing the way Giants control that one, I believe Mission Tom said it was 9 rounds won in a row for Giants Gaming. They certainly are looking like Giants out there in the field.
Yeah, I'm not, you can't get away with, you can't. Anyways, moving
Mimi.
on from bad puns,
you
we
can't
got to
get rid
focus.
of me. You can't just go to a Tarek Invitational
Yeah,
and get rid
so
of me.
it was a really good game out of Giants, 13-4 in the end there with a fantastic streak in that second half. I think that for DFM, it got to a point where they just kind of ran out of steam. And for Giants, they were always staying one step ahead in the calling. I think Ryan did a really good job of staying on top of things, and they did solid at the fundamentals, which is kind of what we expected out of the squad.
Yeah, they ran out of steam and they ran it down mid, just constantly assaulting sites without much to escort their way in and not clearing angles and dying in every twist and turn. It was a bit brutal to watch that second half. And yeah, we didn't really see the impact from Soldum that we were hoping for. He never really hit that stride at any point really in this game. I think he was constantly down as far as KD was concerned.
Yeah, it was a tough one here, and I mean, consistently as we got
actually
deeper
lowered
into
the
this
desk
game,
as well,
it
chat.
felt like for DFM in particular, they were just kind of throwing themselves against a brick wall in some of those retakes. It's like, instead of waiting to try and use our utility together and get those like breach Sova combos to work out, which we saw really effective from Giants, they were instead kind of going for these fast plays, hoping to find a timing, but they were never able to catch that. Giants was always prepared and not leaving those opportunities open.
Yeah, always ready, you know, with that, with those timings and those, and shutting it down. And you have to give a little bit of credit, though, at least to Zenfree, right? Because there were a few times where we were seeing, you know, these beautiful shots come through, and we're like, this is exactly what we would want to see out of him, right? We need someone to like kind of step up, make the flashy play, or just step up and get the job done. Zenfree was doing that a few times for the team, so it's not all doom and gloom for them if they can continue that going into the box.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough, though. Coming off of the back of a loss like that, when it is your map pick, is always very challenging. You got those first 4 rounds in the first half, and then you can't get anything else when you're on the defending side. It's a really tough ask now to see if Dead Nation are going to get back into this one. They said that they feel like they could be a dark horse in this tournament unless they can really dig deep, run it back on Icebox, take it to Pearl, close it out there.
All right.
Feels like it's going to be Giants, who we've already mentioned could be a dark horse in this tournament. They're showing it right now. They're looking very, very clean. Cloud.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think
phenomenal performance from him, top ranking for the squad.
it's not over yet, but I would say they need to come out like super fucking quick.
Dominant.
Yeah. If there's one thing, they're going to have to shut down players like that and not allow them to be able to get, run all over them the way that it was there on Haven. And actually, I did mention Zenfree before because as a part of our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, actually, we're going to be giving it to Zenfree because he had a few incredible shots, Mimi.
Yeah, this was kind of the one round for DFM. That
I do
was
kind of wish
one of the few in that first half. If there is going to be a player,
the time between games was a little bit
I really
less.
do look to Zenfree. If you remember,
I sometimes kind of feel like
was trying to make
it's stretched here.
Copenhagen. It was
You know what I mean?
He was doing so much for the team, translating back and forth between Japanese and Korean, fragging as an individual, calling for the team. He is a guy who can do it all. And I'd say that going into the rest of the series, if we have any hope, the pressure is with him.
Yeah, well, before map 2, though, let's actually do a little shoulder creeping, shall we? And check out with our buddy Rhyme for the Aim Lab shoot around and just really take a moment here to continue to gush about Giants, honestly, because they have looked outstanding. I can't see how they don't continue that going into Icebox, Achilleos, because Giants look like a team with a mission.
Yeah, this would be such a cataclysmic turnaround, honestly, for Dead Nation at this point, because it doesn't even seem like they're necessarily getting out aimed.
Oh, is he strafing in that? I thought you weren't. You didn't move in.
The fundamentals are not coming together
Aim
for
labs,
them
no?
right now. So unless they can have a complete 180 to get themselves back into this, then I just don't see it, because Giants right now, they're firing on all cylinders, and stopping them right now, it feels nigh impossible.
Yeah,
look at his left hand was clicking on the keyboard at first, but not anymore.
Is he going to be able to keep this talent kind of molded into a form that can be really solid? And I think he showed that he was able to do so there. Obviously not the most insane individual performance, but you don't always need to see that from an IGL. He kept the team in the right form, and he enabled players like Cloud to have those pop-offs.
Well, if you're Dead Nation focused me, you're looking to make some changes going in to map 2, and actually with changes comes substitutions, because
they're subbing, huh?
Yeah, something we rarely get. So I'm pretty excited to share this. So actually, Soldam's going to be coming out, and Taka J is going to be coming in for the team here. And
on Dead Nation,
what does this say to you? I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole here. Obviously, it's the beginning of the season, but I'm sure Taka J is very happy to be taking that stage right now and try and dig this team out of the hole.
Yeah, for sure. I think that really, to me, what this comes down to
what
is
does that mean?
Soldam didn't have the big stars that it impacted.
You got a sub?
Hoping to see from him.
Yeah.
Get those highlight plays.
You think it's because they're just trying to get this dude LAN experience, or?
Taka J is somebody who has a lot more recent competitive experience. He has been on stages a lot more recently. As far as like actual competitive matches, rather than the show match series that we did have over in Japan right around Christmas. So I think that this is just saying, okay, you know what? Let's get.
Yeah, I came back. I was surprised the game was already fucking just about over.
We get out of this position. We tried Soldam.
I think
Let's go back to Taka J now and
last
see
very
if that
long.
added experience slotted in helps them close this out and take it to a third map.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can do more with this man in the server. But this map that we're heading to next, Icebox, I don't know if I'm that hopeful for the side of DFM. I think Icebox is a map that, well, it's kind of simple on paper. You're oftentimes playing the same comps. It is very easy to leave gaps and make mistakes that will exploit a less experienced team. And I think we saw some of that on Haven. If they can tighten things up and maybe had a little bit more practice on Icebox, hey, there could be a chance, but I'm pretty doubtful right now.
But there were some moments, though, where we were seeing as we get ready for our Prime Gaming Agent Select, which will be popping up here in a moment. There we go. There were moments in those rounds that DFM were winning. You were seeing the setups, you were seeing some of the confidence, but then you fast forward to the final round. Where were the lineups? Where were the setups? Where was the confidence? So I think that's something to keep in mind.
So they're going KO instead of Sage, essentially?
I was saying, I think that as well, something you could do is throw a curveball at them, send something that they don't necessarily anticipate.
Oh, they're going with a pretty different compound. Raze instead of Jet, KO instead of...
shifting over to the Raze definitely fits
Raze
the bill
is good.
for that.
Raze can
No
clear some of
Sage
those
Icebox.
ratty
No
angles with
Sage
just grenades.
Icebox. It's a 2-0. I think that it's really incredibly hard to play this map without a Sage, and if you are, you have to be so coordinated. I didn't see that from DFM yet. Maybe there's a chance, who knows?
Hey, you know, anything is possible here in Sao Paulo, but it's all ready for map number 2, so let's go ahead and send it back to your beautiful casters. It's Mitch.
Sao Paulo's around our same time zone, right?
Well, Tomathan, I'm not sure how I feel about this one. You know, we came in, and I honestly said coming into this event, I'm going to be much more positive. You know, I'm sick of saying, you know, this team's gone, they're out, down, out, game's over,
It's
all that sort of
6:04
stuff.
PM
Worked
over
at the
there,
Super
so
Bowl
they're 2
last
hours
night,
ahead.
didn't work for GP. He didn't know how to predict anything. But I'll tell you what, when it comes down to this game, I'm going to go back to my old habits. They're screwed. They're playing.
They're GMT -3 instead of -5.
Are you crazy?
Yeah, there's a lot of things about this. Like old Takage, when we used to like see him play, was a Reyna main. He switched to controller in some of his previous teams. I don't think that went particularly well. You've subbed out your sort of potential superstar who normally on this
Yo,
map,
you know what's so funny? My head's been so much and watching so much Apex. I heard switch to controller. I was like, wait, when did they add that you can play on controller in Valorant?
They've got a lot of plant now. They could use shock darts. They could use fragments. They could use the nade.
I'm pretty
If
sure
there was
they're
anyone
trying to
to
make
take
a
out,
console.
I would suggest maybe the KO.
Yeah.
Swipe him out. Could even swap Zemfree if you wanted. I'll take no duelist over, but look, they must have ideas. They must have plans behind it. My fear is that Giants are going to be able to deny.
I don't know how I feel about aim
most
assist on a
retakes,
tactical shooter.
Already, most aggression suggests taken down immediately, and an attempted re-aggression out of Takage has spotted 2 players waiting. They're not going to continue to aggress, and at this point, with no overreaction, with only 2 players spotted there, you know they're playing a default. So they've just been neutered in the early round. There is nothing that DFM can do other than essentially wait or try another risk.
This is what Giants did on the attack side of Haven as well. They were just patient. They
Oh,
knew that,
DFM
especially
just-
with a comp like this, they had to make some sort of aggressive play. Hoodie is already going to decimate their Viper as well, and it is going horribly. 2 players stand, nobody on the A side.
I don't think it's on
All the
console yet,
utility
but I have
was
heard
set
that they're
up there
looking
is
at
now
trying to get on
completely
it.
Useless. On a stage wall looks kind of useful, actually. We might see more of that in this tournament. A little orb taken by Cloud. Oof. You lose the pistol as well coming into this. I mean, look, if you're DFM, you want to be picking up rounds here. Your attack's going to be pretty tough. You're going to be looking at an A site quite a bit, I'd imagine. Maybe they got some mid-split ideas. You never know. It could be something to catch them off guard. I'm excited for it.
Well,
but
I'm
also
glad that my winner from
very
this game
cautious
didn't advance
with,
any further.
putting any hope to it.
Yeah, they need someone to make a mistake, and that's not really some other than a whiff or 2. Giants haven't made many, if any, mistakes.
Ooh!
Nice shot, at least onto Hoodie. But again,
Okay.
they've got players to spare.
that's why
Maybe not
Raze is
too many
strong.
more. It's all left onto Zemfree, though, and he's going to find another. Somehow, this has become competitive, but the time is ticking away.
Choked the shots on the
Doesn't quite land the
Viper,
shots.
bro.
There was a real chance there for them to take that in the 2v4.
He put like 4 of them. 2 of them on
unfortunately,
either side of the shoulder, dude. That's tough.
It's going to haunt him tonight in his dreams.
Sheesh.
Hopefully as he looks forward to his next game and not back at this while checking in for his flight. I mean, this has been a rough start. A couple early aggression plays denied. The mid play was perfect for Giants. They get control, they get this site. And that little moment of hope. I thought they were back in, but no.
The thing is, they do have a lot of utility either for plant denial or for retakes. So that's why.
Do you
you're
think
probably
they
gonna
take
see
more
aggression
time
on one side of the map,
in
try and
between
take a bit of a
maps
challenge, or
or in
that did
between
early on
series
from
when
Ranger,
it's like a
trying to
2-0
get
versus
that
a
steering
2-1?
closer to online. Again, though, Giants, I think they've realized that, especially in terms of site anchorage, they don't have a massive amount, especially not in this round, because you're not going to see Anthem invest.
Because like I'm
everything
thinking
into
about
this
it for
one.
tomorrow, right? Since there's 3 matchups, like if the first matchup goes 3 maps instead of 1, like that's getting it.
Or
That means
wait
like
for someone to fight them.
with all the other broadcast time in between,
with the Sheriffs,
you would have only like
instead of what we
just
saw
been
before,
starting.
You know, rocking in with some
Map-
shorties and
matchup
stuff
number
like
2.
that, where you will just sit back. Damage. Oh my!
Okay. Ooh, nice
Reyna again and
shots.
again surprises me in these fights. I keep counting him out, and he keeps delivering.
I
This is
shot
one of
the
better spots,
sheriff.
especially with rifles being purchased on that side. That's already going to be one hitting the deck. So this round in general has been a relative success already for DFM, but there's actually a chance to take this one away. A couple of players still
Moon,
ready
when you
and
say what do
waiting.
I mean?
The
Do you
Dark
mean as far
probably
as
gonna
like
get
when
them
I
the
ask if they
information.
spend more time
Never
on
mind, it
broadcasts
hasn't-
in
it
between a
hasn't connected
2-0?
onto anyone. A freebie kill, a spam through the box, and Takaji's wondering where he's actually being shot from, hearing the plant going down, and now, well, things return to normality. 2 remaining, how much more damage can they do?
Like, I feel like if it's a 2-0, they try
There's
and
some opportunities for sure with
riff
those
it a little
Sheriffs.
bit more to try and get still to the normal broadcast time expected for a 3-0. You know what I mean?
Ion?
No, the other one.
Oh, was it a minima? I didn't see it.
It wasn't.
Yeah. See, I can guess that right away. Oh, it's nasty being tucked up on the wall, but they're checking it. Shot landed, but no kill. And, well, look, weaponry disadvantage, and you're up against Nukia. That's the end of that story. 2-0.
Bro, DFM is just quiet today,
Giants
bro.
win pistol. They win the follow-up. They get a couple weapons through. All well and good. We need to see
My
DFM
chances
right
for a
here.
perfect
What's the plan?
bracket are
What's the idea?
done.
Yeah. The thing that scares me a bit as well is in the last map, you
this
had
game's not out of
Nukia
hand
playing a
yet.
very supportive
No,
role.
I
He
know.
was setting up stuns, and he still did pretty well on the fragging front. Now on Sage,
I am
he can
concerned,
actually
though,
do
because it
quite
is
a bit
Giants
more
map.
individually.
And I feel like if you
think
give
that's
them a
already
little bit,
terrifying, because
we saw
if
what
you
they
haven't
did
watched
on
GMEA,
not
you
their
haven't
map
seen him
pick.
over the last few years. He was one of the best players we had in the entire region. The team didn't do as well as they should have done, but he is always fantastic. So being a little bit more free, that's not a good sign.
So it said there a second ago, we saw Zemfree and Takage, first Japanese players to play on 2 different teams. But I think Rada might also have that accolade, that same accolade, because he played with Takage on both Absolute Jupiter and Zeta. And I think both of those were the LAN events, right? Remember, they played up against Crazy Raccoons. They beat them, and then they lost 0-3 to them right after and got eliminated, which, you know, not great. But as we say, it's always harder.
Mimi posted up on Twitter trolling the no Sage pick.
In the same tournament.
I'm just saying, Footballist and 100 Thieves, we already know what's going down. 2-0.
I agree.
There we go. That's all that needs to be said. We're on our way in towards the B side. And, you know, we theorized maybe DFM won't be pushing this side a lot. Giants have got the opportunity to with that Sage wall, got their Viper wall as well, get them a little bit closer. But they're going to be spotted by the turret. And it's a very passive play out of DFM, and I imagine they've got a lot of utility. I
Boy,
see an
didn't
ammo
you
form there,
pick
but
Detonation?
I imagine they have a
Don't
little
tell
bit
me
more
like you should have told me about
time to deny
somebody.
them when they move to the side.
Fatinho already trying to take a bit of space. He's going to clear yellow. Again, there's so much utility available to just try and delay and deny. Stop them being able to utilize that Sage wall to full effect. Although it hasn't been broken just yet. They've only got 18 seconds to try and get this plant down. They're wary of Snowman Peak, but there's actually nobody there. They haven't got an angle to stop this. So with all that util, with everything put in to try and delay, the plant goes down anyway.
But there's a chance the Giants are panicking there and they try to push spawn and get extra control, but they don't. They played it calm, cool, collected, held the angle, and now, same thing from Fatino. He dashed into a
My man was like,
smoke,
nah,
on
I'm
to
not
try and catch
swapping,
him off
and he
guard.
swapped.
This time, holding
Imagine.
yellow late, but they're watching it, they're checking it, and Hoodie needs to go huge with the Sheriff. He's got 2, even more damage. This is unreal. Nukia comes up from behind and rips this round out of their hands. DFM denied any access to this half.
The funny thing there as well is the whole goal from Hoodie is, okay, let's buy time for the flank. I'm buying time for the flank. I've killed everyone.
Didn't you initially pick Vitality?
Yeah, but I didn't need to buy Vitality. Like, Nukia's like,
Or are you
"Go,
saying that
let
you
me know."
switched it to global?
Oh, cool. Okay, party's over. We'll move on to the next round.
Wiki Wild, I believe. That's what Jay
I thought you had
said.
already picked
Unreal.
Vitality.
3 kills coming in the end, and he started it out just a Sheriff in hand, being double peaked as well. You can't make it up.
I'll always remember, even on like all the old Finnish teams he played on, he was always nasty with the weak weapons. His Marshal's filth. I don't know if we'll see it anytime soon with him playing a Killjoy, but it is nasty.
Hell, if you're hitting Sheriff shots like that, save the extra 100 credits. Why not? 1:30 on the clock, and the Sheriffs come out for DFM. Again, these are the rounds where you expect a bit more aggression, trying to catch some players off guard, but a very passive default from Giants. They're watching every avenue.
They've
waiting.
got an alarm bot as well.
Exactly. And they're just waiting for DFM to make that mistake, step forward so they can rip their heads off and take the map control back.
They're hearing the footsteps. He knows, he read it perfectly. Timing. Just spots the player. Zimfree waiting above as well, just trying to get something and get out. He's pulled a rotation from Suggest to try and bolster up this position at least a little bit.
He's made the call, he's seen them. 4 players outside, Knife confirms it. Stack up, now strong. The nade slowed them. It allowed the rotation to come into play. Viper Wall, I think, is... No,
Got the KJ on the backside too.
So this was a little bit more of a panic then from the DFM side. They didn't expect them to slow down quite that much. With the wall down, they waited patiently. They paid their time. Takage at least gives them some hope. But now that hope remains on Anthem's shoulders, and with a red...
How does he know?
Nukia,
Yeah.
1v3.
Oh, that was there from the beginning of the round. That's so cursed. A piece of utility that never quite got destroyed gives the info over. He might have had a free kill, but instead he's up against a firing
Sheesh.
squad. again, a little bit of damage done, but when you look at the economy currently being built up by Giants, they're not going to care one bit.
Hey, that first game we talk about being on land, the crowd, and I gotta say, man, it's first day, the crowd looking decent, but they are much, much louder for the numbers than I expect. I mean, it is unreal. And it's only gonna get better as we go on. But right here, that presents a problem for DFM. They're dealing with that. The crowd against them after they won. Giants had a roar from them, a big celebration. They were down there owning it in the interview and, in the stadium. And this puts DFM now in a position where you have all that mounting against you, and every round that slips out of your grasp is one closer to the airport.
Zinfree aggressive. He hasn't managed to capitalize.
Man, Zinfree need to at least get that first pick.
That suggests to support.
Then dip out.
The thing is, these set plays, these early pushes, so far, have found absolutely nothing.
Giants are winning all the early engagements.
And that's really the basis of this composition. Okay, you do have a Viper Killjoy to slow, but you normally have that Sage in there. You can wall off sections. You can hold for retakes. A lot of the time, they can't really do that, or at least with their attempts, they failed. So instead, now, you're just playing passively with a composition that doesn't benefit that too much.
Yeah, but again, we're still seeing the early attempts at the aggression, but reset into it time and time again. Now, we had an interesting play before. Giants put a slow orb yellow and then dashed into it. I think taking the eye of the player off that corner, you're not expecting them to come rushing it. If they've slow orbed it, they're probably going straight to sight or into your spawn. Something a little bit wild and wacky. Instead,
they aren't going to be able to do much other than just dash in here soon. I don't know that
we'll see it again, but it wasn't spotted. There's the slow orb going out. They wait a second, they let it bloom, let the player look elsewhere, and here's the dash. They tried to get on top yellow, did make it. Patino doesn't get the kill, though. The punish is huge.
Oh, my goodness.
This time, the Jules, they're going the way
there it is.
of DFM. They've managed to set up nicely with a multitude of players on this side of the map. The opener was there. The setup was really nice, like the tag coming through, giving that extra little bit of information.
They don't have the spike.
Here for Hoodie.
They don't have the spike?
Other than taking weapons away. Financially, it's not going to change
anything. I'm backwards on that.
He's not fighting for those orbs. Doesn't want to give them over onto the other side.
I don't know why I was thinking DFM was on.
Yeah, Hoodie was yellow in a 1 versus 4.
I'm an idiot. Long day.
What a round for DFM. And again, we see some of those.
I was sure just like, why isn't anyone going to go?
Blast bags, funnily enough, for Zenfree, is able to move around a little bit more fluidity to it. Player on site able to provide that support as well. And yeah, you're up there, you're in the open. It's not the easiest place to play from, but Suggest still did a good job to close that out and still deliver a little bit more in the late round. There's the viewing party over in Tokyo. The clap's going out for the first round on Icebox. Many more needed here for DFM if we're going to see this Pacific side make it all the way.
Yeah, they've got a long road back, but it's not an impossible one. I think as well, like, they're only going to have troubles when it comes to that attacking side. Without having that sort of set play, they're going to need much deeper control. And this time, they're going for that alongside of Viper's Pit. Vandal within it definitely has its risks. I know Mitch won't be happy about that.
Yeah, it's not always the best of calls, but it has its advantages to it if you are going to be stuck watching those ranged angles. And sometimes it is just the weapon that you've got with you. It's not worth throwing away.
The thing is, this works with the setups they're going for. They've been gamble stacking most rounds, having 3 players on one side, mid-controlled by Anthem, and then just a solo player. That's happened in most, and then they pull rotations. This time, though, with the Viper's Pit, it forces a push.
I mean, they could technically push up into B over behind that
kill, but it's
Viper's
also the
Pit.
spike
Yeah.
dropped. So extra information garnered. The turret is going to let them know that they've crossed as well, but they are likely to get in and get that plant.
The patience of Rhyme right now. He's waited here this whole
In the complete
time,
wrong
and
spot with
now
that Hunter's Fury.
sitting on just the opposite side of the box. It's a matter of timing when he decides to go in and where. Both pushing different lanes now. And he's trying to find him and root him out. The spray's coming in. They've distracted him. They're starting to get towards the site on the attacking side. So, of course, Takage wants to try and help his teammates. Rhyme, though, needs to find that space. Takeje's just walking around, deleting his teammates, and about 1 HP, stuck inside, and indeed,
beautiful play.
Everything started to add up in the end. They knew exactly where that Rhyme play was coming from. And a second is going to be
That's
found.
the sub, too.
Slowly but surely.
That's the thing. Similarly to the last map, it seemed when they had some ults online, a lot of their sort of ideas work more effectively. Like the 3-man stack, the Viper's Pit to delay. They had a wonderful sort of contact setup in mid. I think forcing them into Anthem is going to be a great sort of setup, because not only does he get the opener, but then the second they cross over, all the information, and he forces them into awkward spots with his utility. So a really nice round for DFM. Is it one that's recreatable?
nice
Not
flick
really
to-
until they get that Viper's Pit back.
Yeah, and a big pick taking your
Really
stage
enjoying
out
seeing
early
the
in a lot of rounds.
pushback here from
Well, I
DFM.
think this was the one aspect that Giants
Making it
had
at least
going for them
close.
in the
Look-
way they
look
pushed
close
in
anyways.
The round that was in it, the wall
Mhm.
wasn't going to be as useful as it would be in a normal round. But that said, they lost it anyways. Patino, he's caught one player here. If he expects another player to be here,
Well,
It's just waiting. That's the thing,
a
though.
golf clap for that. Well done.
It's the same. It's the three-man pushes. They saw it in the pistol round. They saw it a couple of rounds ago as well. So they are now just expecting these aggressive plays. Raider, he did this before. He tried to fight around the lockdown. And again, it seems like Giants are just learning as they go, picking up the tendencies of opponent they won't have seen much of. But they are adapting. And this round, well, it's back to almost the norm we saw before, attempting an aggressive play, that aggressive play not working, and Giants having the round on lock.
Man, this is a solid round.
but he
for
has that
attack.
covered, yeah.
Ulti's still just sat on the utility belt.
Easy head
farming
click.
Up the whole time. Rhyme 2 away now from the pit as well. With
Flawless
DFM
team round.
going down 5-2.
You
This
take
attack
those?
side is picking up a number of rounds already.
Yeah,
I
that
would
was
say
a
if
bit, that was a
DFM
big round
managed to
from
close
them. I
this
think it
half
was
out
dumb
with
of
every round
Detonation
from here
to
on out, 7 to
do that
5.
push.
It's still going to be a pretty tough game for them when they swap over. And again, we have to keep highlighting they're not playing a Sage. So this attack side, I mean, again, they must have ideas. But right away, all I can say is it's going to be tougher than it usually is.
Yeah, you're going to have to not only clear a lot of angles, especially towards that B site that will allow spams. That's going to be a big problem because normally the wall at least gives you a few seconds to try and plant. But that's the thing. They brought this comp in. They've gone for something a bit riskier. We've talked about teams basically keeping within the norm this event because of the fact that firstly, they want to work on fundamentals, but secondly, you don't get a second chance. They feel like they needed to do something a little bit more aggressive here. I'm all for it. I want to see it because they did something normal last map and they got banged out anyway.
Yeah, well, look, I guess it's one way to look at it.
Yeah, so what do you do?
I'll say that. Another way,
What do you mean?
another way to look at this round, I suppose, is that you're probably going to see it going to Giants. Super passive player. DFM don't get aggressive. They don't take the map control. They're super passive on B as well. I mean, 3 players on that side of the map, still utility covering mid at least. But a lot of this relies on them finding that opening pick. Something we've highlighted again and again has not been a strength of theirs in this series. And Giants' patience has worked out time and time again. You can see them slowly taking the map control. They've been spotted, moving up in towards Kitchen. That's actually working out well for DFM with a lot of presence on this side of the map.
Boy, has no patience, man.
It's a good shot as well from Raider. There is that advantage taken. The rest of the team now looking to try and pressure in.
I have no idea where he
They're
gets it
not
from.
gonna have
Smiles?
any of that Viper utility anymore. Definitely going to make things that little bit more difficult. In fact, it looks like Vitinho wants to try and almost take this into his own hands. He's going to go straight towards Snowman. Raider traded on, eliminated, obliterated, and now the spike looking to go down.
And there it is, planted in the 4 versus 4. A Blade Storm, a Rez, and a Hunter's Fury crucially online for this attacking side, with DFM attempting to use a lockdown. You know that's going to be called in right away.
Yep.
Hunter's Fury fired out. And not catching it.
Oh.
Not catching
That's
players,
big, 'cause
not
now they're
doing
in
a
the
whole
back
lot,
out.
and as they try to leave, they're all being picked off.
Yep.
Oh, there's a res available, but they need to get in a spot to even deny this in the first place. Nuke, he has managed to get a couple, but he expects someone on
Oh,
it,
no.
and they
No
will
way!
push it all the way through. A nice
man.
attempt to get back him on the site.
Bro,
But
he
that
almost pulled that
lockdown
off,
again,
though.
as said, when DFM have ults, their plans seem to work wonderfully. And the thing I really like about that, there is one tiny gap that is left by that lockdown. So just swings and is spraying it the second he comes around the corner. That was the only danger.
That's the thing, you know, if Zamfree still has his nade, you're popping it in. I mean, there's a ton of utility here that you can play on the back of that Anthem, even having 3 nano swarms in some rounds for that position, you'd imagine. So, altogether, well handled. It came close. 1 bullet through the smoke would have taken down Takage on the defuse, but the reality is, Giants had a lot of utility to fire back at, or back with as well.
Yeah.
Like, this is a round where DFM used ults, but it's not even as simple as that because there were counter ults to come through, because there was so much utility and the time on their side with that in mind.
How much do you think it would matter
that's
if
a
Apex
stellar round
coaches
to bounce you back in? They're going to also call a timeout.
were able
Make
to,
sure they take full advantage
watch
of this
a POV?
opportunity. Remember, their credits aren't terribly healthy on the Pacific side, so it makes sense that Detonation Focus Me are thinking,
I mean,
okay, let's just take stock of where we are and make sure we capitalize.
Because like in tournaments, they don't get to talk to them like during the games, which I think is fair. But
you got a Viper's Pit and a
sometimes where they're forced to sit, you don't even get to see like
you're going to
everything
be able
that's
to get
going
that player
on.
back and sit within an ultimate that gives you huge benefits. So with nothing on the other side that can really do anything about that, unfortunately I'm expecting it to be another round where they have to get aggressive. And that's been the sort of brink. Like the retake they had in the prior round was fantastic.
That
We
built
saw
up
them
stage is pretty
also
sick.
utilize the lockdown. That worked out for them. A Viper's Pit where they were able to gamble on that. That worked for them as well. But when they've tried to sort of retake without those aspects or without certain control, they failed miserably and been slaughtered. So I want to see what the plan is in this round and if they can finally get one of these sort of aggressive set plays to work.
It's almost like we've been hurt before, you know? It's
Yeah.
a close start to the game. We saw it last time, and Giants ran away with it. Half two, there's a serious possibility for that to happen as well. DFM got to have their heads screwed on the entire time. And this has caught them off guard over on Haven, the straight blitzes. This time, they're playing retake, and they have a ton of utility. Problem is, you mentioned, you don't want to play retake against these ultis.
No, I think they wanted to fight this more, but unfortunately with Zimphrey being tagged instantly, it becomes difficult. He's actually gone within the pit. He's going to try and catch someone. He was hoping maybe that Rhyme shows his face a little bit too early. There's one or two corners to be checked. They know roughly where the gaps are going to be. He's making a play through. The spam is good, but it's an instant trade. The pit goes down at least and turns it into a 3v2, but still the advantage since with Giants.
Yeah, but no spike planted, though. They've got to at least expose themselves to get that done. A chance for DFM to close the gap, move towards the site, find the angle. Concealed behind the wall here. This could be everything for Hoodie. The timing as it drops, and he'll catch the kill. A little bit more needed. It's only Takage in a 1 versus 2. He doesn't know where both players are. Well, now he does. Found out the hard way with 6 on the board for Giants. They're guaranteed to be at least neck and neck coming out of their attack side on Icebox. Their map pick. A ton of advantages stacking up for them now, and no doubt.
I was saying, it probably doesn't look like that's going to be where they stop by half either.
Every single round they lose is a step towards elimination, and they're only a few steps away.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. They're not even going to come in with much for this round. They had the ability to buy on a couple of players, but they just don't have the finances on the rest to risk it. And again, normally you might have an ult or two that will sort of pad the gaps, but they don't. There's nothing online, so it leaves them in a bit of an awkward spot. Res as well versus an eco. It's a great tool to have.
Okay.
And I'll be real, I'm not surprised that didn't work again. It's the same firing squad as we had in the pistol round, and the same patience from Giants that I've been thoroughly enjoying so far.
It really is refreshing to see, especially with the players that are on this roster. You would have every right to say, hey, let's just play crazy, let's just style on them, we're better. And I wouldn't be able to argue.
You would get a slap around the back of the head from Pimpson if you did that.
Absolutely would. You would.
No.
But you'd have to
Can we
call
play
the timeout first.
No.
The thing is, you know...
Oh, no, he's running up those stairs. He must,
you know how far the coaches are quite far away. I don't know. That's quite a sprint in this weather.
I don't think... If you annoy Pipson, I reckon he can get there in 0.5 of a second. He just appears.
Yeah, that does seem like a trait he possesses. Omnipresent. Well,
also Milan can reach you from 45 miles away.
That is true.
You need to hit that, bro.
I'd suggest you shoot a little bit earlier.
Oh, no. Oh, dear. That could have gone better.
It could have.
I think he was hoping that if he held that for a second, then hit the shot, people would have already stepped forward enough to get a double up.
In this round, with the weaponry in play, taking a moment to get that
Problem
spike
is he
down,
didn't hit
but
a
I don't
shot.
think it's going to make much of a difference.
Forehead.
Raytree has been good with the Sheriff, and hey, I think that was actually a collapse through someone's shoulder to get that kill, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scale of things. Again, the economy starting to build for Giants. 7 rounds on the board as they look to run away with this once again. And we're going to get the operator back onto Zimphrey. The issue is, though, and it really is as simple as this, every time he's tried to play an aggressive setup on A, they've just droned him or, like, darted him out of there, and then he's had no impact. So I kind of want to see him go somewhere else. He's not.
Nope. Yep. I saw him towards spawn. I thought maybe we're going to... Nope. Right back to
over
the
to
side,
aim.
but if at first succeed, just try again. This time with a few more teammates to back up, but look at how much damage has been done. There's like a sliver of health left on Suggest. Raid has gone running to drone from the spawn, and and they're closing in
Yo,
on
I thought
Suggest
Ryan
the
wasn't
entire
gonna see
time. The man's
Suggest there.
isolated, didn't stand a chance in that fight. Good attempt by Anthem, but he's shut down immediately. And any inch that they're able to find on the DFM side is immediately returned by a trade. That's a good nade, though.
Yeah, it's going to move the position for the spike planted elsewhere. The swing from Takage.
Oh,
there was
Zimfree's
no
all by
one else
himself
really
with the
taking a fight, and Zimfree, the first man in, looking like he'll be the last one out. At least the operators finally managed to get a kill, but they've got the res, finally able to
Bro,
use it.
that had to have, like,
It's the same problem. Just the utility from Giants.
grazed Cloud there, man.
Just too good. They're not allowing them to swing off the back of the slows being placed in as well. It just looks very easy for them to go, oh, you're aggressive.
Last round,
Goodbye.
you fucking buy whatever you can.
Gotta give huge props to Pipson and Milan because, in all honesty, I look at this roster. This is the last kind of play style that I'm expecting to see out of them. Like, they're so. Rather, I don't think it's wrong to assume that they would come in and try to play like this.
Hit him.
I just assume that a minute 10 into the round, someone's getting itchy and peeking. That's what happens with a lot of teams in the NBA historically. But they are so patient. They're so diligent. A 1 versus 5, he gets a kill, and they go, let's res. Let's res it, or 1v4 it was, he gets a kill, res it up. They're just playing safe, and how demotivating. Can you imagine? It's a 1v4. You get the kill, you're like, okay, maybe there's a shot. Res, and it's done. And now come into this final round. Again, advantages, sitting. Actually, maybe down the middle. Zemfree's got his showstopper. There could be something to be found by that, especially with the way those A plays have been coming in. But you'll notice the A play isn't coming in this time. Because they're aware of that.
They're taking their time. Yeah, they've
Hunter's
had a
Fury as well on,
the
is that
ults
Rita?
in those
Rita?
rounds. They've been prepared for them with whatever counter that they've needed. The other thing as well is with the lockdown, he would almost have to fall back and play out. And again, this drone, it's not going to get anything this time. But they know there's someone aggressive. In fact, the Hunter's Fury is going to try and force them out completely. But it gets nothing.
Can't find anything of that, huh?
Last round, right? Sometimes you just throw those in, and he knew there was a player close. I can see the idea. I can see the plan. Great kill. Rhyme down, wall out of play. That was on B, though. The intention is the A site, but they know that on DFM. 4 players here. Flash. Oh, it's a beautiful flash. He might be able to get so much damage.
Oh, he wasn't able to get the lockdown.
They need to push forward. They've got to deny it. 1 second, and there it is. That means we have just seen the Viper's pit go down for no reason. Takage completely canceled out of the round. They still need to get that spike planted, and but he's on runabouts.
Hello?
It's not going well for Patino. He's going to be able to get
it.
It's done. It just got so messy towards the end. Sure, they were forced out of position, but there was no way he could capitalize. I think maybe hoping the player detained was still within the sight.
That was exactly it. That was exactly
it. wasn't the case. Still, an 8-4 half for Giants, a very good position to find themselves in. And while we're going to send this one back off to the desk to try and, again, at this scoreline, tell us if there's any hope.
I looked at the KJ, but I think he looks at the other side.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. You know, I would have been actually a little hopeful if it was 9-3. I don't know why I would have felt a little bit better going into that, weirdly enough.
Screwed him completely.
Just ruined it completely. But don't trust me for predictions, because I was off with the Super Bowl yesterday anyway. But Seth, I mean, look.
I was on point.
Yeah. It really feels like DFM,
it just seems like DFM is like in the mud,
of
man.
the ocean without a paddle, without options, and without a boat. Man's just flapping around. This is tough out there for them, and credit to Giants for shutting them down.
It really is. But again, I think the biggest issue that we're seeing right now is that all of the just standard protocols from DFM just aren't in place right now. It seems like every single time they go into a round, they don't really have a solid game plan. They don't really know what they want to do. And then when they do figure out what they want to do, this guy screws it all up for him. Nukia has been playing absolutely phenomenally on this stage. He's going full battle stage mode on the attack. Obviously, the wall's always pretty good when you're just trying to get a safe plant down, but even when you get ready to go over to the defensive side, he's going to be able to wreak havoc by just cutting off access points. So it's been a really wonderful performance from him thus far, and I'm looking forward to seeing Nukia just continue to just rock out here.
Yeah, again, DFM is, I think, trying to lean into playing some of these retakes, but the thing is,
So I had to look into it. I think it's Wednesday and Friday. I'm going to be doing casting this week for some
who has been doing a lot of that, but the battle stage, that is not an option for the side of DFM because they have made some wacky choices with the competition, and they do not have that agent as we look towards the second half. Instead, they've replaced it here with Zenfree on the race. He's done fine fine, had a couple of his moments, but right now my question is it worth it? Because for me, every time I watch a Sageless team, the few times I have seen it work, the teams have to be so incredibly coordinated, so well put together to make up for that, the lack of that wall, because the wall really is what unlocks the B site on this map. They don't have that, and that has just kind of sucked so much faith out of the room for me around DFM.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about them maybe throwing a curveball to try to catch Giants off guard. Raze, fairly uncommon on this map. I kind of would have preferred, if you're going to go this route, not go for the Sage, maybe something like Arena where you can play a little bit more aggressively and you have that dismiss to get out. Either way, what's done is done. We have to see if they can run it back.
Yeah, you know, they made their bed and they're going to have to sleep in it, but let's see, though. Stranger things have certainly happened. Let's send it back over to Mitch and
Let's
Tom.
see if they can pull it off here, champ.
Have they? Maybe if they could recruit the Demogorgon, they'd have a chance of taking them down. At this point, without a Sage, well, maybe just a Sage. That's all they kind of need.
87%.
Post-plant win rate across this series.
I don't mind the rate.
Well, they've had a pretty strong win rate just in general.
I think it's gone down though. I think they were 9 and 9.
Kind of,
so
they've
got worse,
I think one of them
but still quite comfortably winning it. I will say, not expecting that stat to change now. It would be quite impressive. Maybe if we get to a third
Yeah, well, question isn't who you think you take out in the comp.
Detonation focused me to come in here and just prove us
One
so
of them,
wrong.
it doesn't matter. You could either take Soba out or you take KO out. They're
It's
both
a crazy
strong.
play. You're 8-4 down as well. You're
I feel
a
like you
map
probably
down.
take
It's your opponent's
K
map
out
pick.
between the
Giants
two,
are
right? I feel like you get more
fragging right now as
consistent,
well, and solid on the
reliable
defensive side.
info.
But if you ignore all of that, I think it's a pretty much neck and neck.
Oh.
Right.
The only thing.
I guess if you
is
do ignore
because of his
everything,
drone.
then yeah.
There you go.
Like his
it
dart's
works
usually
out,
going to
but
get destroyed.
Rhyme is almost just waiting to try and deny their plan. Like he is playing above, flash coming through. They've got so much utility ready and waiting, and when the full force of their team can come back around, as we've mentioned, there's no walls, so they either have to plant more aggressively, and that's exactly what they're doing. They blinded themselves, but somehow well, I was going to say the trade went okay, not for long. They've just been blasted.
Jeez, the Giants just closed in on that so quick.
9-4. That didn't look great.
That was actually impressive.
No, I wouldn't
I think
say
I'll
that.
put
It was
this cheese in the
unfortunate for
freezer.
Suggest. I mean, it's a very finite timing between catching the perfect window on going through that wall with the flash and
but genius of madness, you know?
Yeah, but look, at the end of the day, that flash blinded the player and his teammate behind him killed him. So it did work out. It did what it was supposed to do in a way. Wake up! There's Valorant happening! Well, 9-4, and you know, at this point, I think we all know what's going down for DFM. So do they. They're on Sheriff's taking an eco. I do respect teams sitting back in this position. It is hard to deny that, to just say, oh, we're going to just accept 10 rounds to our opponents, but it is sometimes the right call. They have a sliver of hope in this round of getting damage in, but again, when you take a look at what they have in the shield department, Giants should be able to shred them in most fights. Fatino's running around with essentially a semi-auto op. It's just not looking great for them to get damaged. But if they can drop some weapons, you know, build up the foundations, I think that's even a tough sell in their voice comms right now. You just got to take
They just haven't been looking good here, honestly. They just been looking like flat-footed.
Utility set up ready to try and deny them getting this plant down. We know as well that they want to try and play more aggressively into this, but ultimately, again, it's the same result. They give time for those rotations to come through. Now you can even see the distance being played by the side of Giants. They don't need to get up close with the frenzy anymore. Oh, this could do a lot of damage. Shock dart going through two players. Actually, kill off. It hits Anthem, unfortunately. The one player he didn't want to hit, so maybe Cloud will get an assist after all. It might not even matter. Finally, a kill comes through for Suggest, but that is it. One and done. 10 rounds on the board for
Like, I don't
Giants.
even feel like it's anything flashy from the Giants, though. It just seems like solid team play. It just seems like, again, it seems like Detonation is like very much playing flat-footed.
Right now, he's just playing a normal Sova role. In fact, I'd say pretty much everybody just doing their job. Nukia, 16-6. They've got reses non-stop.
This is the difference. It's exactly what I said at the beginning of the game. It's like, you put him on a breach, he'll put up numbers, but his assists and what he was doing to support, now you put him on a Sage. It's like his role was put wall down, kill people.
Yes.
And
he does that.
That's what he did.
Pretty good at that, yeah.
He did exactly what it said on the tin. So, yeah, that's a scary prospect. I also think if we see his Raze come back at any point, I want to be casting that game.
Everyone's in trouble. Everyone's in trouble if that happens. Well, this round for Giants has a couple weaknesses, you know. Obviously, the Sheriff on Rhyme, Now he's jump spotting on B, playing the info, and then late on, he'll be attempting to deny with utility. A snake bite on top of that nano, perhaps. Then I glanced down after I said that to check if he had a snake bite. I had a little heart attack, but he does. He's got two. And it's good in this position. You're going to want to keep your economy high. Obviously, it's a bonus round. And he's the one that decides to take the weaker weapon, being the support.
So at least gives him the information.
Bear that in mind. Triple kill. Nuke again. It's almost free. The repeat from Rayta just doesn't get anything. He's going to go in for more and wins that battle as well.
Free upgrade for him. Maybe for a teammate as well. Rhyme might consider getting
They
out of there,
probably want to
grabbing
double
a
back
weapon,
to B.
but he's holding the control for now. The orb and just spotting them on the cross course. They need the information. There's the nano to deny. Hoodie's going to be dropped. Nade forces Rhyme out, but he gets a kill. A fantastic shot onto Zenfree ahead.
Ooh.
Returned by Takashe.
That was a disgusting.
Yeah, that was a nice shot by Takashe.
Anthem with the plant down below. He's safe. The peek from Fatino. They spotted the rifle be picked up, but they're not able to land the shot, giving him a chance to set back up into this and giving Cloud a teammate to play off. This could be dangerous. Now he's alone.
Oh yeah, the initial spray not great, but he is going to reposition, turn it back into that 1 versus 1. Takashe just falling all the way back, trying to play this a little bit more passively, but he is going to have to try and swing out onto this one. Wary that he could be defusing, but he plays the timing well. It is a round. It is at least something.
Gives you something to get started, but you're going to have to go on a hell of a run here.
One player surviving with a full investment versus a bonus.
The economy right now.
Still
sucks.
Pretty picture.
Yeah, no, it certainly isn't, you know, but Takashe at least able to put up that big play. We've seen massive rounds from Rayta. You know, these guys, quite a lot of experience, as we said, 2 international events under their belt. I think Suggest is the other guy on the team who's matching those numbers.
That shot was disgusting.
Yeah.
The other guy in the server with that is Nukia, I believe. No one on Giants.
Nice, easy one tap.
Events bar him. He was with Heretics.
Oh, they're going into an up.
Oh, he was with G2 twice, but one of them was a regional masters. That's what it was. So 3 times.
They're just going to be like, yeah, I won't blame.
Yep, they're out.
They've heard the orb shot, they're gone. So I showed themselves initially and just instantly peace out of there. Instead, Giants are actually going to put the pressure in onto mid. Now, the thing is, they've got that alarm bot close. It's something they're expecting, flashing through. So many players ready and waiting, and Hoodie might just have
really gave him
every
issues.
player lined up. One's still there, caught in the corner, but he's
Hoodie with a triple. Easy triple for Hoodie.
He's there, and already 3 players in the dirt. It's again just another blip on the radar, and the rest of the players are like, well, we've got a little bit of space on A.
Good luck planting that spike, though. I don't think I've ever even seen it in that position before.
No, I don't think I have either, for a very good reason.
I don't know, maybe when Jonas was playing on stream or something, but other than that.
They're just going to save you.
He probably has a lineup from there.
You know he does as well. Any position on the map as well. This was the map that we learned of those double shock darts the hard way. My God. But 10-5, a dominant score line, looking like 11 for Giants without a miracle or maybe a spin bot would be their best chance.
You know.
At this point, DFM, it's got to be weighing on them. It's got to be building up, and they get some ideas, but they were baited into that play. You've got a Sova on the ramp who's spotting you, making that little bit of noise. The alarm bot as they push through, and obviously the flash would push Sova back. At that point, you're almost 100% certain no one's going to be where Hoodie was. He was so aggressive out in mid already. He's not holding anything really, not anything that Sova can't see on his own. And you'd imagine he's going to be playing a little further out, right? Towards the A site, keeping that.
Bro, I'm telling you, every time they like bring over the stretch res, I just.
We saw it on the way in from, I believe, Jeff's perspective. And even as he was rounding the corner to look into spawn, he was
My
still
guy,
looking
it's
at the top
fucking
of the map.
2023. Quit playing your video games on the toaster.
And he usually doesn't have it.
That's the thing. It's also just because they had Vitinho locking down B. Like, you can play those gambles. You can have a couple of players on A, you can have a couple of players on mid. So I almost feel like part of that was that DFM needed to do more to force him back, force him off positions before going for that sort of play. But again, even still, you're not expecting Hoodie to just mow you down that simply. Now, financially, again, just in the bin, they've got those 2 rifles saved. They've got some Sheriffs alongside it. And Rayta is 1 away from having a Hunter's Fury. Res online for Nukia, but I feel like we've said that a lot and it hasn't actually mattered.
So late on into the half, and you know, I don't want to say we haven't seen an evolution of this attack so far, but we haven't seen a successful one anyways. Definitely being
He's got the
pushed
trade
out.
for it.
Okay. Snake bite down,
That's
but
a nice
good
shot.
from Zemfree. Yeah, he's out wide around the back with the Marshall. They need to keep their space, but I mean, they're not going to be planting right
No,
now.
they're going to go back.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah,
They're
especially because
full selling this
Anthem's got
They've
the
done
full
well. They took the deeper
site
control
control
that they had done before,
on A.
and they'd always taken their time and battled. So instead,
This
he's
is
just
so
selling
smart.
This as a fake, just trying to get them to stick around, and that's exactly what he's done. They're so desperate to try and deny this plant from coming through on the B side that they haven't.
There's
realized
literally
the
no-
A
they're-
side
they're
is
not
gonna
even
go
worried about over there.
completely under the control of their opponents.
And you know what? If this is any other team, you're probably looking at this going, guys, how are you not reading the rotation? They don't have a Sage. So I actually think there's a world where DFM, if they fully intended to push B, would have waited back like that and said, okay, we need to find a pick first. We need to do something else, a mid-push.
Also, they've been
instead,
very direct so far.
They have.
Anthem, oh, it's just going to get swung. Can't just go sprinting around the corner. This flank from Zemfree, I don't think it's going to be expected, but they need to get a move on, really. He needs to get in behind because his teammates don't actually have a lot to play with. They're left with just weaker weaponry. To half, it's likely to go, at least. And Vitinho is just going to continue to stick it. He eventually goes down. The problem is that time is now ticking away. They need to get back on the spike, and because of that hesitation on the other side, they're just going to stick it!
Oh, no way. Brother, he was shooting the wrong spot.
The ways.
That
was the worst. The plant position too close to the edge. He's able to defuse below. Nobody can see him from the angles. They had everything else covered. Every other
Yeah. Call timeout now so we can put together the 8
found the one gap in their play.
8-round win run right now.
I don't want to be there for this timeout.
He only had 45 HP as well, and he dies
Bro,
a
that
second
hurts.
later. Oh, that's not going to feel good.
Bad
That's
plant.
not going to feel good.
Yeah, it's not a good
The
plant
thing is,
position, to be fair.
From Zemfree's perspective, he's won that round. He's already won it.
Of course he
Because
has.
the fact that his teammate manages to get the kill on the initial diffuser, it just made it easy. He could just sit there, sit back, and just wait. And instead, Cloud did the one thing that could win them that round with the amount of time that was left on the clock. If it wasn't heartbreaking enough watching this happen to DFM,
This is
they now need a pretty
tough
big
for
streak of
DFM.
rounds.
What's up,
They're the
bud?
Same spot as last game.
I don't know what
Well, you're gonna have to wait for dinner, my guy.
Jupiter all the way back. You know, Takashe, Rada, they come in and they beat Crazy Raccoon 2-0. They got a win under their belt. They lose the next game, end up facing Crazy Raccoon again, and then lose that 3-0. They got dominated. This time, it looks like we might be sending them home without a
Right
win
off
under
the rip,
belt.
huh?
Without really a half one. I mean, this has been.
I mean, to be fair,
incredible.
I would have felt pretty bad if we would have sent 2 EMEA
I
teams
thought they
home
were a
right
better
off the
team on
rip.
paper
So
individually. However, they are playing some incredibly clean Valorant as well, and you cannot take that away from them.
He hits that. That's a tag onto Takashe just through the corner of the wall. They're looking for an all-in A take.
That's like
once
the
again.
benefit at least,
But
you know?
Zemfree might have other ideas. Starting to check in onto that flank. I think we just heard the Sage will go down as well, so the timing of this push might not be the greatest in the world. They're going to throw in that showstopper, but he's going to get stuck in the mud. And just look at the defense. They've just gone. He's now got a wall to run into. He's got to try and go all the way around. It's achieved the site being under their control, but no damage done.
yeah, but there's no NA team in here. That's why I'm saying like
Not being fully denied, given a chance. Giants are playing
in
a
this
retake.
particular
What could
matchup.
go wrong? Maybe Hoodie could come in with his ultimate, deny that
Yeah.
space completely, and you
They
can
have
see they're
Viper's Pit
waiting.
as well.
There we go. It's come into play.
Oh, he's just been spammed out of there on the plant. Same position as last time, just trying to fight across the board. Viper's Pit available for Rhyme as well. He could basically just shut this down, make it incredibly
I'm pretty sure
awkward
the
as the
Spike
fight comes
technically
through,
got
though.
armed
One
as he
kill
died,
Brand,
but that's
and
okay.
something. Lockdown in play as well. Hunter's Fury on the other side. They're making this one work. The spray down from Anthem. He's
Wow.
just doing it all on his
Anthem's
own.
an absolute beast.
Finally, someone steps up for DFM and leaves Rhyme with his Viper's Pit still standing, trying to get anything he can. And
Anthem
is
with
gonna be there
the
to
A's,
close it.
baby.
5 kills for him in the round, a 6th on the board for DFM, but they had to throw everything at them, Mitch.
And he stands on top of that same box to get that final kill of the ace. They might have lost from that position, but now they've at least taken it back. Problem is, they're 6 rounds behind, a long road ahead of them, but I'm gonna give you another thing we've said a couple of times. You know, they're pretty good at the rounds where they've got those ultis to play with.
Yeah.
And this one here, they force those players into taking
It'd be
those
cool if DFM
very
makes a game of this.
aggressive
I'm
fights
down
with
for
the
it.
Hunter's Furies. Exactly.
It's pretty much always single rounds. They've never been able to double up. Cloud, okay.
I just don't think they can.
That was hoping to be that a little bit more aggressive. Look at the push on the other side, though. All the way down B.
I mean, they could get it to
They can start
12,
rotating the
7
player
here.
back. Turret will give them the
They
information,
should.
but
They shouldn't
they
lose
have
to just
a
sheriffs.
multitude of
but-
players waiting there. Might be a bit more of a problem.
7-12.
I mean, at that point, yeah, you're going to get the counter drone out of DFM.
So you think DFM gets one more?
There's no player up close, and
Well, they should get
close
this
to the
round.
back of side.
They have the
Ulti to play with here suggests going to be
weaponry.
popping his
Yeah.
full command, and if Takage can just find this orb, we could have a Viper's Pit from the attack side to get them
throw
on
the
site.
nade. You got so
Could be a
many
great
people
round
over
set
there
up
you
for
could
them, and
hit.
up against the pistols as well. There's a chance they decide not to even use
Yeah.
it if they do get it online. If anything, I'd say a probability.
But that's the thing. It's like you almost need to have those for the future rounds.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess that's what I meant, though, Moon. Do you think they only win this eco round that's over, or do you think they steal any more?
The thing is, the longer this goes on, the scarier it gets. There's still the Sage Wall down on the right side of the side that they have to break through. Rhyme also within, and now they're coming in on that flank as well. It looks to get that little bit more awkward. Hunter's Fury through, but it's not going to deny anything. But the flank has been able to find one. A kill on another. Cloud's caught one more. This is starting to become very dangerous.
Cloud waiting that whole time. He knew that null command could be coming through. This could force DFM, at least it's already.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to at least give them 7.
And the time is the real constraint here, but if Fitinho gets the timing,
Oh.
it's a missed shot. That's all it comes down to. It could have been close to going home, but now Cloud surely not in the 1v2. Time limited so heavily. He's going to give it his best shot, but that's all it comes down to. 12 to 7.
Bro, imagine Cloud turns around and snaps on that.
For a little bit longer, and they've managed to get
I
out of
lost
that
my
round
shit.
with the Viper's Pit still in their back
I could
pocket.
tell you.
It's never easy, though. That's the thing.
Five
None
pistols.
of these rounds ever
Shit
seemed
my
to be easy
pants.
for them. All that came down to for Giants was time delay. They kept using the slows. I think you have to give credit for Nuke just sectioning out his utility, sage walling right towards the end, so they have to all go through the same angle. Then, because of that, you have the Hunter's Fury that's able to just basically connect onto the player planting, and some crazy shots connected from Cloud as well. It hasn't done anything to the economy of their opponents, at least. They're not going to have any vulnerabilities or weaknesses, but it has to shake their confidence.
Knowing that you need 5 in a row as well, it
Yeah.
really is where you're looking for those clean rounds. You're not looking for these hiccups, bumps in the road up against pistols that almost punish. That said, it was a very smart play from Cloud. He waited in their spawn the whole round. He knew he wanted that Hunter's Fury to deny once he saw 40 seconds on the clock when they're pushing. Okay, maybe we can deny the plant. Maybe we can just get a couple kills.
Yo, I swear, IShow Speed does some of the dumbest shit, and I'm pretty sure it's all intentional.
Their turret out of play.
Oh, absolutely.
What? No. Rhyme! He goes through. They've been delaying in every single round. Instead, they fully rotated. They gambled. They threw their players into this A site. The small amount of success, but there's a kill back.
Shot
A
suggests.
2v3, a possibility.
There it is.
And a Viper's Pit now thrown through to grant
Nice.
them access to the site.
You know, that should be it now. So hard to fight back in, and Cloud's already used up his drone. So clearing out this pit is so difficult, but they've got the numbers. And we've seen wild sprays land massive value before. Cloud, patient as can be. There's the spray. It's coming damn close. But for now, Suggest survives. The last man standing. The pit's down.
They got the pit. Oh my goodness.
Out of control. And
Wow.
so are Giants. They have done it. 13 to 7, 2-0. And they have won their opening matchup. Moving on in this tournament. Rhyme is an IGL. He has impressed me beyond belief. The patience of this squad. Almost untested in this series.
Yeah, almost completely new roster. Coutinho, the only man still standing from the old Giants squad. You brought in a couple of players that definitely had
So,
their struggles.
so Speed apparently tried
You brought in a young
deep
star
frying a corn dog and then poured milk into the
North America.
mixture
Looking very good.
live on
Structure
stream in his
has been
house. He's a fucking
fantastic.
idiot, bro.
I think, as you said, the calling has been great as well, but it's also that patience as well. And unfortunately, for Detonation Focus Me, it is a very short trip to Brazil. A team that, again, it has just been built up, coming through from old rosters like that in Zeta Division, like
man.
even on rejects themselves as well.
Yeah, bro.
They've
GG's,
got a lot
man.
of work to do, but I think they're a team that can come back from this. That's the thing. You're in the very, very early
Boy
stages
had his
of
fucking
their
deep
build
fryer
for Pacific, and
on
they
a
come up
folded
against
chair
a
on the
team that
carpet
many,
in his
including
room.
myself, consider a dark horse in this tournament.
The reality is this is a team that we have seen individually make it to this level time and time again.
Yes.
For a lot of these players, in fact, for half the roster,
His
this
poor
is their
mama.
third international event. Third time going home early. I'm sure.
Well, I'm
that
pretty sure
stinks,
lives in
but
his
they will
base,
have
or
their
he lives in
time.
her basement
Yet
still.
now, it looks like Giants
Poor lady.
are a serious contender here. Their play style
Giants look good
was
today,
near
man.
Perfect, and the individuals they've got, some of the best that we've seen in EMEA. I want to keep your eye on these guys.
But that's the thing. The fun thing with their side of the bracket is they're going to have to run an absolute gauntlet if they want to make it through to that semi-final spot and go into the best of fives. You've got the likes of NRG now in there. You might have the likes of someone like Loud as well, who are on their side of the bracket. So they're going to have to basically prove themselves from the get-go. And let's be honest, Mitch, this was by far the easiest.
Those Brazil color jerseys are pretty hot.
The Giants fans getting hyped up in the crowd, you know, looking at Rhyme on the stage there. I got to say, he's at least avoided the curse that came to catch him. Back in 2021, he was at Masters. He's coming up against Ascend. They beat them 2-0, and just like I said in the Crazy Raccoon game, they ended up coming back, and Ascend beat them. Ascend also won the grand final. Rhyme was hard done in that event. Losing to the winner of the event, certainly forgivable. That's not a possibility this time. They're not going to come back to bite him. He's got new teams to look forward to, and there's Milan, their analyst, joining them on the stage. We've got Pips in there too. No doubt, elated to
Yeah,
have this
you
under
you
their
got a
belt,
good
but
point though. I mean, that's why I'm like really worried about
easiest
having
game
this
first.
pick wrong.
In theory,
Yeah, I think
I was
the
just
main
kind of
thing
hoping to go a
look
little
at
bit
here
longer in
is
the tournament before I lost my first pick.
Individually, it's clear that everybody's on point. They got the depth throughout the roster. In fact, Vitinho, I think, was the one lower down the board, meant to be their sort of like talisman as that Jet player. Wasn't necessarily needed too much in that individual role because everybody else stepped up. In map 1, we were looking at Cloud, Nukia showing it as well. Hoodie having a fantastic second map, so it's definitely clear that there's a lot of depth. The main issue we had, the main worry we had was, is it going to be that sort of blitz roster? Is it going to be someone that can cause upsets but doesn't have the overall structure, doesn't have the leadership? Well, at least from this match, they definitely look like the more controlled team. The team that were calm within these rounds. They could play late into the round as well.
Yeah, I don't
Use
think
their
Giants,
utility well.
even with as good as they look
Good
today,
sign
I
for
don't know if they can
Giants,
run with
but
NRG.
It is a small step of what is, as I said, an
AKA
absolute
Optic
gauntlet of a
2.0.
tournament for them. I still think it's a very good first sign.
it absolutely is. Look, they came up against a team that just could not find an answer to their play style. And
yeah, I think it's going to be FPX, DRX,
see
PRX.
The cheers coming out of that team, the laughs from the Japanese side, even when they were losing the rounds. Even towards the end, they knew eliminations coming. They're chuckling away. It's a stark contrast from what we saw before. When we opened up the international scene, we had the Japanese teams coming. It was heartbreaking to send them home, as it is this time, but good to see them with a smile on their face as they're locked in. This is really tough. You know, you've got Cloud and Fatinho, who are
can't help but feel bad for him, man.
and then Nukia, who
You only get one
might
chance.
be the most consistent player in EMEA. This guy,
They're giving it to Cloud.
Good for you. He's gone through 4 major events so far, 3 internationals now as
But
well.
when they scan,
he's
though,
got accolades,
they're picking
but they
Cloud.
should probably pick Cloud after the performance.
You know.
Yeah, they should probably pick
He
Cloud.
was very good on his breach.
I thought we were staying
enjoyed watching
impartial
it.
this time, you know? You just throw that out the window.
Cloud. I like Cloud.
Cloud it is. So Cloud's your MVP. Now, obviously, you guys got to scan the QR code down below if you think Cloud
If you
was the MVP.
disagree-
If you disagree, you can vote for whoever you want. Don't listen to the Angry Bald Man. Talking about Angry Bald Man, I heard we've got one who's waiting by. I'm sure he's going to have a ton of opinions about this game. But the reality is, we're going to have to wait a minute before we
Yeah, I
hear
don't wanna hear
from
it.
good old GB, from Bald and Boy. For now, we're going to toss it off to a break.
All right, chat. I think we're going to go ahead and call it a day on that. I'm going to go ahead and jump on off up out of here. Because we do got a longer day tomorrow. 1 for 2 for our picks today for lock-in. Not too bad. Obviously, it's only 2 games today because the Loud game got moved to the 15th. So now that day will be a little bit longer of a day. Don't forget to check out the Pick'ems video if you guys haven't had the chance to do that yet. If you could, please. Do the YouTube things. Let it play through. Leave some comments. Let me know who you guys expect to qualify. Yeah. Otherwise, man, we'll be back over here tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel, right around that noon time frame. Again, tomorrow we do have 3 different matchups, so it's going to be a little bit longer of a day. Bring your Gatorade. Bring a snack. Tomorrow we're going to have FPX versus Carmine Corp. Carmine Corp, not exactly sure how you pronounce that. BBL Esports versus DRX. And I think the last game of the day is going to be an absolute banger. Cloud9 versus PaperX. I think the winner of that game decides who's going to qualify from the lower half of the bracket of the alpha bracket. Of course, if you guys watched that video I just put in chat, you guys will hear all about it. All right. Appreciate y'all coming in, hanging out. Don't forget, as far as for tomorrow, we'll be back over here. Tell somebody to tell somebody to tell somebody about it. So we catch y'all back over here, whether it's tomorrow for the next video or whatever. Everything crazy going on in the world today. Be true. Be you. Be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q. Signing out.